Just remind everyone, in 5 minutes time we'll have a minute silence before we begin the event. We'll be recognising a minute silence, 7:29 AM. We'll start the event at 7:30 and that's just on 5 minutes away. Any free surfers in the water, under 5 minutes, we'd ask you to clear the water.
好，那现在海上还在练习的选手们，如果还有我们台湾的朋友，上岸，然后我们的比赛即将开始。那在我们开赛的7点半准时开赛的前1分钟，我们会为我们前几天离开的1名选手做1分钟的安静的一个默哀哦。 希望所有的朋友们待会跟我们一起一个默祷的仪式。
Okay, so free surfers, please exit the water. Free surfers, we need you out of the water. Just on 3 minutes till start time. Therefore, in 2 minutes time, we'll be having a minute silence.
好，我们还有3分钟，2分钟比赛即将开始，待会在我们7点半开赛前呢，我们会为我们今天比赛的1名选手做1分钟的默哀。之后接着我们就会准时开赛。这个比赛30分钟时间是我们男子组的前16强哦，总共有4个组别。
Okay, free surfers immediately exit the area.
Good morning everyone and welcome to finals day at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're coming to you with heavy hearts today as we remember and pay tribute to a beloved member of our surfing family. It's with great sadness that we mourn the loss of Indonesian surfer Febri, who tragically passed away on Friday following a traffic accident. Febri was an incredible young talent, adored by everyone who knew him. The outpouring of emotion and endless tributes over the past few days are testament to how closely he was held by his family, friends, teammates and the wider surfing community. Our hearts go out to them all during this incredibly difficult time. Yesterday here at Jinzun Harbor at the event site, we held a paddle out to remember and celebrate Febri's life and legacy. Paddle outs are never easy, but they're always special, and yesterday was a beautiful tribute. Afterwards, the surfers remaining in the field made the call to finish the event, led by the Indonesian competitors who wanted to surf on finals day in Febri's honour. We dedicate this event to Febri and will forever hold him in our memory. May he rest in peace. So a beautiful tribute there to Febri Ania, and we are surfing in his honour today. I'm Chris Binns in the booth, joined by Vaughan Blakey and most importantly Rizal Tanjong.
Hey, good morning.
Speaking on behalf of all of the Indonesians. Rizal, thank you for being here with us today. I guess if you could just give us a few words about Febri for our viewers out there who might not be aware of this young Indonesian champion.
Yeah, man, very sad, big loss for Indonesian surfing community. Like we see, Febri have a lot of people like get touched by personal. Like he have so much love, passion, and such a good kid. You know what I mean? He's finally reached his dream. He's on top of his game. He's #1 surfer in Indonesia at the moment.
He always will be.
You know what I mean? And to believe this is how he left us behind. Leave his name and an icon and legendary he is. Such a young age. So yeah, it's a very sad day.
Mate, how is the Indonesian team holding up? I know that nothing can ever prepare you for a tragedy like this, but yesterday during the paddle out, which was a real sort of cathartic experience for everyone, you got to sort of experience just how special this young man was to everyone around this event site.
Yeah, very shocked for the whole surfers that here in this competition. We just woke up first thing in the morning. We heard something tragedy, what is a back accident? I thought just a little small crash, and we went to the hospital, went to the emergency room, and just couldn't believe what we saw. Oh my God! And the doctor told us you have a couple hours to leave, So, and my kids and we were there crying and just couldn't believe it. And yeah.
It was put to the surfers to call the event off. I know talking to a lot of the Australians, they were totally happy to do whatever the Indonesians remaining in the event wanted to do. We can see Kian Martin is in the water right now. He's not Indonesian, but he's grown up in Bali his whole life. Was it important for the three remaining surfers, Danny Widianto, Ania and Kian Martin, to keep surfing?
Oh yeah, this is a big, we have three surfers around 16. It's a big deal, for the Indonesian. This is finally now we are in that level of surfing in Indonesia. We are, people know that we have a lot of great surfers since back in the days, but now finally people really hungry and they want to travel the world and show that, we can do it like the rest of the world, Brazil have that, they have that way already, they said the Brazilian storm. Look at that, Kian first wave, boom.
There you go.
Big Air 360. And then, now I think this is the time. It's Indonesians is coming. Indonesian tsunami is coming.
That's a good... mate, just throughout this event, we've seen all the Indonesians there so strong, really supporting each other. And, after yesterday's paddle out, like Binzi said, they're never easy, but to feel that camaraderie and all that love that came out, tell us about today. What are you hoping to?
So today, I think this is what Febri want to do. Keep going, continue. Life is move on. Don't be sad. And just the future is very bright for the Indonesian surfers. So I think I can't wait to see the performance with all the boys today. I think they're gonna do well. This is sort of like the wave that we surf every day, like Changuish and halfway to the beach, Padma. This is similar that we surf every day. So I think the boys can perform well.
Well, it's actually pumping today as well. We've rocked up. Yesterday was
worst day,
pretty awful day, and then the swell has really ramped up overnight, and there's a real buzz around the competitors this morning because there's some sections that they can sink their teeth into, especially this guy. This is Kian Martin, the pride of Echo Beach. He's already got a 6.5 to his name. He surfed on the Challenger Series this year and is just going from strength to strength. Tell us a little bit more about Febri. Was he a Java boy who moved to Bali? It's a bit like yourself.
Yeah, so Febri growing up just a street kid. First time we saw them, whole family, he helped his dad, collect plastic bottles, recycle things, and he just already since day one he have this kind of little cheeky, shiny boy, you know, that's happy and like, and then we were like, hey, why not you're like join, be part of us, like learn surfing, and you know, the whole community put his like under, like you know, like under.
Took him under their
boys,
arm.
like an arm, like
Yeah.
you know what, let's do it. And like surfing, he's just raw talent. He's such natural talent. He's just so good since day one. And him and Rio Waida, and just you know always battle since the drums, like either Rio or Febri. Rio Febri, just like you know, and even Rio know that Febri is one of the hardest guys to beat. And he's have that raw talent, like you don't know what he's gonna do. He's always explosive and always 110% going big. The way he surf, his body movement, yeah, like
And
nothing to lose.
A lot of the support that's been coming out has been from the Legian board riders. He's obviously a vital member of that club.
Yeah, he's from the Legion Boat Riders and like Winchesters and all like Akung and Blackie, always like take care of the boys. You know, like all the boys take care of him, and because he's just such a you know a lovely kid, and everyone love him. You know, like. He can play guitar, he can cook, he just sing, he's just always happy. I think he go through a lot of heavy stages on his life, like early stage. So, you know, like what happened now, he's just like, oh my God, look my life right now, you know, like on top of the world, travel the world, like surfing and, you know, having fun, and couldn't believe, like just a tragedy.
All right, this is Shohei Kato. His opening wave was a 5.5. Kian Martin's opening wave is a 6.5. He's in the lead. That's actually, sorry, that was a replay of Shohei's last wave. We're still waiting on a score to come in for that. We're also waiting on a score to drop in for Tully Wiley, the Victorian goofy footer. I had a long talk to Tully after the paddle out yesterday, and you know, he's in this first heat, and he wasn't sure whether he wanted to surf, but he said as long as the Indonesians wanted to, he was, you know, going to surf his heart out. There definitely won't be anyone holding back, because that's, you know, what we'd all expect to do. And it's important that we're all here today to surf and run today in February's honour. So, you know, good on Tully. He's just dropped in a 5.83 for his opening wave. But yeah, the whole event is affected by this, and that's why it's really important we pull together in these tough times.
I think it's worth noting as well, Binzi, that the level of support across the board from the WSL and the outpouring of, you know, effort from everyone to really, you know, band together and get through this as a unit has been really special.
Oh yeah, very, very shocked. Like I was like surprised how everyone get together, like helping him, like, you know, donate money to get him back home, and like a lot of love from the community, the whole like WSL, Taiwanese like the contest organization, and the governments, and just a lot of love and support. Couldn't believe it, you know, like couldn't believe just go to Instagram, every post like he went viral. Everyone posted like gnarly.
Yeah. I mean, that's when everyone's quick to bash social media, but you know, there are good times or good uses for it. And yesterday, just seeing all of these clips, if you didn't know Febri before, you feel like you get a sense of who he is now. And obviously that was an incredibly happy-go-lucky guy who just couldn't believe where he was in life.
Yeah, we've been around, we go dinner, like feel like his energy still there. We're like the day he's passed away, we went get dinner together with all the Bali boys.
Was that Kian?
Is that Kian?
Yeah, it sure was. Wow, that was a huge turn.
Hack.
Well, he only needs a 3.7 to go into the lead, and we'll need to have a look at the replay, but the closer was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, like I want to tell my story, so like while we wait for the score and the replay, and then we get together with all the Bali boys, the Indo boys, and we try to join this table, and somehow this whole glass table broke, so like shattered, 1,000 pieces, like just feel like his energy and the light went like you know, off and on and off and on. Like feel like he's showing that he's here, you know, with us. So that's a big turn of Kian, huh? Yeah, I mean, like look, He's gone, but he'll be like his legacy and his love to everybody, and he'll be with us forever. Yeah, life must goes on.
As you were saying, Vaughan, the Indonesian energy around this event was really noticeable. These co-sanctioned events between the Asian region and the Australia-Oceania region, it does get a little bit, you hang with your crew. There's the Aussies, there's the Japanese, and then there's the Indonesians. And I can't remember who it was, came in from a heat the other day, and there would have been about 25 different versions of bagus that got thrown, and there was all this cheering. It was like, bli bagus, bagus sekali, and everyone's high-fiving and carrying on. And we hear it through our wall in this commentary box because all the surfers are right behind us. And the just the positive energy that the Indonesians have been putting out through this whole event has been so significant. And, hopefully that can carry on.
Well, one thing I've noticed about the regional qualifying series is, as you move up through the 3 tiers, there's the regional qualifiers, then obviously the Challenger Series, then the CT. And at this level, it's a real mini tour. You've got, now that it is regional, you see a lot of the same surfers in the same places. And yeah, the Indonesian cheer squad was going ballistic in the first few days of this event, Riz, and there's such a great sort of a band feeling around all you guys, but it extends to everyone. Like, good surfing gets rewarded and cheered on by absolutely everyone at the contest site. And, Febri's passing really affected everyone, and that's why we saw, just everyone come down to the contest for the paddle out. And, everyone was deeply affected. It affected everyone. There was tears. There was a lot of heartbreak out there. But during that paddle out, as happens, you link arms, you raise your arms into the sky, you start to splash the water, and there's actually a lot of comfort that comes from that energy.
I know, like, I talked to Kian and Weston and my son. They just, when they put us in arms together, holding together, and they splash water, he just starts screaming out of his lung out, like, like he said, oh my God, like the energy of like you release, almost like, the anger and sadness is screaming, like, it's like, if I have to do it now, no way I can do it. It's like that automatic feeling, the energy just come out of you,
Oh, it's so unique. It's so powerful.
Even paddling out.
Healing, man.
I was paddling out alongside Ty Sarati from the WSL, and he and Bonnie McLeod have just been huge for the last couple of days. And, massive credit to them for the way they've handled themselves through this whole event and steered the WSL ship, because this is absolutely, an organisation's worst nightmare. And I don't think it could have been handled better.
Yes, I was thank you to Ty too, and then with all the WSL staff, Bonnie, and then the WSL insurance called me. A lot of like love and support from the whole WSL. And then the contest organizer was there helping us to translate from Taiwanese to English. So it's like such a helpful, and of course a lot of people calling me want to know what's going on. So today's Sunday, right? So tomorrow, Monday, they're gonna continue with the body and all that stuff. Try to bring him back home. Yeah.
So I was paddling out with Ty, and it was sweepy. It was windy as hell. The sea was an absolute mess, and we were probably 200 people just in a pack. And unfortunately, I'm sure we've all been in a few too many paddle outs over the years. The hardest part is forming a circle.
Yeah.
And I looked at Ty and I said, how is this going to happen? And then instantly, and no one knows how, we're in this perfect circle, linked arms. And it just, I will never understand how that happened.
The wind, the current, just how many knots that wind is, like 35 knot wind. Yeah. And the current and the choppiness are like nuts. So, yeah.
And, I was lucky enough on one side to be linked arms with the world's probably the youngest Taiwanese competitor in the field. He's about 3 foot tall, and his little arms were straining because the circle was pulling out. And then you spoke beautifully, Riz, and and you know, we all splashed the water and hooted and hollered, and as always happens, you know, we all made our way sort of over towards the peak, and you know, there's so many party waves and guys catching waves and just dropping in on each other and laughing and high-fiving, and it's just something so special that we have as surfers. It's just a celebration like no other. And it is the silver lining, even in these awful times, that something like that can come together.
Yeah, I don't think any other sport will have this kind of, you know, like community bonding and family love, you know, like with someone passed away. Because, like, for example, like racing car or motocross, they're never doing circle or doing together. Like, such surfers have this unique, you know, like kind of family love and support, you know, to the whole community. You know what I mean? Like,
Oof, Kian on his backhand handling a decent section down the end. So 14 minutes to run in this heat. It's Shohei Kato, the Japanese surfer, in the lead with a 6.27 and a 5.5. Saxon Reba, the Aussie, he's got a 6.67 and a 4.33 to sit second. Tully Wiley has priority. He needs a 5.18 to get up into one of those two advancing positions. And Kean Martin, who we just saw on screen then, he's got a 6.5. He needs this to be a 4.51 to move into the lead, and he's going to go close. Got the fins up and over that first section. Bit of downtime through the middle, just linking his S-turns together, but then big points on offer for this big closeout fin blast. That was some pretty impressive surfing, Vaughan.
Is that Chegu Sandbar or what?
Yeah. Echo Beach left right there.
Echo Beach right there.
I actually said that to him just before he paddled out. I was like, mate, it's looking a bit sandbar out there. Look out.
Yeah.
Not quite as hollow on that little peak, but you do get those little wide ones that push down the beach like that.
Dry season sandbar where like the trade blown out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think, you know, Bali is already, we have such a really good like ground, like training ground. We got the beach break, Kudu Beach, and we have Canggu. We have like Uluwatu and, you know, Keramas. It's such a good place to like.
Oh, here goes Tully Wiley. Last score for Kean Martin, a 5.4. He moves into the lead. 13 minutes to go. Here's Tully on his backhand. He's a big lad doing some big turns, and now Shohei Kato is in action with his back up against the wall. Gives it a little claim, 12 minutes 40 to go, and I think we're in for some really exciting surfing today, because there's about 50% more size and 100% more punch and power in the water, and the surfers are going to revel in the extra juice.
And it's finals day too, Binzi. We're crowning champions this afternoon. It'll probably be fairly late in the day. Got quite a few heats to get through, but a lot to surf for here at Jinzun Harbor. Big backside float. So this is Shohei, and you can see why he was claiming. Sort of joined that wave halfway through, and he got a little bit of work done out the back as well. Tully Wiley, big goof from down in Torquay.
Oh!
Wow, he really got some sting in that turn, and he gets a bonus section for a completion. So this is, this is on. First heat of the morning, and it's going off. Heaps of waves, and good attacking surfing so far from these competitors. Yeah, finals day, Riz.
Final day, the wave this is best day ever, like the biggest day, and more like powerful ever since we run this event.
Crack. This is Saxon, is it?
Yep.
So, North Staines' finest, getting a couple of backside Rio's done. He's sitting down in third, only needing a 5.1. Mate, tell us about the Indonesians left in the draw. Who's going to be surfing today?
So we have One next, and then we have Dani Widianto. So two solid surfer we have. One, you know, he's from Lakey, but grown up in Australia. He one of the most like successful surfer that ever come from Lakey Peak.
Yep.
Moved to Australia since he was like 12 or something. Yeah, and then Dani Widianto is from Java, but grew up at halfway to the beach. He's a halfway boat riders. He's like super solid front side, back side. He have all the tricks on the books. Yeah.
Sick.
Tell us a little bit more about Oni, because you know you get accredited often for taking Balinese surfing to the world, obviously there were guys before you in Bali who ruled, but you were the first to sort of get the cover of Surfing Magazine, turn up in Taylor Steele movies, and then welcome everyone back into Bali.
Yeah.
Then we had guys like Dede Suriano, who went out on the QS. But for mine, Ani's the guy who's really, he's the diplomat. He is the ambassador these days. He paddles out in the lineup and he says hi to the Brazilian surfers in Portuguese, the French surfers in French. Speaks better English than the Aussies. Like, he is just, you could not ask for a better ambassador for Indonesian surfing.
Yeah, Oni is such a great human. He's, you can see he's always smiling, biggest smile, like in the lineup, in and out of water. And, of course, most of Indonesian can speak 4 or 5 language, everyone, Japanese, English, Portuguese.
Some of the surf guides are learning Russian these days.
Russian now, Korean now. But, Oni is such a great ambassador for us, for Indonesians, to show the world that, how Indonesia is very friendly and outgoing, Yeah.
Saxon Reber in the red jersey, big section, and hammers it. A little bit of downtime, gets the carve in. He'll be eyeing off a big finish, but he's got to get there first.
Needs this link up. He gets through. And he'll get a finishing turn, and he really did need that. Rides out of it. So that one big section that stood up in the early stages of that wave was a nice, big, powerful snap and a good completion. So he'll go right there.
Yeah, you can see how much longer the waves are, especially on those lefts. We're now going out of shot. We've had the same camera angle set up all week, and suddenly the surfers are vanishing to the south. All right, well, 8.5 minutes to go. This heat is well and truly alive. Talk us through the replay, Vorno.
Well,
maybe not.
This heat's getting hotter and hotter. The last 8 minutes.
Well, there's less than a point separating first and fourth at the moment, so this is very, very alive.
I think he really needed this last turn. There was a lot of downtime on this ride. The first snap was absolutely beautiful. And then he gets the crisp finish, hammers that inside section. You're a long way down the beach, Riz. So you're almost into the mouth of the harbour where Saxon finished that ride.
Just at least 3 minutes going paddle back out, huh?
All right. I'm assuming this would be Tully Wiley we just saw. All right, 7.5 minutes to go. Kian Martin in the box seat. He's got a 6.5. And a 5.4, he would love to ditch the 5.4, so cash in his priority and upgrade his 2-wave total. There is really nothing in it. There's less than half a point between first, second, third, and fourth right now. Here goes Tully Wiley. Fluoro spray resplendent in the early morning blacklight. Big turns.
Oh, this wave
Tully.
just keeps giving.
He's not done yet either. The wave will continue to horseshoe back towards him and allow him to rifle off these turns. And Tully is out of there. Fun fact about the fluoro sprays on Tully's board, they're all painted by the one and only Adam Robertson.
Is that right?
That is right.
Oh, he dips his toe in the art world from time to time, does he?
Apparently he takes great pride in adding some fluoro flashes to Tully's board.
That's cool. Mark Richards does the same. Does a lot of the sprays on his own board. So this is a good ride. I mean, it was a nice bowly one. And he doesn't hold back on throwing the buckets. So a big wave there in the context of this heat. 6.5 minutes remaining.
I think he's a strong chance to...
Kian just kicked out or something screaming or just something. I heard the boys screaming.
Yeah, something went down just then. That's the thing. You can hear the screams through the commentary box. It's a big front side. Rev.
Kian.
Wow. Full row.
Full row. Into the flats too. So that's going to score.
Wow. You can hear the whole Indo boys screaming out of this box.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's just going to be the Indonesians today. I think anytime Kian, Oni, or Danny do anything, the whole event site is going to get right behind them. We're all obviously neutral. Well, you're not so much, Riz, but I think we'd all want to see the Indonesians, do something special today.
And then talk about the Indonesians. You know what? The Indonesian government now, finally they realize that surfing brings economy. and impact every places like Krui and Nias. I think gonna be more and more. We have Papua coming up, even only 1,000, but maybe next year could be of 3,000 or 5,000. But this is the rising of surfing in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And gonna be more and more. We have 17,000 islands. Can you imagine that? We're gonna have the real dream tour.
Oh, big time, mate. The other thing, you've got, what, is it the third biggest population on Earth? So you're looking at, a lot of kids who can start getting out there and really push Indonesian surfing on the back of what you guys have created.
All right, last score for Kian was an 8.17
Oh,
into the excellent
Here we
range.
go.
And now he has grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck. Here goes Shohei Kato standing on his tail. That means he wants to find a ramp. There it is. Up and over, spins out of it, and gives that a little fist pump as well. I think that was more for himself than to try and talk the judges into anything, but that was very nicely done 4.5 minutes ago. Conditions today, you mentioned Rio Waida earlier. I remember the year he competed in the World Juniors here, I think 2019. Very similar, and it was when that kind of generation, Rio, Corley Vast, Crosby Colapinto, Cade Matson, all really stood up to be counted. KU Butler. And Rio was reveling in these conditions. So maybe Kian's channeling a bit of that. And if Rio Waida is tuning in today, mate, we're all thinking of you. And I know everyone in Indonesia is super proud of everything you did this year. And, our hearts go out to you.
Nice technique. When we rocked up to the beach this morning, every single competitor was just rubbing their hands together because that's what they knew was going to be possible with this little air wind, the extra bump in the swell, and so many waves. That's the other thing. It's a real wind swell, this one. So lots of duck diving and paddling, but on the positive side, plenty of opportunities to get it done. Whoa!
Oh, does he stand back up?
Oh, he caught that little bit of backwash, gave him so much pop then.
Wow, he just 5.59. If he land that, must be he get a score. This hit just getting harder and harder. The last 3 minutes, under 3 minutes. Wow.
Rizal, seeing Rio Waida carrying the Indonesian flag at the Olympics.
Yep.
What did that mean to you and everyone in Indonesia, and especially the surfers? Like, that is just huge.
Oh, man. Everyone like such a, shocked that, Indonesians now finally we are that is in the world stage, like showing the world that, this is our time, this is the beginning. And Rio is such a great ambassador for us. Travel the world, represent Indonesia. Such a great surfer, very disciplined, such a good mentor for the upcoming kids, So we have a really good kid under 10 years old now. He's like crazy, he's talented and going Air 360, and man, we produce a lot of good surfers coming up.
The only Olympic gold from Indonesia I've ever heard of was in badminton.
Yeah, exactly. We are the world
You
champion.
don't want to grow up playing badminton. Watch Rio Waida carry the flag at the Olympics and grow up and surf.
I think every surfer felt proud of that moment too, because I would say it was the first time surfing had been included in the Summer Games, and to see one of our crew.
Well,
flying the flag.
Ramsey Boukheim was carrying the Moroccan flag as well.
So Tali Wiley looking for a score. This one is not standing up the same as his last ride.
But we see, look at this. We have Kian Martin. We have, the Japanese. A lot of good Japanese too coming up. We learn a lot from Indonesian how they surf small wave. Like we're tripping out, and they're really good at. A lot of good surfer coming up from Japan. So I think the region, the Asia region, is really good. We learn a lot from each other. How to surf small wave, and they learn from us how to surf bigger with solid wave. So it's such a group. It's such a good group,
And then the co-sanctioning and coming up against the Aussies. It's a fantastic event when you get those sort of the Japanese, the Indonesians, and the Aussies all coming together in one field. All right, this heat is almost done. Let's hope that Kian can hang on. Rizal, any sort of final words for everyone who's tuning in today, just to remember Febri by?
Well, just like to thank again, how much support from the WSL team and the community here in Taiwan, and also the Indonesians and the whole world, like also like support. They donate a lot of money for the family. I'd like to thank so much to everyone again for helping Febri and his family. Yeah, the contest is gonna be on. I think hopefully the Indonesians gonna do well at this event. Yeah.
Well, we thank you very, very much, Rizal, and I know that everyone who's involved in the event thanks you for pulling Team Indonesia together over the past few days. You've been a lion for them, and we've just had a Bali boy take the win in the first heat of the day, so it doesn't get much better than that. We're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, Heat 2 is in the water. It's finals day here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Don't go anywhere.
How was that heat?
Really good.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Jinzun Harbor, the waves are absolutely cooking, and we're into Heat 2 of the morning. This is the round of 16. Joel Vaughan, Marlon Harrison, Jim Suzuki, and Rahia. And today, as you may be aware, we are surfing in celebration and honour of Febri and Sia, who tragically passed away a couple of days ago. The call has been made to continue. That is in conjunction and with consideration of the Indonesian team. Everyone wanted to find out how they wanted to proceed, and the Indonesian team said, yeah, let's keep going. Let's surf in celebration of our friend.
Yep.
So we've just seen a huge result with that man on screen, Kian Martin. He represents Sweden, but he's a Bali boy. He spent all of his childhood growing up on the beaches and reefs in Indonesia, so he is definitely part of that Indonesian clique, and a huge result this morning, an emotional result. We'll hear from him in just a moment. But Vaughan Blakey and True Starling in the commentary box, and this is going to be a massive day.
I know, and we've already started off with a massive score from Joel Vaughan, 8.43, huge wave.
Wow. Yeah, he is, if he's not the in-form surfer of the QS at the moment, I don't know who he is. He is putting in huge performances, 2 10-point rides or close to last year or this year on the Challenger Series. So a guy who has really stepped into his surfing and reaching full potential is Joel Vaughan with a huge score. But let's stick here. Rahia Onu is surfing this one down the line. And how excited were you, True, when you turned up this morning, walked up over the little harbour, the man-made pier that sort of separates the ocean from where the boats get parked, and just saw this epic leap in the swell? Because this is the best conditions we've seen.
Yeah, it is. I was so excited to see that today. I think, the conditions just look insane. The surfing is going to be great all day. I'm really excited for the women's quarterfinals to start as well. They're going to be next level. So I think, it's amazing to have finals here today.
It is.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
I saw all the competitors in the area just frothing on this sort of air wind coming into the rights, and there you go, a huge straight punt from Jolie Vaughan. He has got the rockets on his boots today. That is a fantastic start to his heat, already locking away an 8.43 and a big straight air, just a punt with plenty of hang time. So yeah, as I was saying, everyone knows that onshore is the new offshore, or cross-shore is the new offshore when it comes to grommets, young, up-and-coming pro surfers, and what gets them excited. You can see it's still clean, nice clean faces, but that air, that's like an elevator to the universe.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Joel just knows exactly when to time his airs as well. He can get so much height, and he just displayed that on that last wave. I think he's looking really in form for this event. Kian's looking great as well. I think the rest of the round's going to be really exciting.
Big shout out to the Vaughan family and all the North Shelley crew as we stick here now with Marlon Harrison from Snapper Rocks.
Oh.
Loses his feet there. He'll reset, get back out there. But let's throw it down right now, True, to Chris Binns, who is with Kian Martin. An emotional and a great win there for Kian Binnsy.
Thank you very much, Vaughan. All right, Kian, obviously it's not the easiest to be here today, but you guys voted to surf yesterday, and you came in today looking like you mean business.
Yeah, that was the big thing, we lost our friend 2 days ago. And in general, I think he'd be proud that we're pushing it for him, We have his support. I have a couple of friends, actually, that passed away in the past week. So I just want to send all my love to them for a safe passage. And thank you to them as well for all the support and just being there for me and pushing me, So it's a tough one, but let's go, Biao. We'll do it for you.
Absolutely, mate. And conditions picked up this morning. That must sort of take a little bit of the weight off your mind, knowing that you can just go out there and let it all just flow and be natural and surf.
Yeah, that was actually the surprise in the morning. I woke up at it was still dark, and then I got on the phone with Riz because he's in the room next door. He's like, dude, it's supposed to be windy. It's not windy. It's it's glassy and stuff like that. And it's kind of not the winds we expected. It's a perfect breeze blowing into the rights. It's the biggest day we've had, I think, so it's kind of the best day I've woken up to, and everything's going good from now, and I just want to thank everyone for giving me the good vibes and, pushing me to do better and be stronger. So I want to do this for my friends, my family, and myself, and it couldn't be a better day to do it. So thank you to everyone for everything.
Tell us about the Team Indonesia spirit, because you're always a tight pack, and you've pulled together more than ever. And hearing the roar when you stuck that big punt, it must really fire you up to go on.
Yeah, the Indonesian team is kind of like the dream team I could ask for. We got all kinds of personalities, from all kinds of ages. Everyone's done something special for their country, and I grew up in Bali with all of them my whole lives, and it's just like a family vibe. So you feel at home wherever you are, even if you're traveling. We're at home, so I can't thank them enough for all the support. And all the boys too, they're pushing me, every free surf we have, every heat we have against each other, they push me to do my best. I try to do my best so I can push them. And I think, it's a good team, and we're just going to keep pushing, never stop.
I guess more importantly than ever now, any words in Indonesian to the Legian board riders and the Bali surfing community in general?
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to the Bali family, our friend, Selamat Jalan Febri. Terima kasih semuanya for always making everyone feel like family, always being there for each other, even for our brother that, not everyone was here, but everyone was there in spirit. Everyone sent their prayers, and I just love how everyone gets together for all kinds of moments, and it's a hard part of life, but it was a beautiful send-off that we had yesterday with everyone, and all the Indo boys were connected online. We're going to do one there for him as well. Thank you to everyone that was here for, like, showing their support and showing his love. He'll be so proud. He'll be so happy, too. And, yeah, just the Bali family, I love you guys. I want to send my love to the Padma boys, the Legion board riders. We lost a soldier. We lost a special one, but he's looking out for every single one of you guys, and he'll be there. He'll be in our hearts for the rest of our lives, and yeah.
Beautifully said, mate. You're not Indonesian, but you're flying the Indonesian flag fantastically. Really good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Let's get it.
Thanks, Binzi. Thank you. You can see just how emotional this past couple of days has been. It's been extremely tough. These post-heat interviews are obviously an opportunity to say thanks and to honour their friends. They're still, hard to do. They're kind of hard to listen to, but there's a lot of celebration in there. There's a lot of respect. There's a lot of honouring. And just for friends and family or anyone who's at home and watching and feeling, distressed about this, just know that the WSL has made counsellors available for all the competitors, for all the staff. There has been rock solid support, from the moment that this tragedy played out, and your friends and family are being looked after in the best way possible. There's been a lot of rallying. It's been incredible. And look at this. Wow, Joel Vaughan. Well, this is what it's about. It's about coming down here today after that celebration of Febri that went down yesterday, the paddle out. And today it's about the surfing. We just want to get out there, let it all hang out, as Binzi said. And it's a wonderful way to begin this healing, is by getting out there and doing what Febri loved to do more than anything, which is surf in heats, and have a blast doing it. The surf's cooking, and these surfers are on fire. Oh. So a beautiful air to reverse there from Jin Suzuki, but big scores locking in here for Jolie Vaughan. He's off to a flyer, a 9.17 for that big straighty, and an 8.43. So Joel Vaughan is really throwing down the gauntlet in this heat, True.
Yeah, I agree, and I reckon he's got a better score to come through as well. This is Marlon Harrison up and riding. Gets a nice first connection. Again for another one, and he's looking to get a finish, which he will. But I also really like that wave from Jin Suzuki prior as well, getting a little reverse on the finish. So, he's been pushing the limits throughout the whole event, so it's good to see him moving through the draw.
The regular footers, I almost feel like you won't see many lefts ridden by them today. The right is just setting up far out, like a big invitation for huge airs, big tail blows, or massive big pocket hacks. The lefts, they're kind of breaking away from the bank a little bit, or not the bank, the reef, the rocks, the man-made miracle that is this little harbour. But so the lefts also leave you with a really long paddle. You're going against the tide, against the wind, so there's definitely scores to be had on the lefts. But it's these rights that the regular footers in particular. And a 9.7, that's the replay of Joel Vaughan. Snap off the lip, big lofty frontside punt, and expect to see more of that as we wind through the day. Nice little air reverse here. And I think this is Joel's previous wave, so look at that.
Wow.
2 air revs on one wave. I mean, it's just the absolute buttery wind for the frontside air.
Yeah, isn't it? Jin getting another one behind. Nice first connection, then goes to the air as well. Gets the rotation for Jin. That was a 5.67. So he's getting himself into this heat. Both Marlon and I think it's pronounced Laiha have scores to lock in. I don't even know how the judges are going to score that last wave for Joel Vaughan's. Was pretty next level. Jin having a look here.
Yep. Here's Jin Suzuki. Puts it up. That wave backs off a little bit. And it looks like Jolie Vaughan is up and riding again, but gets out of that one. Huge total here for Joel Vaughan.
Oh.
Massive. A 9.17, 8.43. That is really up the top end of the scale.
Yeah.
All scores out of 10, of course, as all surf fans would know, but anyone who's tuning in for the first time. the two best rides of your heat. Both scores out of 10, and Joel Vaughan has got monstro numbers.
Oh,
Suzuki, he's sitting in that sort of very good range on the scale, 6.17 to 5.67. Marlon, what did he lock in there? A 6.17 for a series of really nice frontside turns. Looking for a backup score of a 5.67 to jump up into second. And Raya, he is looking for a 6.61. And here goes Joel again.
oh.
Beautiful release out of that top turn. Adding variety. Wow. Vicious snap. And, wow, it's been fun to watch this guy progress. His surfing in 2 years has gone from, a really elite junior level to a world-class standard. And I think we're going to see, him really capitalise on his experience from the Challenger Series from this year.
Yeah, I agree. He's just looking really in form. I feel like I love that wave, but I actually think it's just going to be a throwaway for him. He's got two pretty big numbers to come through. He's really run away with this heat.
This turn is awesome.
Oh, love that first turn. Gets a release, and then, as you said, that variety. Love that hard carb. That DHD is looking so good under his feet. He's recently made the swap.
That could throw his... That actually could throw his 8.43 away.
Yeah.
It was so well surfed.
Well, that wave that had the two air revs on it, 7.93, so that didn't go into his top two. And then he does have another score to lock in. And, wow, yeah, Joel has just really put on an absolute clinic for this heat. Wow.
Yeah, with another score 2 drop that is going to be big. Thinking, pretty sure the qualifiers for the ABB went down yesterday. North Shelley, how'd they go?
They got through. I'm pretty sure they got to the GF.
Great. Well, they're one of those clubs. Powerhouse performance. Jolie Vaughan, he's usually there.
Yeah.
Pulling on the rashy for them.
I know Huey was there competing for the team.
Here goes Marlon. And he'll get the first snap in. Looking for some sort of section to work with. Pulls the eject button on that one. Pulls it. Rips it. Is there yeah. Pushes it. Pulls the ripcord. Presses the eject button. That's how it goes. Either way, he was out of there.
He was out, yep.
13 minutes remaining. Really exciting surfing going down. It's a far out. It really sets us up for an amazing day of action if we're starting to see full rotors first thing in the morning. I mean, most air guys don't want to do airs before 11:30.
It's pretty next level, isn't it?
Your ankles and everything just feels a bit stiff in the mornings. Yeah. I mean, I know that all these elite athletes do all their training and get on their rollers and all that sort of stuff, but still, taken to the air so early.
I know. Joel's probably had about 2 chocky donuts, or strawberry donuts actually by now. He's probably out stoked to be in the air. I always see Joel and Huey with a strawberry donut. It's so funny.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is, like, say you're from, I don't know, if you're in the HPC.
Yep.
You're going up there, you're eating quinoa, you're eating kale, you're on the superfood, berry smoothies. If you're from the Central Coast, strawberry donut is elite level eating.
Yeah, they got a sweet tooth. I can't blame him, so do I.
Yeah, I think that's what Matt Wilco took Matt Wilco to number 1 in the world twice. Strawberry donuts. 12 minutes remaining here, so plenty of time. Look at the logjam going on in the fight for second. You got an 8.07 just gets dropped in here. So that is Rye's best wave so far.
Yeah, I think he might have gone left on that wave where we saw Jin go right and do that air reverse to finish. So would have got a couple of pretty decent turns, I'd say, on that left. 8.07 is a pretty good looking number.
It's a great number. I'm so curious to see what Joel got for that last right-hander. It was a 7.2, so you're right. It was a throwaway. The judges loving the airs today.
Yep.
They're going to score big. If you commit to a big first turn or a huge closeout section, plenty of height. Joel's I think really what separates his game from everyone else, not that everyone else can't do it in heats, but he is consistently getting so lofty.
Yeah.
You know, if he's doing airs in heats, he's not just sort of hitting the section and doing the big whip. He's really getting a lot of hang time, and it's a massive point of difference. Judges love it. More time in the air,
the better.
more height, and the bigger the score. So that's what we're looking at here from Jolie Vaughan. But, Ray has done an amazing job. An 8.07. He's backed that up with a 5.3 to be holding second. And that just pushes the requirement for Marlon and Jin to a 7.21. So, yeah, that last ride of Reyes is crucial.
Yeah, and Marlon.
Ooh, set wave here.
Oh.
First snap's clean. Comes over the lump. Struggling to find a rhythm. It has to be said. He's looking good when he's coming out of the lip. Looks good, but then hitting little bits of wobble and chop. He's just got to find that flow state and really unleash the damage that he's capable of.
Yeah, I agree. I think he knows what kind of wave he's looking for. I feel like Marlon wants to get to the air because he can really challenge that. But, you know, the waves that he's had just haven't really given him that opportunity. So, yeah, I don't know what he needs to do to kind of get in that rhythm of maybe what Joel Vaughan has done, just finding those waves that have those steep sections. But Raiha on answer back, wow.
That's a big manoeuvre from the man in green. Raya getting it done, and a big claim.
Yeah.
Extremely happy with that. Throwing away a 5.3. I think the big, reason for that reaction is he felt like he got some height. He felt like that was a critical air. Let's have a look here. Off the bottom. Well, you know what it is? It's less high and it's sort of more corked. He really hits it, throws the tail up. Everything about that turn was critical. So will it throw away the 5.3, which is his lowest score? You think it might, the way that they're scoring as this morning.
Yeah, it looks like a good wave. I'm curious to see if he got anything done before that, because that also might influence the score as well. I mean, he needs a 9.53 to go to first. He won't get it. Gets a 7.63 though. And wow, Joel Vaughan straight up and into it.
How comfortable is this guy getting off the lip? He just never looks like he's pushing it or stressed out or throwing the Hail Mary. It all looks completely in control.
Yeah, he honestly does. And I think, I don't know what wax he's using, but I think I might have to steal it because he has not fallen this whole time. But Jin and Marlon, they both now need 9.53s to go to second, which is a pretty big requirement. And, I mean, they're looking really solid. They just need to get the waves.
And looking at the left here.
Marzi.
Yep, Marzi's got a change of tact happening. You can see the left instantly, just even the way that he was trying to generate speed. It's breaking off the edge of the rocks there.
It kind of like bends
away from you, which is so much harder. Like generating power at a wave that's sort of pushing you away from the power source is just really tricky. You will see the odd sections stand up out there, and you will see goofies go left because that's what they do. They always look left, even if they're surfing Lennox Point. They're looking left in case there's a little left there. But they'll be looking at the rights today because they're really bowling in at the surfer. So lots more power and good platform to unleash. Wow, this has been a good performance from Joel Vaughan. And Raya, look at that though. I mean, they've put Jin and Marlon in a situation where they need pretty much a perfect score. Some sort of freakish thing that we haven't seen yet. And it'll have to be freakish because Joel Vaughan has already set the standard and it is way up there. Yeah,
the standard is really high, and that was a throwaway again, a 6 for that last wave of Joel. He's just, as you said, setting the standards high in this heat, and I guess for the rest of the day as well. 17.6 combination is solid. And he's looking like he's setting a good storyline for the rest of the day for himself.
Put me in the situation here for Jin and Marlon. 6 minutes remaining. You've worked with elite level coaches. I mean, what do they tell you when you're in a situation like this? What's the sort of go-to? Because it's a wind swell today. There's plenty of waves. Like there's no sitting around out there. So you can do it in 2. 6 minutes is plenty of time. What's your headspace when you find yourself in this situation?
I guess it depends, how you want to attack it. You can either focus on that one wave, 953, or as you said, you can break it into 15.7 combination. If you get 2 8s, you're sitting in a good situation. And I feel like for Jin and Marlon, 2 8s is probably a little bit more achievable. There's 5.5 minutes to go. As you said, plenty of waves, but it's more just that paddle out. They need to really get their arms. But, it's just having that belief. You got to have that belief in yourself that when you get the waves, you will get the scores.
I can think of possibly, 2 occasions where, there was less than 2 minutes on the clock. Surfers were starting to shake hands with the person. There was a classic one with John and Jamie O'Brien in a QS at Pipeline years ago. They shook hands. John had shook Jamie's hand and said, congratulations. Got 2 9s in, a minute and a half to win the event.
Wow.
Same thing happened, I think, with maybe CJ Hobgood and Parko in a final in Japan one year where Parko had him comboed, 3 minutes to go. CJ finds 2 scores and next thing wins the comp. So, this is probably the kind of narrative that you want to have in the back of your brain. It's less like, I'm out of rhythm, I can't do this, that sort of like head noise, and go more for the, people have been in this situation before, I've been in this situation before.
Yeah.
Just keep that energy up and the positivity rolling.
Totally, yeah. You got to just, silence any negative energy or head noise, as you said. You just got to silence all that and be like, you know what? I'm here to do a job. I know how to get 8s. Like, if you're Marlon and Jin and you're looking at Joel Vaughan, he's getting 8s for doing huge airs. And Marzi's great in the air. Jin is really good in the air as well. So if they can get waves up at that level, then they'll be really knocking on the door. But I think, 3.5 minutes time is going to be the enemy now.
The 2-wave option might be slipping away, but big shout out to Super Coach Jake Patterson. There was time on the clock, there was time to win. That's basically his philosophy.
Totally.
And he would get so cranky. If you came in with 3 seconds to go, he'd be cranky at you. But like, 3 seconds, come on.
Yeah, there's always opportunity.
And I mean, look at Gabe Medina. Now, there's a guy who basically spent his entire life looking at 1 foot waves on a 6 foot day and going, I can get a 9 out of that. So there's different ways to squeeze that lemon. True?
Yeah, 100%.
3 minutes. Joel Vaughan well and truly in control. Even Raya needs a 9.53 to catch him. Look at those 9.53s all clustered there. What's going on with that?
Wow. They're all, I feel like that's a big score. It's solid, so I feel like they have to really, they need to do better than Joel's 9.17 to get that. And I think when there was 6 minutes remaining, 2 waves was probably a bit more achievable. But Marzi, I think, no, that's Joel again.
Yep.
Wow.
Just puts up a little snap. He's finding some good sections. Oh, I thought, what's he going to do here? I mean, is he just going to throw it out to the flats and risk a favourite board? Or you're not thinking injuries when you're surfing this well. It doesn't go into your mind, but you've got to at least consider your equipment when you're breaded with a big section that could send you way out in front of it.
Especially a board that looks that good. I feel like if I was Joel, I'd be turning it back a little bit now.
And here's Jin Suzuki off the bottom. He'll throw a full rotation. And he really needed to. There was no point in going for the safety turn there. He's got to get close to a 10-point ride. It was a vicious move. Jin Suzuki's real the reflexes are just high twitch, aren't they? He's really, I've noticed his airs are just these real violent manoeuvres.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking electric, as well. In his last couple heats, he's just been going up and wow, Joel. Rare left.
Well, don't even worry about the wave running away from him. He's still able to get a big, powerful first turn off. He'll bring this right down the beach. Get a little section, maybe a little even a closeout turn here. On the right into the air, Rev.
Oh,
What?
my God.
This guy is on fire right now. And out the back, Marlon Harrison, he takes to the air and he gets it. Now, what can he do here? Big, powerful finishing turn.
Oh. Wow.
Whoa, what are the judges going to throw at this? He needs a 9.53 to progress. It's a big first air. He's going to try and get a second wave with 30 seconds to go, which I think might be the call.
He gets heaps of speed, and I love how he just straight up gets a rotation, landed pretty well, and then gets a little bonus section. That is going to be a pretty important score for Marlon because, as you said, if he can get another wave, he could be in contention, but I guess it just depends where that score comes through.
I think he's going to run out of time.
Yeah. Wow, I want to know where that score came for that last of Joel's. It's just really cool to watch.
Yeah, well, this heat is going to wind down, and regardless of what happens here, you would think that Joel Vaughan and Raya are going to be sweet, despite Marlon Harrison putting in a really strong final crack at it. We're going to take a quick break here from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We'll be back with more action very soon.
Welcome back. It's finals day here for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is Takumi Yasui just kicking out of that one, starting his campaign off in Heat 3 for the round of 16 for the men. He's taking on Dylan Moffat, Oni Anwar, and Keijiro Nishi. We saw Joel Vaughan progressing through that last heat with that man on screen there. That is Raiha Onu. Raiha putting on a great performance, but Joel just really running away with it. A 9.17 and an 8.43. He was, looking super, super strong. And you can see Marzi there coming in third. He got a 7 in that last couple of minutes. And True Starling joined in the booth with Dai Wacko. Good morning, Dai.
Good morning. How's the last heat?
It
Joel was on fire on every wave.
Yeah.
He got.
It was next level. He was just throwing away sixes and sevens and had that 8.43 and the 9.17 on his first two waves.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering when he was going to go for the big alley-oop like he did before.
Yeah. Saving it.
Saving for the finals.
Yes. Well, Takumi starting off with that 1.83. Another Japanese surfer in this heat, Keijiro Nishi. Oni Anwar from Indonesia and Dylan Moffat from Australia. That's the last heat winner. Jolie Vaughan from North Shelley Board Riders on screen there. Just, putting on an absolute clinic in that last heat. Really showing us, how good he is in the air, how in control he is. And, it was pretty next level to watch. You can see him with Vaughan there. I'm sure they'll have a chat very shortly. But Joel just really showing us that Challenger Series year, that second year I think he's had on the Challengers, has really grown his surfing and he's really just come into himself in heats.
Like, it's so good how quickly surfers can get improved by following the Challenger Series. So it's so important for every surface to just get on the stage.
Yeah, I agree. It's great to watch. This is live action though. Keijiro Nishi gets a nice backhand snap there, tries to get a finish, which he does. So got a little bit hung up, but he did recover pretty nicely for a finish for Keijiro. And while we're waiting on that score, we have Vaughan down there with the last heat's heat winner.
Yeah, thanks very much, True. Jolie Vaughan, a great start to the morning, mate. That thing got rockets or springs on it. What's the go?
I don't know. It goes really well. I actually went into the shaping bay when Darren made this board before I went over to Europe, so it feels a little special because our first board to feel without any glass on it, so it was real cool.
Mate, it's been a pretty tough few days. Obviously, a lot of emotion around the event with the passing of Febri. How good did it feel to just get back in the water and go for a surf?
Yeah, it felt good. I didn't get to surf yesterday. The wind was a bit on it, and but yeah, it was so sad to hear about the passing. And but it was good turnout yesterday for his paddle out, and it was special for everyone to come down and support. We've got such a good community in the surfing community, so yeah, but so sad.
Mate, it's going to be a massive day. We're going to get all the way through and crown a champion today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I actually had to calm myself down because I was so excited when I first turned up this morning. I was just like, I had to go get some waves, but I only allowed myself to get 3 waves just so I could come in and calm down. But yeah, I'm really excited for the rest of the day.
Awesome, mate. Well, we'll let you go. Congratulations on a fantastic result. One of the highest heat totals of the event so far, and plenty more to come.
Yeah, thank you.
On your Vaughnie. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughan. Live action right now. Keijiro Nishi, his first wave of 5.33. He has to get out of that one. But Keijiro, he's had a couple of really great heats throughout this event, but looks like Dylan Moffat and Ania Anwar also got waves during that time. We can see Joel and Marlon there having a bit of a chat. Unfortunately, Marzi getting knocked out, but, putting on a great performance, fighting till the end. First of Dylan Moffat, a 4.07 scores to come through for that first wave of Oni. This is a replay for that last one of Keijiro.
Wow, that's a great start of the first turn, and straight into the second and third turn. That's a money turn, and he barely made it out of the white water. That's a great ride from Keijiro. And this is from Dylan. Last wave. Into the air.
And wow, live action right now. Dylan Moffat up and riding again. It goes to the air, just can't quite find a finish. But Dill looking really solid. I think yesterday he was feeling a little bit under the weather, so he just, spent some time just chilling out. He came here for the paddle out and then, just took some rest. A few scores for Oni, 4.43 on his first wave, a 3.6 for his second. Second of Keijiro was a 2.1. We will move into the quarterfinals after the next heat, which will be Dakota Walters, Daiki Tanaka, Alistair Reginato, and Danny Widianto. This is Takumi Yasui flying down the line, finds a section, just can't get a finish. And he'll have to regroup, but we'll have 25-minute quarterfinals, and then we'll have, I think, 30 and semi-finals, and then 30-minute finals, I believe. There's plenty of waves out there. The wind is coming up. There's definitely some good air wind for the natural footers. Not too many left, though, today.
Probably everyone's looking for the air ramp of the wind. That's why probably everyone just, try to go to the rides.
Yeah. There's definitely good sections on the rides as well.
Definitely. It just looks like it's too windy from the webcast, but if you just watch from the outside, it's just pumping.
Yeah, it
breaking the perfect left and right.
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest days we've had here at Jinzun Harbor. Actually, it's the biggest day we've had.
I was kind of surprised this morning driving through the road, and I didn't see many swells before I came to here, to area this morning. But once I get to the event site, it just suddenly it's got twice bigger than yesterday, and Wow. I knew that this is going to be exciting day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great day of surfing. Great day to wrap up the event as well. We're doing it in honor of Febri Ania, who tragically passed away a few days ago. So all of the Indonesian surfers band together and they've decided that they want to surf in his honor here at Jinzun Harbor for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Live action though, Dylan Moffat having a look, unfortunately comes unstuck on that one that left, just running away a little bit too quickly. He needs a 337 right now, but smaller scores locked in. I feel like if someone gets a good wave, they can really start to run away with it.
They still, figuring out where to sit and what waves to catch. Especially after watching the last heat, it's just hard to be calmed down a little bit. Because they know that, there's so many opportunities to get great scores.
Yeah, absolutely. That last heat was full of 6s and 7s and 8s, and we saw that 9 from Joel. So, there's definitely good waves out there right now. Keijiro has the best wave of the heat, a 5.33. So he is looking to move into the quarterfinals. For the women's quarterfinals, we have them all set. The first quarterfinal, we'll see Nanaho Suzuki take on Minami Nonaka. And then the quarterfinal 2 will be Anon Matsuoka and Sarah Wakita. Quarterfinal 3 is Amuro Suzuki and Coral Durant. And then the last quarterfinal will be Rosie Smart taking on Paige Hara. But this is Keijiro Nishi on a good-looking left here. Got a couple of turns out the back. Waiting for this one to stand up. He's gaining some speed and puts it up there for a really solid finish. Wow.
That was great ride from Keijiro Nishi.
That was solid. I love how he just brought that last turn back under him just to get that stability. Let's have a look at the replay die.
There's a check-in turn for the first turn. A nice carve for the second turn and form climb, and I love how he didn't stay with the white water and just go to the next section and straight into the layback, and that was a great ride from Keijiro.
Oh, wow. Oni Anwar just finishing one off on the inside as well. We'll see whether he gets a proper completion there or not. Or if he got anything out the back as well. But really nice ride there from Keijiro. I loved that last turn. I thought he, encountered that section really well. This is a replay of that last one of Oni.
That was... I don't think that was what he was looking for. He was probably, definitely looking for the air ramp, but wave just didn't offer him for the air.
Yeah.
So, but still, great reverse. Decent scores coming in for sure.
Yeah, well, that last wave of Keijiro, a 4.8, so he currently has the best two waves of the heat of a 5.33 and a 4.8. Oni Anwar has a score to lock in. He needs a 5.7 to go to first. I don't think that will be it. This right here is the man in white, Takumi Yasui. Nice opening carve. And gaining some speed. Gets a nice section there. Just can't find a finish. So Takumi maybe pushing a little bit too hard right now. Those sections, even though they do look quite steep, it's a little bit gutless out there. There's not much push.
I agree. Seems like he's in the psychic mood right now and try to push hard to the section, and that has been not working out well for him. So still we have 18 minutes to go, so he must to be calm now and just do what he can do, and he gets scores.
Yeah, absolutely. So that last wave of Oni, 2.37. Last of Takumi, a 2.5. That's actually his best wave. He's not been able to put a solid score yet. He's looking for a 5.53. We can see a bunch of the Japanese and Australian surfers preparing for their heats or coming down to, you know, support the people that they're travelling with. Up next is Dakota Walters taking on Daiki Tanaka, Alistair Reginato and Dani Widianto. And, you know, 17 minutes to go, still a fair amount of time. Dylan Moffat looking for a 3.97. Takumi a 5.53. Just want to say a quick shout out to anyone that may be watching from North Narrabeen Board Riders. Congratulations qualifying for the ABB Grand Final yesterday. Wow. Davey Cathles was putting down 9s pretty much and 8s in every heat. It was amazing to watch. Great result to see. And huge congrats to Ruby True as well. First debut in ABB was pretty next level. So Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen as well here, flying the flag for the Pirates. You can see K0 asking for a situation there. Looks like Dylan using his priority on this one. Paddles hard, gets into it, takes his time off the bottom here. This wave starts to flatten out, but he goes to the air, tweaks it a little bit and gets a landing. He needs a 3.97 to move up into second place. We'll see where that score comes through for Dill. Looking like it's starting to lock in with 16 minutes to go.
Well, round of 16 in QS 5000 is pretty important for the Asian ranking right now. Especially the first, second, and third surfers got knocked out. So probably getting into the quarters will be changing the whole Asian ranking. So yeah, it's very important heat for both Keijiro and Takumi. Well, and Oni as well as Dylan.
Yes, super important. That last wave of Dylan, 3.23. That gets him up into... Well, actually, sorry, that's not enough. He needs a 3.97. We can see Dakota Walters on screen there, preparing for his next heat, that round of 16. Dakota's been looking on fire all events, so excited to see what he brings to the table with these sections out there. We know he's good in the air. Well, he's great in the air, really. So we'll see what Dakota can bring, but he's taking on Daiki Tanaka, Alistair Reginato as well, and Dani Widianto. So that will finish off the round of 16. No change to this heat though. Keijiro Nishi still in the lead. Oni Anwar holding second place. Dylan Moffat needs a 3.97. And Takumi Yasui a 5.53.
Oh.
This is
Takumi.
Oh. Just gets a little bit caught up, but that wave doesn't cooperate with him. It's unfortunate for Takumi. You can see he's maybe struggling there with a bit of back and forth in his mind, so he just needs to regroup.
He needs to regroup again, and he just needs to be... Well, probably he is calmed down. And like he said in the last heat, he was too focused on the first half of the heat. And after that, he decided to just enjoy surfing mode. So probably he needs to do that again.
Yeah.
Just under 14 minutes ago, just enjoy surfing and with the 3 other surfers with pumping waves. And still, you know, just under 14 minutes and plenty opportunities out there.
Yeah.
So.
Did you get out in the water this morning, Dad?
No, I didn't.
No.
Did you?
No, not this morning. I stayed in the city last night with my sister and we got up very early this morning and I was like, there's no way I'm going surfing right now. By the time we got here, I was like, I think I'm going to go make myself another coffee. But I am regretting that decision because it actually looks super fun out there. 13 minutes to go in this heat. And Keijiro just walking away with it right now, 5.33 and a 4.8. But, you know, if someone gets in the 6s, they can really rattle some cages in this heat.
Yeah, like once one surfer puts like 8 and 9s, every other surfer just follows that routine,
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, that last heat was insane for waves. It was insane for surfing. So we'll see if we can see some excellent scores be locked in. Joel just starting off with an absolute bang with 17.6 heat total, 15.7 for Laiha, 13 and 11 for Marlon and Jin. That is Danny Widianto and Dakota Walters on screen there, getting ready for their next heat. All of the Indonesian surfers are here surfing for their mate Febri in honour of him, in celebration as well. So 12 minutes to go in the third heat of the day, and then 25-minute quarterfinals and semi-finals.
And semi-finals. And the finals are 30 minutes.
Yeah, back to 30 minutes for the finals. So we will have champion crowned today. It's finals day for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We've had a great event so far. I feel like we're going to see some epic surfing coming up later as well.
Definitely, with the pumping waves. And I think waves are getting bigger and bigger towards the afternoon.
Oh, awesome. Wow, Dylan Moffat releasing the tail on that one.
That was a solid turn.
I don't know.
That was I'm not a judge, but it was hard to say complete.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, I don't think that was complete. I'm definitely biased towards Dylan. He's a good friend. He's a good human. But yeah, I don't think that was a ride out. I think he kind of kicked out a little bit too early. So we'll see where that comes through, if he got anything out the back to maybe put him up into second place. A 3.97 is not a big requirement for the North Narrabeen surfer, coming down to 10.5 minutes to go. Keijiro still holding the lead with that 5.33 and a 4.8. Tell me a bit about Keijiro. He recently won an event.
One of the Japanese national events, and he's a national champ for 2023 this year and 2021 as well.
Wow.
He's a very strong, smart competitor, and he trains every day, surfs every day, just focusing his surfing. That was the big air was from probably Oni.
Yeah,
I would say
like
I can tell by his style without knowing the color of the jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. So Oni putting down another nice wave there, just not finding a finish.
Looks like everyone's having a hard time to, making the last turn.
Yeah, that last wave of Dylan Moffat, just a 1.13, not going into the top two. He's still looking for a 3.97 and a 5.53 for Takumi. It seems like right now those scores are difficult to get regardless of that last heat, seeing 8s and 9s. Looks like Dylan having a look at this one. He is gaining some speed. Nice first turn. He just needs to find a finish here. Gets a solid backhand connection, whipping it around.
It was, like a first top turn and one solid turn, but still the last turn was big, solid tail release from Dylan.
That was super solid.
Here's a replay. Yeah, nice, just cutting back top turn, but this turn is a solid tail release, and he made it. It was great surfing from Dylan.
Yeah, solid surfing. Scores locking in for that last wave of Dylan Moffat. It's enough to change the situation. A 4.37. He moves into second place. He needs a 5.76 to go to first. Oni Anwar now down into third. Oni looking for a 4.01. And Takumi's requirement has gone up to a 5.94, which will have to be the best wave of the heat. And as you said, Takumi in his last heat, in the round of 32, he had a really quiet start for the first, I'd say, 20 minutes. And then in the last 10, he really started to ramp it up. He was able to just enjoy surfing, enjoy being out in the water. So he needs to tap into that again.
Exactly, but I think he's in that kind of mood right now because he's being a little bit quiet over this 3 or 4 minutes. So there's still plenty of times, and he knows that he can do it. So he just waiting for the wave to come, needing 5.94. Now Oni needs 4.01 to get back to the second place. Just over 7 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, so time is starting to dwindle away. Dylan Moffat getting that 4.37 on his last wave. And 7 minutes to go. Keijiro Nishi holding down the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.8. He's been a little bit quiet, but holding priority right now. So we'll see if he can better that 4.8 and make the requirement a little bit harder for Dylan Moffat to take the lead off him. Oni Anwar, though, holds second priority, and he needs a 4.01 to go to second, so not a big requirement, but Dylan Moffat, super lethal on his backhand. Nice first turn, again for a second one. And even finds a little inside connection here for Dylan. Nice turn there. He's looking solid. I really liked that wave.
That was probably one of the best waves ridden in this heat, probably. There's a nice tight two turns. Well, here's live action from Keijiro.
So that last heat we saw a whole bunch of rights. This heat we're seeing lefts now getting ridden and probably offering a little bit more opportunity. Each heat changes, which is exciting because you never know what you're going to get, but scores to come through. Last one of Keijiro didn't go into the top two. Waiting on this score, though, for Dylan Moffat to see if it's going to change the situation. Talk me through it, Dai.
It was a tight section, but he managed to put two solid turns, and so lucky that he could connect to the inside and just get to the bonus section right there. Probably it's gonna be his best score, and it is 6.17.
Oh, wow. Now Takumi just finding a good-looking left. Has to kick out, though, because he's just a little bit far behind that last wave of Dylan Moffat. 6.17 puts him up into the lead. Keijiro needs a 5.22 now. Takumi looking for a 7.63 to go to second. Oni Anwar's requirement, a 5.7. So Oni holding first priority. Needs a score, 4 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Will the situation change right now? Dylan just holding down the lead with a 6.17 off that last wave, looking solid. And yeah, will Oni get another opportunity, a 5.22? Sorry, a 5.7.
Well, we can, hear cheer from the beach. Everyone's cheering, so probably the sets are coming in the lineup.
Yeah, that's Rizal Tanjong, and we saw Varun there as well. This is Oni up and riding, looking for a 5.7 on his backhand. Gets another nice turn in there. This wave starting to steepen up. Oh, unfortunately, just a bit of a fumble there, but recovers nicely for a finish. Looking for a 5.7 to get to second place. Wondering what he did out the back, if it was anything solid, but you can see some jumping there. Is that going to be the requirement for the Indonesian surfer of Oni Anwar? Scored to lock in for blue. 3.5 minutes to go. So will he have enough time to get back out the back and another wave if he needs it? Because a 5.7 is a big requirement. Let's have a look, Dai.
That's a quick turn from Oni and tried to connect to the inside. Wave didn't offer too much for the first half, but this one, he went to the right for the air, and now he gets a bonus section right there inside. So he needs 5.70.
Yeah, it looks like he locked in a 3.97, so it was not the score he was looking for. Needs a 5.7. 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go. He needs to really just motor out the back and get another opportunity. Takumi is looking for a 7.03. Hasn't been able to just lock in a solid score yet. But Dylan Moffat, bit of a quiet start. Now he's come back into it. 6.17 and a 4.37. Keijiro Nishi looking really good right now with a 5.33 and a 4.8. But is he going to be able to hold on to that second place with 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go? We can hear some yelling and cheering from just behind us is the athlete area. So more often than not, we can hear yells and screams when there's good waves being ridden and, you know, awesome exchanges going down. This is Oni Anwar. Wow, nice connection. And he likes the feeling of that one. That was a solid air. Gets the grab as well. So Oni, 5.7. He is looking for 1 minute 30 seconds to go. He doesn't think he's going to be able to make it out the back in time, so he's going to turn around and make his way in. Keijiro Nishi right now needs to get a wave because depending on what happens.
That was definitely better air reverse than the last one. That's for sure. That's Keijiro Nishi. Nice first section. Nice turn for the second turn and straight into the third.
Wow.
He gets the finish. Wow. Nice answer back from surfing green Keijiro Nishi. Just under 1 minute remaining. Wow, that was great surfing from Keijiro and great surfing from Oni too. We are still waiting for the scores coming in for both Oni and Keijiro, and here's a replay of Oni's.
Wow. Solid air reverse, getting the grab. I think 6.07. He goes into second place. Keijiro has a score to lock in. I feel like he is going to get that 5.18. It's not a big score. And 20 seconds to go. I think Oni could still be in trouble.
Wow.
Wow. This is really close. Dylan Moffat up and riding here. Just lazy air reverse. Just pulls it out whenever he needs to. 8 seconds to go. Scores for Keijiro to lock in. He needs a 5.18. It looks like Takumi won't get another opportunity. So will that score be enough for Keijiro to move into second place?
This is gonna be close. Judges are thinking,
wow,
taking a long time for the last wave from Keijiro Nishi. Needing 5.18. Here's a replay. I love how he floats a section and straight into the second down. And another one, and he gets a finish right here. That's a great combination from Keijiro.
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go for Keijiro Nishi. 5.18 is his requirement. We'll stick with this because that's Dylan Moffat. He is currently leading this heat. But will this score? We can see Keijiro just making his way out, waiting to see if this score is going to be enough. No indications just yet. Starts to lock in. Looks like it's going to be the score. 5.57. Keijiro goes into the lead. Dylan Moffat down to second. Oni just missing out in third. Takumi coming in fourth. Don't go anywhere. We have the last heat of the round of 16 coming up right after this quick break.
All right, welcome back everyone to the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 down here at Jinzun Harbor in the beautiful Taitung County. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my sister True Starling. That last heat was so close, it came all the way down to the last 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, pretty much. Keijiro was needing a score because Oni moved up into second place. That's us. Hi. Yeah, it was a really close heat, and then Keijiro ended up getting a score to actually take him into the lead. Dylan Moffat went down into second, and then Oni Anwar unfortunately coming out in third by 0.04. So really close between Dill and Oni. Takumi just couldn't quite put, a heat together, but we can see him there. He's looking really solid, had a great round of 32 heat, but this round of 16 is going to be a great one.
Yeah, it is. It's the final heat of the round. Alistair Reginaldo taking on Daiki Tanaka, Danny Widiato, and Dakota Walters. So, yeah, it's one of every single heat in this round has been pretty stacked, and it would be really hard to pull any one of these heats, but this one's looking especially difficult. Alistair opening out with a 2.5. We've seen him lock in some pretty big scores all event. He got a 9-1 just in a few rounds earlier for his strong, powerful backside surfing. And I'm sure that all of the North Shore board riders and the Sunny Coast friends and family are definitely tuning in. And Dakota Walters, if we're talking on Australians, he's been really impressive as well. But we'll get back to that. Here is Alistair up and riding. So calves for that first section. Hoping that this one stands up a little bit more. Smaller looking wave, makes the most of it, takes to the air. So Alistair trying to back up and improve on that 2.5. But yeah, like I was saying, just checking the board there. Maybe something's wrong, but seems to be okay. Dakota's got a full bag of tricks, and he's just been kind of exploding on every wave. Here we go. Alistair finding a bucket in the middle of the lineup. While he was checking his board, maybe he hit the bucket on that last wave. Daiki Tanaka, he is always one to watch. We always see him travel really far into the draw, whether it's a co-sanctioned event or just an Asian series regional event. So I'm excited to see what he can do. And then Danny Widianto, he's been on fire. He's been looking really electric all event so far. Here we go. This is Dakota up and riding. Nice first carve, looking for the air again, but unfortunately can't make that one work. I feel like maybe it looked a little bit awkward for him from the start going into it. So Dakota, he's the most reliable aerialist. I feel like one of the most in this draw. So we'll definitely see him take to the sky again. But that last score for Alistair of 5.33.
Yeah, Alistair's looking really good. As you said, getting that 9, he's looking solid and really in control. I think Danny Widianto out there surfing for his mate Febri Ania as well as Kian. Had a very emotional post-heat interview after Kian's heat. So it's great to see the Indonesian surfers banding together and supporting each other. This is Danny up and riding, getting a couple nice turns, flying down the line. He's probably looking for an air section and unfortunately doesn't get a finish. But you can see the intentions that he has taken into this heat with 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can really pull out of his bag of tricks. But yeah, the boys definitely surfing for something more than themselves today. I feel like a lot of the competitors are as well, but especially those Indonesian boys. They're all like family, and I was just sitting down there with Kailani and Katut, and they were cheering on Oni, cheering on Kian in that opening heat. So that family mentality is still definitely down here for them, and I'd love to see one of them go all the way.
Yeah, it would be pretty special to see that. But Dakota Walters 247 for his first wave. Alistair just really, hitting his strides right now. 5.33, best wave of the heat so far. 2 heats ago, we saw Joel get a 917 and an 843.
Yeah.
And I think Raiha got an 8. We saw Marzi lock in a 7 and some 6s. So that was a really, really high scoring heat. But that last heat and this heat, it's been a little bit slow on those, excellent scoring rides. So hopefully towards the back end of this one or in the next 24 minutes, we can see some solid waves be ridden.
Well, we're going to throw down to Dai, who's with probably an extremely happy Keijiro Nishi right now.
お疲れ様でした。今ヒート上がってきて、いや2番ですよって言って確認したらしっかり最後の波で1番になって上がっていましたが、最後まで結構プライオリティをしっかりホールドしているイメージだったんですが、あれはこのやっぱりもう1本ライディングが必要だっていうのを分かった上での、プライオリティをホールドしてたんでしょうか。
そうですね、バックアップが 4.8 でちょっと低かったんで、ちょっと相手の波をブロックしつつ自分のスコアを伸ばせるっていうのをちょっと意識してたんですけど、思ったよりもちょっと波となんていうんですか、ピークが広くてなかなかこうブロックできるようなシチュエーションじゃなかったんですけど、最後ちょっと出せたんでよかったなと思います。
So he was holding first priority for a quite long time in the last 10 minutes, and his plan was to just better his last backup score or like block other surfers. But once in the water, it's kind of really big and wide today because the waves are bigger, and so he didn't use priority as blocking, but still he managed to get a better score, so he was lucky. では、お話ししてた時に、フェブリー選手と今回一緒に行動してたということで、とても悲惨なことがあった後のヒートだったんですが、やっぱりヒートに入ってこう気持ちも吹っ切れたといいますか、クリアというか、集中することができたでしょうか。
いや、もう常に見てくれてるんだろうなと思って、ちょっともうかっこ悪いところは見せれないなっていう感じだったんで、ちょっと自分のサーフィンはうまく出せなかったんですけど、そこで、次につなげられたのは良かったなと思います。
So he was actually spending a lot of time in Taiwan with Febri, and yeah, so he was very sad about what happened to him, but still today he was happy to be back in the water, and he knew that he was there to watch him over. So he was thinking he can't do he has to show what he can do, and he did in the last season, so he was very happy about that. ではいろいろなたくさんの方が、ライブを見てくれていると思います。この後クォーターファイナルと続きます。メッセージの方お願いいたします。
次も自分のサーフィンをしっかり出せるよう、頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in the next seat, and back to you guys.
Awesome, thank you so much, Dai, and thank you, Keijiro. So, really moving stuff there from Keijiro as well. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard day for a lot of the competitors, but everyone was ready this morning to show up and give it their best, and yeah, I'm loving seeing what everyone's doing. But during that interview, we actually locked in a 717 for Dakota Walters, who was up and riding right on cue. And out the back behind him, looking like Danny Widianto, takes to the sky, and wow, really impressive stuff from our Indonesian surfer.
Yeah, that was solid. And then Alistair Reginato, once again on the answer back. Nice opening carve for Alistair. And then straight up and into it. Unfortunately, he can't get a finish. But, Alistair's looking really solid. I really like that wave, though, from Danny Widianto.
Yeah, me too. The airs have definitely been scored pretty high all morning. We're going to get a replay of this last one with Danny. So he sees this section, streaks down the line, and that was huge. That was a massive air from Danny. Really impressive stuff from our surfer in green. Alistair's going to lock in a score as well. He's got a 5.33 and a 2.5. I'm not sure that last one's going to do too much for his scoreline. But we're going to say goodbye to True Styling and welcome back in our fellow commentator, Dai Wacko. But yeah, I'm really excited to see where that score goes. I'd love to know what Dakota did for his 717 as well. I'm sure it would have been a pretty big aerial maneuver. But Dai, just getting back from chatting with Keijiro, that was a really cool interview that you did with him.
So he was saying he's spending a lot of time here in Taiwan with Febri, and that was such a just strategy. And Febri was actually surfing in a Japanese circuit event in Bali, It's like a Japanese and Indonesian surf event held in April, I think, and he won the Febri won the event.
Oh wow.
You know, so there's a lot of Japanese that know Febri, and the Japanese community the surfing community is very sad about what happened, and yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few of the Japanese competitors, and yeah, I think there's a lot of heartbreak around the event today, that's for sure. But everyone's surfing for love, and doing it for more than themselves on this finals day. We knew it was going to be windy when we came down, and then when we rocked up this morning, it was kind of pumping. That wind has really puffed up now, but just to catch up on this heat so far, Dakota a 717 and a 247. We're not sure what he did for the 717 though, so we'll have to wait and see. But Danny Widianto just one solid air on that last wave, locked in a 6.83, and it was really impressive. So I'm excited to see if he can do that more. And then Alistair, a 2.5 and a 5.33. As he pulled off his 5.33, he actually hit a bucket, like a proper bucket, like a big white Tupperware bucket in the line.
Wow.
And our producer, Sam, loved to make a joke of saying Alistair Reginato throwing buckets. So thanks, Sam, for that dad joke. Here we go, Dakota.
Oh my!
Oh, that was so close.
That would have been
a big score. Yeah, that was really impressive from Dakota.
Wow. But Daiki has been really quiet the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, which is quite unusual from Daiki.
Unusual.
Usually he catches lots of waves in his heats.
Yes, exactly. So, wow.
Yeah, needs a combination of two scores right now. 10.07. I thought the same thing as well. Usually we see Daiki kind of take off. He's usually got the inside at the start of the heat. He's a really strong competitor. So, but he knows what he's looking for. He's probably looking for those little ramps that we saw Joel Vaughan take advantage of just a few heats ago. But then again, maybe he's just not sure. Maybe he should go left. Who knows? But
I had an interview with Kajiro, and he was saying that because the waves are way bigger than the last few days, so once you're in the water, it's like huge out there, like a massive area. So you kind of it's kind of easy to get lost in the water actually. So probably Daiki is just trying to figuring out where to sit right now.
Yeah, and you can even tell just looking on screen. There's so much water moving out there. I feel like if you go left, you're never going to make it back to that takeoff spot on the right, because there's just a bit of a current that just pushes you down, and it's really hard to know.
You can tell from the webcast, the wave just moving left to right so hard.
Yeah, the water's moving so fast, and I feel like the lefts aren't really offering too much today anyway. Those little right rip bowls, they look extremely fun. But yeah, Danny Widianto, that last wave at 3.67 moves him up into the lead. So coming down to the halfway mark, Danny Widianto, holding down first place. Dakota 717 and 2.9, but he definitely would have got a pretty major score if he had have pulled off that last turn. And Alistair, we can't count him out. He's been so impressive all events so far. I feel like he's definitely a momentum surfer though. Once he finds his groove, he kind of builds on that. So he's probably just going to take off on a few more, try and get his rhythm in, and then we'll probably see him go pretty crazy after that, I'm sure of it. But he's only needing a 4.75 to move up into second. And in about 15 minutes, we'll have the quarterfinals locked in and ready to go for the men.
Wow, that'll be exciting heat coming up.
And we've got the call, so quarterfinals are going to go back down to 25 minutes, as well as semi-finals, and then we'll see a 30-minute final for both the men and the women. But I reckon we should look at the women's quarterfinals, because they're coming up in the next 15 minutes. So quarterfinal number 1, Nanaho Suzuki and Minami Nonaka, which I think is a massive heat, because Nanaho's been on fire, her backhand's been lethal, but Minami's looking so aggressive and so laser focused and on point at the moment.
And they're both Roxy rider and coming 4th and 5th in the ranking.
Yeah,
it's going to be a big matchup.
Definitely is. There's big points on the line. If you finish second in the quarterfinals, you're still going to walk away with a 5th place, which is 2,282 points. So it's pretty good points to bank in this event. And then quarterfinal number 2, here's one you'll like, Dai. Anon Matsuoka versus Sarah Wakita, who are first and second on the rankings.
First and second in the ranking.
Taking on each other in the quarterfinal. And Sarah, she locked in 2 high 7s in her last heat, and I believe Anon as well. So, Anon's always so laser focused. She took out the Krui 5000, then she took out the Philippines just last week, and I bet she's trying to back it up again and get another 5,000 points here. But Sarah, she's such a strong competitor. She's too good to ride out. So we'll see how that heat pans out. I'm excited to watch that one. And then quarterfinal number 3, Amuro Suzuki versus Coral Durant. So there's one of the 2 Aussies left in the draw, and Coral's used to conditions like this, some big windy conditions. She surfs, her wave at home is usually big, it never really gets small, so she's kind of used to surfing in waves of power, and she actually loves it. So that'll be a great heat. And has also won a World Junior title in pretty similar conditions to this.
It was a wild condition back in the 2019 for the World Junior.
Yeah, against Alyssa Spencer in the final. And then quarterfinal number 4, the finishing heat for the women's, Rosie Smart taking on Paige Harrop. And I believe that's a rematch of the Nia semi-final. And Paige got Rosie. So I'm sure Rosie's trying to come back for a bit of redemption.
So 4 exciting heats are coming up for women's quarterfinals.
Yeah, so after this heat, we still have plenty more action. Women's quarterfinals, men's quarterfinals, women's semis, men's semis, women's final, men's final. So
Big
massive day.
Massive days.
Yeah, we've got a lot of work to get done today, a lot of heats to run through. There will be no downtime, but we should be finishing around the 3:30, 4 o'clock mark for a pretty cool ceremony this afternoon, closing ceremony and presentation. But right now we should focus on, these 4 men in the water, 11 and a half minutes.
Oh,
Daiki.
He's still been quiet.
So quiet.
Nearly 20 minutes. It's still... Well, now he needs, over 10 points, so he needs at least 2 5s. So he knows that he needs to get the right ones, like decent waves to get scores.
Yeah, and I'm sure, he usually sits with and gets ready for his heats with Sarah, Tenshi, Raiha, like a really strong group of Japanese competitors. So I'm sure they're all watching nervously, wishing a wave to come his way. Raiha had a really impressive round of 16 heat, so he was moving into the quarterfinals, locking in an 8 and a 7. So really exciting stuff from Raiha. He's coming off his best result this year was a 3rd place in India.
Yes, exactly.
So he's probably looking to get something similar over here. Big points.
But this is going to be his best, result in the QS. Is the QS 5000 quarterfinals. That's a big result.
Yeah, big results. Yeah, and, even if he can make it through to the semis, let's say, and say he gets 3rd place, that's 3,042 points. Wow. That's massive.
Massive.
That's more points than what Tenshi would have got for winning India. So we'll see how the rest of the day pans out. 20 minutes down in this heat, Daiki Tanaka hasn't got to his feet yet.
He's having a paddle right now, so hopefully to see his surfing.
Here we go. I don't think this is green. This is Danny Widianto up and riding. Nice first carve. Takes to the air again. Can't.
That was close. Here's Daiki waiting for 20 minutes. Floats that section. And straight into the second time.
It was a good wave. I feel like that was a long time to wait for a wave like that,
Exactly.
And now he's left Dakota and Alistair out the back, who are 2 really informed surfers right now. I feel like if Danny had pulled off that last air, that would have been a massive score. He definitely wants to drop that 3.67. because Dakota and Alistair and Daiki, they're all too good just to leave that door slightly ajar. So 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go. This heat has really flown by, and yeah, I'm interested to see where that first score is going to come in at for Danny. There it is, just a 4. Here's a replay of Danny Widianto carves that section. This is the air we love, but just can't pull it under. And then, yeah, Daiki, a 4-point ride for this wave, so gets a bit of a float down there, gets round here, and yeah, wasn't.
I don't think it was, what he was looking for, but
No.
still 4.0 for the last ride from Daiki, and needing 608, which isn't a big score, but Danny and Dakota's backup score is only like 2s and 3s.
Yeah, really small. Here we go. Dakota Walters up and riding. Takes to the air for that first one. Tries to get more down the line. Isn't going to get that much. Needs a 3.33 to take the top spot off Danny. So we'll see where that one comes in at. But yeah, we've got big scores there for green and red, just like you were saying, Di. But yeah, they just really need to drop those backup scores to ensure that they're progressing through this heat. Because, yeah, I feel like the door is still wide open for anyone to kind of walk away with the win. It looks like we're going to have a paddle from green. Danny Widianto trying to take to the sky again. Makes it this time, so that's a better looking wave for Danny. Has to improve on 367. Alistair, massive air from Alistair and gets the landing, so really exciting stuff right now from Danny and Alistair. And I have a feeling we're going to have some pretty big scores coming in.
That was a great air, like a nice big high, in control. That was a great air. And Dakota in the air. Wow, that was a big air from Dakota.
That would have been pretty ridiculous if he had have landed that. So I reckon we're going to have some pretty big scores coming in for green and white. I think white will get the jump on green. It looking like Daiki got a wave as well. He's got a score to lock in. So scores for all 4 surfers, 6 minutes 40 seconds to go. You can see it's a hard paddle back out today. There's so much water moving. The waves are so consistent. We're going to get replays. So Danny streaks down the line on this one, sees this section, takes to the sky, gets pretty tail high and gets the landing. And then here's Alistair's die.
This is a better round right there, and tails high and nice and like in control.
And then Dakota on this one. This is a good looking wave, and he's just racing down the line, sees this section, goes for it, but just can't pull it off. So still exciting surfing there from Dakota. Daiki, we're not sure what he got done. Might have gone left. Could have just been a takeoff pull-off. It was a 3.67 for Daiki. So not a massive score. And Dakota's isn't going to increase his lineup from first indications. So it really comes down to Danny's last wave and Alistair's, with 5.5 minutes to go.
So their backup score is just 3s and 2s. So these airs will be changing their backup scores. So Daiki needs work to do. Just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Daiki's definitely got a bit of work to do, but he's such a powerful surfer, and we've seen him being so impressive all event. This is really uncharacteristic from Daiki, so we won't count him out just yet though, because he's just too good. Not too, but first indications of that score from Alistair, a big score, 7.73, takes him straight up into the lead. Now, Danny needs a 6.24 off the back of that last one. We'll see where that air comes in at. But I would think he increases his 3.67, but we'll just have to wait and see. The judges just seriously analysing that last one of Danny. Scores come in and improves his situation, a 4.5. Now Dakota in third, needing a 4.16. Here we go, up and riding.
Wow,
really nice first carve.
Going to the end.
Wow, pulls it off.
That's a great combination from Dakota. And here is Daiki Tanaka.
Wow.
That's a big, solid back-end turns from Daiki, and it's still connecting to the inside. And the second turn.
Yeah, that's a great wave from Daiki. Still going down the line. He's hoping to get one more section to really put the exclamation mark on this.
And
Gets
he
a turn. We're stuck behind a lens of a cameraman.
Gets a bonus section too. So now Dakota needs 4.16 and Daiki needs 7.33. I would say both of the waves are going to be close to what they need.
I agree. I feel like that was definitely Daiki's best wave, and Dakota only needing a 4.16 got a really nice opening wrap and then finished the wave off with an air. So yeah, really impressive stuff from Daiki and Dakota. Here we go. Dakota's up and right again, looking for more down the line. Isn't going to get what he's after. Now, 3 minutes 15 to go. Alistair's out the back with priority. Danny with second, so you'd think that they'd get another opportunity to both increase their scoreline. Danny's having a look at this one. We've got a paddle. Racing to get around this first section. Takes to the sky, but unfortunately can't pull that one under, so needs to do more because I feel like his second position is definitely vulnerable right now. Alistair just a quick up and out. There's a lot going on right now.
In the last 5 minutes, and we are still waiting for all surfers' score to lock in. But the ninth wave from Dakota will be, I would say, the big score, because I love how he just carved down the top to, bottom and straight into the air reverse. So it's gonna be a good score.
Wow.
And the 8.77 for the Dakota's wave, and now he's in the lead. Wow.
Yeah, so Dakota back into the lead, 8.77. The judges loved it just as much as you did, Dai. So we're going to get a replay of this last one of Daiki. We'll see what this score comes in at. So he gets an opening carve. This wave stands up perfectly here. Strong backside turn. I love how patient he is for this next section. Goes up again. And then again, he's so patient. Wants to get more work done. We're not sure if he rode out of that last one. And then this is the 8.77. Strong opening carve. This is a hard section to do an air in. Gets projection, gets tail high, and brings it back under him for a really clean land. So 8.77 really rewarded really nicely. Daiki locking in a 5.4, so he's still in striking distance too. All eyes on Danny and Daiki needing a 6.24 and a 7.67.
Well, with this kind of condition, these scores are not big. It's once they are on the right waves, it's just easy to get the right scores. So just over 1 minute remaining, it's just a matter of the waves. If the waves come through.
Looks like someone's having a paddle down the line. It's Dakota Walters. He can probably say he's safe in first place right now. Looking for another air section. Wow, goes big and fast. Gets a really strong spin on it. Alistair definitely had a paddle for that wave then. Yep, priority has changed. So now 45 seconds. Danny has priority. Needs a 6.24. Will a wave come through? Maybe something coming down the line now. But here we go. Daiki looking for something big on this end section. Lays into it. Wow. Strong turn there for Daiki.
That's a solid turn from Daiki.
Alistair with 20 seconds. Huge air. Can he ride out? No, he can't. Is there another opportunity for Danny? 15 seconds to go. Dakota's going to take another wave. Looking for an air section. Just gets kind of a cool little tweaked out air, but that looks like no more opportunities for our surfer in green. We've got scores to lock in for white, blue and red. I don't think the last of reds will come into play, nor will whites. It's blues that we're really looking for. Needed a 7.67, came in and it was under. It was a 4-point ride. So that is it. Men's round of 16 has been wrapped up. We are going to move into the women's quarterfinal, but first we're just going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more action.
Should I stay?
I think Vaughan was gonna.
Don't worry about Rollo. He'll be right.
Me?
Yes.
Let's do it. I really like that shirt. No more sleeve bugs from you, okay? I'm watching you. I'm gonna come back with, hey guys, I'm Vaughan Blakey. Joined in the booth, but just starting.
Yeah.
Look at that, that's so cute.
No. Have you done any bow and arrow shooting over here?
No.
Any log running?
No.
Any sand sumo?
Yes,
Yes.
with my sister. Just
Any,
down the beach.
Any log spinning?
No.
Any grain pulverising?
No. Drums?
Yep.
Dances?
Oh,
Okay, thanks, Sam. I've done surfing. Have done that. Have surfed since I've been here.
oh, good. Yeah. Be weird if you didn't.
Yeah, I think so.
Look, underwater letterbox. Where is it?
I actually want to go do this. I reckon it'd be quite cool.
To post some letters underwater.
Yeah,
Okay.
look at it.
I think actually it might be some sort of like ceremony.
Back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 event down here at the beautiful Jinzun Harbor. I'm Vaughan Blakey, joined in the booth by just starting. No, just kidding.
Yes,
I'm
queen.
just starting.
Yes,
Joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey, and we are calling the first quarterfinal heat of the women's Nanaho Suzuki. We actually called her last heat together, taking on Minami Nonaka. So a really stacked heat. And if you're a fan of either of these ladies, I totally get it because they're both really impressive surfers.
They've been incredible throughout the course of this event, and I'm just so pumped because we're finally into this surfer-on-surfer action, quarterfinals, QS 5000, big points up for grabs. The ratings have kind of been thrown out the window because a lot of the top seeds have been eliminated, both men's and women's side of the draw. And yeah, Jess, this is just so exciting. Of course, it's been a sad week. We're surfing today in honour and in celebration of Febri and Sari. And yeah, it's been, you know, really emotional, difficult at times, but one thing that has really, you know, made today possible is that the Indonesian team got together. They had a meeting with the WSL. There was a full surfer meeting. Everyone just said, "What do you guys want to do?" You know, like this is, it's no tougher on anyone than it is on you guys. And they were like, "We want to surf. We want to honour Febri's memory and life by continuing on," and that's why we're here. And the surf has fully turned up. Like these are the best waves we've seen. It's a set came through before. I was outside, like solid set. We're talking like well overhead.
Yeah.
And yeah, the rights have been pretty much the predominant wave of choice. But when the lefts come, if you get a good one, far out, it goes for a long way. I mean, you're finishing right down the coast, almost in the mouth of the harbour. So great opportunity here. Fantastic waves. And in light of the events of the week, you know, there's a feeling around the contest of positivity, you know, togetherness and celebration. So that's what we're focused on today.
Yeah, well, touching on those rights that you just spoke on, someone who took a really great advantage of them and got the heat win in that last heat, it was Dakota Walters, who's down there with Dai Wacko.
Changed a lot compared to the last few days, and you're throwing big airs. How is it out there?
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know. I think I got really excited before my heat because I just kept seeing so many ramps, and I kind of went out and felt like I got a bunch of flat ones and couldn't get a proper ramp. But I don't know. Obviously, did enough to get a few scores and make my heat, and stoked on that.
Yeah. You were getting a sevens in the first half of the heat, and you kind of have backup score of like 2.7 or something, and you're needing only like 4 points, but you're still aiming for the airs. But was that your plan, just going for the air?
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of just going to surf what came to me, but I got really excited and wanted to do airs all the time. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like I got that 7 kind of quick, and I didn't know how it'd go, and then kind of got stuck falling a fair bit. I had one really big ramp that I wish I made because that would have been a proper air, but I don't know, just hopefully I can get a few proper lips next time and try and do something big. Yeah.
Right. So you're going to have big day today. You're going to have quarters, semis, and finals, but how are you going to spend the rest of the day?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably just go get some brekkie with my mates now, and then I'll come back down and watch it again, and then have another paddle and see how we go.
All right. Any comments for families and friends in back home?
Yeah, just my girlfriend. She's at home watching, and then family and everyone else, my nan and pop, mum and dad, and yeah, everyone back home supporting. Thanks heaps.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the next heat. Back to you guys.
Di and Dakota. Dakota was really impressive in that last heat, and he's just got a full bag of tricks,
Yeah.
But looking like all the Aussies just really supporting each other right now. Cole Durant, Joel Vaughan, Dylan Moffat. You can see Alistair Reginato in the background. I love how everyone just supports everyone down here. And yesterday, we had that paddle out, and we're 2 different regions we share a lot of co-sanctioned events, but it was the most moving and beautiful experience to be a part of, all of us coming together and just supporting one another. And yeah, it was a morning none of us wanted to have, but we made something really beautiful out of it.
Yeah, Rizal is in here this morning. Thanks so much for his time. He was able to sort of translate to us just what that meant to the Indonesian surf team, gave them a lot of strength, a lot of comfort. They really felt the love, and that love was extended to the whole surf community, who are still donating to the fund that is up on a lot of the Instagrams there. You can make a donation to help out Febri's family. So, yeah, an amazing scene yesterday. And today it's all about the finals. And we will be watching quarterfinal action kicking off right now. And this is Suzuki. So we saw
Oh my God!
Whoa! I actually did not see that coming. It was like a big old backside Rio. I thought, wow, she's attacking this. I was actually just about to say, Jess, we've seen what she can do in those like light kind of more gutless conditions. She's just been so fast, so stingy, but she just hits that lip and extends into the air. Wow.
I was looking at that section going, this is a meaty section coming towards us. So replay. All right, takes off. Look at the amount of foam on this face. And this bowls up. And she kind of gets air off the lip and then comes down and just couldn't grab the rail. But bloody hell, that was impressive.
Yeah, indeed. Man, I tell you, that looked so natural, didn't it? It didn't even look like a forced turn. It was almost kind of just an extension of the re-entry. Had a touch of the old Matt Archibald, Martin Potter backside airs back in the day, where they would hit the lip, and it was almost an extension of the turn. It wasn't necessarily its own turn. So
that was crazy.
Not always. I mean, the boys did incredible big tail blows back then as well. But that backhand sort of air like that was much more common. Sort of in the when airs were just getting started.
I wasn't expecting that.
Cool turn.
Cool turn. Can't wait to see what more she can do.
It blew my mind.
You know what? It blew mine too. But Minami and Nanaho, they've been 2 of the standouts for me in this event. They're actually currently 4th and 5th on the rankings. So Nanaho's 4th, Minami's 5th.
Oh, this is a big heat.
And then coming up in the next heat, it's 1 and 2. Yeah, so it's a non-Matsuoka taking on 2nd place on the rankings, Sarah Wakita. And a non coming off a win. She's definitely looking for another one. And we know she can charge because she won at Krui. And there was a few solid days at Krui every year. But this year there definitely was as well.
Well, this is a massive heat for both these women in particular, 4th and 5th. They is it 2 or 3 qualifying spots in the Asian ranking system?
It's 3 and a wild card.
3 and a wild card. So if you're in 4th and 5th, this is your last chance or second last chance of the year to try and crack that top 2, top 3. And it's important because we head basically straight into Australia after all these Asia region events. And, you know, it'd just be such a huge way to finish a year in that top 3 conversation.
Yeah, definitely be a confidence boost for whoever's in that top 3. You know, the Asian region actually go to Korea, South Korea, after this for a wave pool event, which I know you're heading to yourself.
I am.
And then, yeah, that's the last event of the year for the Asian series. And then, yeah, like you said, we come to Australia. We have 2 co-sanctioned events. We have the Avoca 3000 and the Surfest. Just, I feel like the Surfest is just so cool now.
Oh, man, it's always been its own little petri dish of awesomeness. The honour roll there is unbelievable. Like every world champion, every, you know, legend of the sport has taken out the Surfest. And now it holds even more weight because it's the last event. It's the very last event to get points on both tours because it's sanctioned for both. And big points up for grabs. Joel Vaughan, the defending champion of that event.
5,000 points. You know what? And Joel had to win that event to make the Challenger Series.
And look at him now.
Look at him now. Dropped to 9 and an 8. Did you would have commentated that?
I did. And, yeah, you know, it's funny. You see a performance like that and you just think, wow, this kid is ripping. He comes back from the Challenger Series and it's almost another level again. He's just gone so mondo extreme.
Yeah, he's
on that Challenger Series.
He's definitely found another gear. I could not agree with you more. Here we go. Nanaho, what she can do. I'm always excited when she gets to her feet. Good looking section, strong turn there. Once more down the line, patiently waits for a carve there. Gets another one. Belts it for a finish. Nanaho, she just looks on point at the moment. That was impressive.
Yeah, we've enjoyed a lot of free surfs with these women over the past few days. Nanaho, oh man, I cannot get over the speed she generates. Like when she flies off the lip, she comes out of turns going way faster. That's a perfect example there. Cracks it and generates more speed to get down the line and puts up another really strong finishing turn. That's going to be a great ride for the surfer in red. The only bummer about the lefts is you are properly getting sent down the beach. There is a massive push. It's a big old sweep, just like Northie and those big, you know, crazy northeast swells that sort of hit in summer sometimes with this sort of wind. Next thing you know, you're at Collaroy.
Yeah.
It's that sort of vibe.
It is. It really is that sort of vibe. I feel like if you're not careful, you'll be down in the boat harbour before you know it, if you're going left out there. But, you know, the girls going for it. The boys have, or the men, I should say, have really been taking advantage of those right rip bowls. We've seen so many airs this morning. And, yeah, it's definitely been exciting. But the girls, the women, eyeing off those lefts, you know, that's what got them through the heats in the earlier rounds. So they're going, you know, we're just going to stick to our guns and endure the strong Taiwanese rip out there.
But you know what? We've seen Nanaho and Minami both go for airs in this event, like during heat. So don't be surprised if someone finds themselves needing a big score that the rights come into play here.
Yeah, imagine we saw one of them pull off one of those air reverses we've seen them both go for. So fingers crossed that's what we'll get in the back end of this heat. These heats have moved back down to 25 minutes too. You know, Ty Sarati, Tours manager, making the call. Quarterfinals and semis will be 25 minutes. Here we go. Minami having a look at this one. Uses priority strokes onto it. We're going to catch up with her here. Carl's back for her first turn. Needs to get a bit more work done. Here's a good-looking section. Belts it for a finish.
Just the one turn really had to make it count, and she does.
5, 6, 7 for the last of Nanaho. There she is, just coming out of the boat harbour after that left, paddling back up to try and get... I feel like it's almost impossible to get back in position for the rights after you've gone left out there.
It's a big paddle. You're paddling not just against the sweep, you're paddling into the wind, so you've got all that kind of spray just constantly going in your eyes. And guess what else they've got here in Taiwan that we only just found out about during our first free surf?
Tell me.
Blue bottles.
Blue bottles, they do too.
They're out there. Everyone copped a hiding on the first day.
Yeah. I had got a couple on my ribs. Binsey, I'd say, got the absolute worst of it that I've seen so far. This is the replay. So she kind of gets stuck behind that first section, gets a carve here. I love this next turn though. Steeper section, and we unfortunately missed it, but she belts it. So waiting for a score, 5-6-7 for the last of Nanaho. So pretty good looking score right now. She's definitely got time to back it up too. I feel like if you're needing 2 waves in the back 5 minutes of the heat, it's a pretty big ask. It's a big paddle out. But Minami, last one, 4.9. So she's now in the lead off the back of 2 scores.
4.9. The judges loving it. And I guess, you compare the past 2 rides of both competitors here, pretty similar. I think really just that tiny bit of difference, the 1 point difference for Nanoa was really that she got that extra little speed check in at the start, but a couple of big finishing turns, and yeah, it's neck and neck. It's fantastic.
Yeah, they're definitely evenly matched surfers. I'm really excited to see what the next 8 minutes brings, as well as that next heat. I just think Anon and Sarah are going to go blow for blow out there. I saw them both in the free surf this morning, and yeah, they both looked on point. And then we'll see a couple more Australians come through at the end.
Oh, right-hander comes into play. See how much more bowly they are. There's just so much more energy to work with on the rights, and a nice strong finish here. Now Nanaka has decided to steal that one without priority, and really strong ride here, Jess. This is a good move. Stay busy. A little right presents itself. Look at this. See, a nice steep wall. First turn out of the lip. Gets the bonus cut back. Read that beautifully, and finishing turn on the inside. Pulls it round for that little bit of extra body movement. And I think that's going to be a really good strategic decision to go that right-hander.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. And that was a hard finishing section, to hit. There was a lot of water coming at her. And Minami, she's not a big human. She's quite small. And she handled that with, determination and grit. And I really loved that last wave. The judges, though, saying, nah, not enough. So 4.63 doesn't go into her top 2. The judges want to see more, but I do think those rights just have a lot better shape. Here we go, Nanaho having a look. Can't stroke into that one. 6 minutes 40 to go. It's really heating up in the back end of this heat. Here's a good looking wave. Will we see it take her? No, we won't. Look, that's a solid wave out there, Vaughan.
Oh, there was a set before during, I think, the last men's heat, the round of 16. And Reginato is not a small guy by any stretch.
No.
He's a big, thick unit. He's pretty tall. And it was double overhead when he was, coming off the bottom of one of those sets. So there's some energy today, and it's going to be a lot of fun. This wind is going to pretty much stay this direction. It won't change too much. So that means we're going to have big bowly ramps throughout the afternoon, morning and afternoon. And, it's going to be fun to see who utilises the ramp, who sticks to the power game, who tries to find these long winding lefts to just maximise as many turns as they can. And this is Suzuki now pulling the trigger.
Oh, big looking section and tags it for a finish.
Big section, big commitment. And really, you can see the G-forces. She smashes that lip and gets down low to make sure that the make was clean. Slicing down. That is definitely way down where the mouth of the harbour is. So that just shows you how hard it is to paddle back to the takeoff zone, as you said.
Yeah, and Nanaho was paddling for a long time too, and they're definitely not in front of the contest area. They're way down to even, Noah and I had a free surf down there while the longboard event was on, so a fair way down. I really loved that last wave of Nanaho. I was watching that second section going, oh, that looks scary, but she tackled it, so gets a carve here, and here we go. She waits for this section. It's building up. It's very steep. She belts it. And gets low to make sure she rides out. We have a Sally Fitzgibbon next.
I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, Sal. Our Sal. And down the beach. looking for the closeout Rio. She will get it. That is Minami. So what a heat. And, yeah, paddling against sweeps like this. I grew up on a beach, Long Beach, no headlands inside. You'd be familiar with it, just at New Brighton between Byron Bay and
beautiful.
Hastings Point. But, oh my goodness, we did some paddling out there.
Oh, I could only imagine. Sometimes I feel like a bit further up the coast from there, but when you're stuck in that snapper sweep, oh my goodness, your arms are going to fall off.
I'm not too proud to admit sweeps make me cry sometimes. You see the waves, you can't get to them. It's just too much.
Oh, yeah, I've had plenty of meltdowns out there. Plenty of tears.
Do you know what? It's a really weird kind of crying too, because you're kind of talking to yourself. You as you duck diving, can't get out there. It's wrong. You know, you just attack yourself because you can't get out the back. You've been surfing for your entire life and you can't get to the waves.
It's the most frustrating thing, and like coming from Narrabeen, we touched on earlier, we do get a sweep that goes back and you've got to paddle towards the headland, but you've always got the alley right to, I guess, the river to get out. So it's an easy paddle out. Recently moved up the coast. My very first surf at Cava was about 4 to 5 foot, 40 minutes. I didn't get out for 40 minutes because I just kept going down to Casuarina, running back up over the headland, trying to get back out. Finally got out. My sister'd been out for 40 minutes and absolutely tearing the bag out of it.
And that is actually 1,000 times worse when your sibling is out the back having a great old time and you're just bawling your eyes out on the inside.
I got out and True goes, I might go in. I'm like, no, I'm crying. God, my arms hurt. But that last wave, Judge is loving it. 7-point ride, Vaughan. So...
yeah, one huge manoeuvre, biggest wave we've seen ridden in this heat. Took a lot of commitment, absolutely fearless in the way she attacked this end section. And that is a due reward here for Suzuki. And related to Jin, Suzuki, do we know?
I think...
snap off the top.
I think not. Jin doesn't have a T.
Same name, different spelling.
Yeah, same name, different spelling. Here we go. Up and running again. Not sure what she got done out the back. 2 minutes to go. Minami now looking for a 717. Definitely in her willpower. We've seen her attack some pretty meaty sections already. But we're going to come back to the replay. So this is the last wave of Nanaho. Good looking section here. Foam climb. Backside foam climb. Cars back there.
Yep.
And maybe not much more on offer. This is where we caught up with her. So definitely won't go into her top two. Minami, is she back out the back yet? Doesn't have priority. Needs a 717. The judge is saying she's not far enough across to the event site to deem it priority just yet. So that's, just enhancing again how far down the point they are right now.
It's going to change how everyone views the lineup. We've only really seen right-handers scoring all morning. Now, with this first quarterfinal, the women's in the water and predominantly lefts being surfed, not just surfed, really well surfed, attacked. And to get a 7, I think that there's going to be a few crew looking at that going, okay, all right, there's definitely options on these lefts. And it's a good thing because, we've seen different heats go down where surfers have just been slightly out of rhythm or finding the faces of the rights a little choppy. And now that the left has opened up and presented really good sections, I think that's going to just be a little flag flying in the back of people's brains as they paddle out for heats.
Yeah, it's definitely a game changer. I think especially for the women because they've been sticking to the lefts mostly this week. So we might see more of them taken advantage of. There's 20 seconds to go in this first quarterfinal. Will Nanaho hold on and make it to the semis? Minami looking for a big score. The judges deeming she's back in contest area, but I just don't think there's anything coming towards her right now.
Oh, if nothing comes, that's a lot of paddling just to get back into position, just to hear the hooter go off. That's a bit of a heartbreaker. Yeah,
that definitely pulls at the heartstrings. And I mean, though, really impressive surfing from both those surfers, but we do have our first semi-finalist confirmed. Congratulations at Nanaho. We'll see you in the semis. We'll be back for quarterfinal heat number 2 right after this short break.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Second quarterfinal. Women's side of the draw is in the water right now. All Japanese are fair. Sarah Wakita in the blue up against Anon Matsuoka. Sarah kicked off with a 3-point ride. And she lives in Hawaii. Spends most of her time in Hawaii. Dad, absolute charger. And ended up spending more and more time in Hawaii every year to the stage where nowadays the family's there most of the time.
Legendary name on the North Shore, Wakita, and shout out to all the friends, family who are watching. This is already a big result, quarterfinals, and I believe this could be 1 and 2 on the Asian ratings, battling it out to get a little leapfrog situation happening here. Get ahead of the pack as we start to wind down the competitive year. WSL Regional QS Series firing while the rest of the crew have a break. The CT surfers, they're in their off-season, as is the Challenger Series surfers, although there's no rest really for the Challenger Series heroes unless you are finishing that sort of first bracket after the qualifiers. Everyone else has to come back to the regional queue, get these points cracking so that they can have a shot at the big time next year when the Changers resumes at Snapper Rocks, is it, Binzi?
Sure is, yep.
You beauty.
Straight from Margaret's to Snapper, if you've missed the cut on the CT. And I tell you what, that turns a lot of frowns upside down pretty quickly. You leave Margaret River thinking, things can't get much worse. You drive 3 hours to Perth, jump on a plane 5 hours to Queensland. Hard to believe you're in the same country. But then all of a sudden you're getting tubed in trunks and swimming attire.
At one of the world's best point breaks with 3 other people out.
And the one thing you hear about Snapper Rocks is it's really, really crowded. And then you're surfing it with 3 other people.
So good.
The dream.
Oh, what a performance from this young surfer here. Nanaho Suzuki Binzi has been, I would say, arguably the standout surfer in the free surfs during the contest window. You and I have been sort of getting out there, sneaking in our little sessions here and there amongst the pack. But she's a standout. Doesn't
haplessly flailing around the edge.
Exactly, mate.
Keen observers more than participants.
Yeah, we're like when it comes to surfing in the competitors area, we look like a couple of dodos amongst a sea of gannets who are just soaring. We're just these flightless goofballs on the verge of extinction.
Old ones at that.
But mate, I would say Suzuki's been a standout every free surf session. She's so fast. One of the craziest things about her during those free surfs is how many waves she gets. She is on everything, mate. I don't know, the other day I saw you surfing out there, didn't even look sideways at a single wave. What did you get? Maybe 1.5?
The cold?
Yeah.
Chafe.
So she's I think she's really connected with Taiwan. She looks like she loves this break and posting some big scores to be our first semi-finalist on finals day. Fantastic.
Yeah, and just to confirm what you said earlier, this is indeed the battle of the Asian number 1 and 2. It's Anon in the red jersey who is winning the Asian Series rankings.
Oh, she's got a pretty good lead.
Yeah, of course, she had a big win at the Krui Pro on her backhand. She also just came off a win at Shargao, so 2 wins out of 4 events this year and already into the quarterfinals of this 5,000.
So did these two surf the final at Krui?
Let's have a look. That's a good question. No, I'm not sure. No, Sarah Wakita got a 20.
Oh, okay. But Wakita won Nias, is that what?
She won in India.
Oh, India!
Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. First time the WSL's run an event.
So she's locked in the history
India,
books.
And it was awesome. Okay, here goes Sarah Wakita. Ears must have been burning. Opens the shoulders, rips this one to get going. And a couple of turns. That was pretty explosive. Gets the big finish, and she is out of there. As she makes her way back to the lineup, we're going to make our way down to the sidelines where Daiwako is having a chat with Nanaho Suzuki.
お疲れ様でした。この昨日レイデイとなって、その前の2日間の、コンテスト期間とはだいぶ違うコンディションになったと思うんですが、どうでしたか？
そうですね、めちゃくちゃ風が強いんでずっと使ってた板も変えて挑んだんで結構緊張しました。
So because of the surf changing, she decided to use a different board compared to the other date, and that's what she was nervous about. どんな板に変えたんですか？
普段使ってる PU の板に変えました。
その前は PU じゃなかったんですか？
カーボンの板を使っていて、それがすごい調子良かったんで、ここの波とマッチして、あの板でこのまま決勝まで行きたいなっていう思いはあったんですけど、コンディションによっていい板がたくさん持ててるんで、これを選びました。
So she was using carbon surfboard before, but she changed it to PU this time. So she was nervous, but still, this is a great board, and she was happy about what she did in the heat. では、コンディションはだいぶタフなコンディションだとは思うんですが、7点得た1本についてちょっと教えてください。
結構ピンチの状況だったんで大きいスコアが欲しいなっていう気持ちはあったんですけど、焦るとあまり良くないなと思ってたんで淡々とやっていこうと思ったらセクションがポコって出てきてくれたんで、ラッキーだったなって感じですね。
So she felt so lucky that she got the 7th because that time she knew that she needed a big score and she was hoping that wave just stand up for her and it did actually and she got the score so she was super happy. ではたくさんの方がライブを見てくれています。メッセージの方お願いいたします。
はい、すごいハードなコンディションにはなってきたんですけど、目の前のことを淡々と一生懸命にやっていくだけかなって思ってるんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in the next heat and back to you guys.
Beauty, thank you very much, Dai Wacko. It's great having Dai here on the sidelines to do some meaningful interviews with the Japanese competitors. Adds another layer to the broadcast, which we really appreciate. And on top of that, impeccably dressed.
Always.
He is one sharp human.
That was really cool because, you know, I was actually thinking when Suzuki Nanaho paddled out for that heat, I was like, oh, the black board's gone. And it's been such a weapon, but I mean, with these conditions the way they are, it's that little bit of extra glass and maybe a little bit of weight. She made the right call because she got the biggest wave of that heat, blasted the back out of it for a 7-point ride, Binzi, and the highlight moment of the quarterfinal.
Absolutely. All right, 15 minutes to run in this one. The wind is gale force. Feels like the roof's about to get torn off our little commentary shack right now.
It's an air wind though.
Yeah. You can
did
see
you hear
this.
Dakota before?
Yeah.
In his post-lead interview, he's like, oh man, it's so hard not to over froth, and especially for the air crew who really just start lighting up when these sorts of conditions present themselves. You've got to remember that there's a heat going on as well.
Yeah, so it's changed the complexion of the lineup quite a bit. The rights heading to the left of the screen to the north. They're going to be shorter, bowlier, maybe a big turn. Definitely that's where guys and girls are going to be looked to take to the sky. And then we're going to see these longer running lefts heading south off to the right of the screen that allow the surfers more of a chance to get in a bit of rhythm, open the shoulders, bang together 3 or 4 turns from start to finish. So there's going to be real contrasting fortunes depending on which way you swing.
I think we're going to see a fair few get out of jail heats as well, where, you know, crew might need a massive score with a few seconds to go, and they can rely on that one big explosive aerial manoeuvre into this wind. So yeah, stay with us. It's finals day, and we're going to be crowning champions at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. And this is Sarah Wakita. This one's a nice steep section. Absolutely hammers it. Just a nail gun straight through the fibro wall there. It's sounding, the wind is properly picked up from this morning. How is that for a power turn?
That was huge.
And very busy as we see Matsuoka now. This is a replay of her first ride. A nice up and over. Just wanting to get going because almost half the heat trickled away without a score yet.
Wakita will massively get the better of that exchange. And on Matsuoka, her first wave is a 4. We're still waiting on the last score to come in for Sarah Wakita with 13 minutes to go. And yeah, there's obviously the swell is marching towards us on the screen, and then you can really see that strong northerly almost creating wind waves running straight off to the right of the screen as well.
Yeah, that sweep is real. We just saw both competitors in the last heat really struggle to get back to the takeoff zone, especially after the big lefts, you know, the big pushy ones that break right down the jetty all the way to the river mouth.
Okay, last score for Sarah Wakita, a 6.67. So she's got a 12.17 two-wave total. 12 minutes remaining. Very much in the box seat. Here goes Anon Matsuoka looking to get herself back in the picture. Couple of strong turns, really hard work on your backhand into the wind, and that was nicely handled by the Japanese surfer. Mate, I reckon if you jumped on a windsurfer or a wing foil...
Oh, I was waiting for it.
You could get back to where we're staying in Taitung City.
In record time.
Record time.
You'd beat the cars for sure.
Without all the pesky speed cameras along the road as well.
And the only problem is you'd have to have a kite and a foil and be seen. Holding both.
Have you been out the back and seen all the activations?
I wonder how many foilers and kite surfers will blow up about that comment.
We're giving the game away.
I know. But you know what? I see a lot of crew doing it. These sorts of conditions, Adam Bennett, who's probably one of the best foilers in the world, he'll just jump in at Tallows Beach, Byron Bay, and do 20 Ks down to Lennox, no worries.
Yeah. Well, mate, he's coming to my wedding next year. He lives in Byron, and I'm in WA. Guess how he's getting it?
Oh, foiling?
Yeah.
Is he going over the top or around the bottom?
Well, he's going to do the full lap. So he's going to come around the top and then come home.
And roaring 40s.
Roaring 40s all the way home. Very clever.
I wonder if he's got it in him to do a Ned Brockman style run, like foil across the country.
Be hard across the country.
Well, just get a big fish tank on the back of a semi-trailer and just do laps while it drives.
Well, what if the semi-trailer was going fast enough, would you be keeping up with the water? Or is this that thing where you're on a train?
Oh, the speed of light thing.
Yeah.
If you're travelling at the speed of light and you're at the back of a train and you move to the front of the train, are you therefore travelling faster than the speed of light?
Yeah.
That's an Einstein question, right? That's what kind of led to E equals MC squared and stuff.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Surely there's like a bunch of physicists watching right now, tuning in, who can comment on the answer to that.
Slide into our DMs.
Yeah. Is there any physicist pro surfers to your knowledge? I feel like there is. I feel like there was someone studying rocket science, like Kieran Perrow or someone like that.
Greg Webber.
Hmm.
What's Liam O'Brien's studying?
Oh,
engineering?
I know who it is. John Swift, dude. John Swift from Shelter. Rob Machado's buddy.
Oh, there you go. Oh, bang! Sarah Wakita up into the lip.
Remember?
Can't write out that one.
Remember that guy?
No.
Shelter. The movie opens with Rob saying that John could be, building weapons of mass destruction because physicists tend to get pulled in that direction by at some point. Okay, big bowl here on the right. Whoa! Cracks it off the lip. Snaps it and doesn't get the completion. Oh, that's a bummer. That was a really good ride there for Wakita. But yeah, instead he chose to look at the stars, write beautiful songs.
There you go.
Check him out.
Yeah.
Maybe John can write in. Help us out with our foiling in a semi-trailer from West Coast to East Coast conundrum.
Rob was never one of my guys growing up.
Ooh,
Yeah.
controversial. Who was your guy? Dorian. Who was your momentum surfer?
Oh, yeah, Dorian. Shane Powell when he snuck in occasionally.
I was watching some footage of Powley the other day. My goodness, what a surfer. G'day, Powley.
Used to love...
He's a trawler fisherman now.
Yeah. Used to love the Kalani Rob sections.
Yes. I love Machado.
And then the under the influence era, I was all about Taj and Andy. So, sorry, Rob Machado.
Doesn't get a look in from Binsey. No invite in the letterbox for Machado to the Bins wedding then? No?
I mean, does he still play guitar?
Get him to do the sort of acoustic number as Steph walks down the aisle.
Yeah, why not? Some kind of token role wouldn't be huge.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
I mean, I'm sure he's a lovely guy.
Oh, he's the best. Love him. One of the world's greatest surfers, pipeline master, winner of like 7 or 8 CTs in his career. And but more than that, just a style icon. Speaking of style icons, Sarah Wakita and Anon Matsuoka doing battle out here, quarterfinal number 2, leading the charge for Japanese surfing as we move into the next generation. Amuro Suzuki, of course, an Olympic bronze medalist, a junior world champion. She's
right
on
here.
her,
right here.
Right here, mate. We were here when it went down.
Conditions much like we're looking at right now.
And like, you know, has really, what is that saying? You know, the 4-minute mile, like the glass ceiling being shattered, doors being busted down, all those sorts of cliches. But what Amuro has done has basically given every single one of these surfers pure belief that the CT is within reach, and not just reaching it, making a bit of noise on that thing. Muro has surfed CT heats. Unfortunately, I think after she qualified, didn't make the mid-year cut.
No, she didn't qualify.
Oh, she got a...
she was going to replace Carissa.
That's right.
In 2020.
And then Carissa didn't take the year off. That's right.
Well, we all took the year off.
All of us had to.
Yeah. So then 2021, Carissa came back. Amuro
got a couple of wild cards.
She might have got 4 wild cards because the Aussie Quaddie, the 4 Australian events were all sponsored by Rip Curl. She made the quarters at Rottnest in WA.
Knows that she can do damage at that level, so that's a huge thing. But an Olympic bronze medal, mate.
Her backhand is deadly.
Oh, yeah.
Not like Vaughn deadly. Like, she's compact, tight, and just...
Yeah, no, nothing like my backhand. That's why she succeeds. Oh, long winding left as we see Matsuoka try to ditch the rights, get on the lefts. Nice speedy off the top.
That wave never really cooperated for her. It's a bit of a lottery, some of those lefts. You sort of roll in, and it gives you the chip shot, and then you stand up and you just hope and pray that it's going to stand up and run. And unfortunately for Anon, that wasn't the case on that one.
No, you're dead right. It's one of those things, isn't it? You can get those big sets, come over a bit of a flat section, it all loads up, and that's where the points have been on the lefts. One hit, but you get the right section, you can get 7 points out of it, which we saw Suzuki do in the last heat. And what about this? Amuro Suzuki is in the next heat against Coral Durant, so
that is going to be
West Oz.
A massive contrast in personalities, in upbringings, and in styles. Because Coral Durant, a powerful goofy footer, and Amuro Suzuki, a powerful natural footer. I think conditions-wise, Amuro will have the nod. She's used to these kind of chunkier, wedgy and beachy sort of style waves, because that's what, we're not too far from Japan here, and there are a lot of similarities. Coral Durant, she's from up north WA, the Bluff. Incredible long roping left barrel. So she's used to, more groomed point break style waves. But hell of a lot of wind in Western Australia. Windy always. So,
wind is no enemy to Western Australians. It's funny, I was reading Owen Wright's book the other day, and he was saying in there, the morning he woke up on the medals day at the Olympics, He was still in the running for the gold at that point. He said he got down the beach. This typhoon had formed off the coast. It was just pure chop suey, the lineup. It was absolute storm surf, wind swell, craziness, really, just a maelstrom. And he just rubbed his hands together and went, I love this, you know. And I think that's such a real strength to get down the beach, to see and to know that some people are going to be looking at it going, oh man, this isn't my strength at all, and to actually love it, it gives you such an advantage.
And on Matsuoka, another sort of wave that didn't really cooperate for her. So 2 minutes 40 to go. She's chasing an 8.24. So Sarah Wakita with a 6.67 and a 5.67, massively in the ascendancy with 2.5 minutes remaining. She also has priority. Yeah, so Owen Wright and Amuro Suzuki, inaugural bronze medalists.
Rose gold.
And Owen's claim to fame around that medal, he was the first ever Olympic surfing medalist, because you win bronze before they have the gold-silver playoff. Surf off.
Cool.
Yeah. So to keep that, you know, next time you hear pub trivia, who won surfing's first ever medal? It's not Italo. He won surfing's first ever gold. Owen got there first.
It's the long way round to putting a little bit of mayo on your bronze medal, isn't it?
Yeah, but isn't that what it's all about? 90 seconds to go.
Do you know the first ever official women's world champion, Phyllis O'Donnell, surfed the women's final before the men's final at Manly? Thereby, same sort of argument.
Yeah, absolutely.
Becoming the first ever legitimate world champion.
Absolutely.
Recognised.
Go Phyllis.
Legend.
Absolutely.
Believe still a cabaretter, maybe. So legendary. Midget, Farrelly, Bernard from Manly, also winning on that day, and no longer with us. But
60,000 people on the beach.
You should see the photos. It's legitimate. It's not like, you know, buttery numbers, mate. It is proper. It looks like a giant festival. They had a band playing during the finals, and Phyllis said that actually played into her winning because she just pretended to dance while she was logging her way on those little ripples, mate.
Little ripples?
Yeah, it was pretty small.
Was it?
Yeah, it was about two, 3 foot, I guess. International stacked field, though. Crew came from everywhere.
30 seconds to go. Sarah Wakita still in the lead. And on Matsuoka is chasing an 8.24.
20 seconds. It's been a tricky one. Feels like with the wind picking up, Binzi, there's actually been a few less sets. And there's 11 seconds. And Matsuoka here, she's looking for an 8.24. She puts in the effort, but the wave doesn't offer a whole lot. That will be the end of the heat. And the number one surfer on the Asia qualifying series rankings gets defeated by number 2,
Sarah Wakita.
And Wakita now has an opportunity with 5,000 points up for grabs to leapfrog her way into that number 1 position as this finals day plays out.
Good little gesture from the two surfers, and we're going to go to a quick break. I think you're going to go have a chat to Sarah Wakita. Don't go anywhere. Last women's quarterfinal number 3, Amuro Suzuki and Coral Durant is in the water, and we'll be bringing it to you right after this quick break.
the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
All right, welcome back to Jinzun Harbor. It is a finals day here in Taitung County. This is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. The third women's quarterfinal is in the water right now. Amuro Suzuki from Japan, Cororant from Western Australia. And we can see Sarah Wakita and Keon Martin on screen right there. Chris Binns in the booth joining me, Dai Wacko. Dai, how are you, mate?
Good, thanks. So that was an important heat for both Sarah and Anon last heat, ranking in first and second in the Asian ranking. It looks like Sarah got first place.
Yeah, at the top of the table clash between those two. And speaking of top of the table, Amuro Suzuki, one of the highest ranked Japanese women over the last few years. And as we see her in action right now, crunches that first section. Looking to get a little bit of a reform through to the inside. It's not to be, and she is out of there. Okay, just while we wait for the judges to punch in that first score, we are going to cross down to Vaughan Blakey, who's having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Sarah Wakita.
Much, Binzi. Thanks very much, Binzi. Sarah, congratulations on that last heat win. It was a big one, number 1 and 2 on the rankings, and a good opportunity for you now to go on and try and pull back that lead.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it's always a hard fight between me and Anon. We always had a couple man-on-man heats together this year, so yeah, I always get nervous when I have her in my heat. So yeah, it was good to start off the heat with a couple good scores and keep the momentum. And yeah, I'm stoked to finish up this way.
That's awesome. This morning we saw the end of round 16 of the men's. There was a lot of right-handers going down, but then in the first heat or first quarter-final of the women's, both surfers got big scores on the left. So what was your strategy heading out there, left or right?
I heard those girls going left and getting good scores, but it looked like the paddle out was kind of hard and it takes time to get back out. So I just focused on the right at first and tried to get a couple scores on the board. And then after, maybe, I was just looking for the lefts, but I couldn't find anything. So I'm just stoked to get a couple rides on the first half.
That's awesome. The conditions have really changed. Probably between quarterfinal 1 and 2, the wind really picked up. Did that sort of play into your equipment decisions or your strategy at all?
I have the same equipment the whole week. I'm on my Ulmerix CI 2.0 Pro, and that board has been working really good. So, and I've been here like 3 years ago for the World Juniors, and it was like this, just strong winds and big swells and stuff. So I'm kind of used to it, and it's like giving back memories and all the fun times in the World Juniors. So I'm having a fun time this year too.
And how are you going to prepare for this semi-final coming up? Suzuki's been in great form throughout this event.
For sure. She's a really good surfer, and her surfing fits really good here. So, and we had a couple of man-on-man heats this year too, and I feel like we both get nervous all the time when we start our heats, and yeah, so I just want to have a fun heat with her, and yeah, have a great time here soon.
Well done, Sarah. Fantastic to see you get through. Best of luck for the rest of the event and for grabbing that number 1 place on the rankings.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Cheers, Vaughan. Yesterday, Vaughan was towering over Sarah Wakita. He's twice the height. Muro Suzuki opened up with a 5.17 to move into the lead.
Yes.
Calderant just the 0.5 next to her name.
Yes, Muro has been top of the female surfer in Japan, but her name is not in the Asian ranking this year. That's because she was focusing on her Challenger Series this year, and in between there's a lot of QSs, but she didn't go into the event. She just focusing on her improvement of surfing and focusing on training. So she said that this event is the first event in 1 year and a half. So probably she loves Taiwan as she claimed the champion for the World Pro Junior back in, it was 2019?
Yep, sure was. Right here in very similar conditions to this. It was big and stormy, lots of wind, and yeah, that was when a lot of us really first got to know the name of Muro Suzuki. She's just super strong, and in conditions like this, it's when, you know, your physical strength comes into play a lot, because otherwise you're very much at the mercy of the ocean. You can see it right there. The wind has torn this lineup to pieces, but there's still plenty of opportunity, and we're going to see some sensational surfing over the course of this finals day. Naturally, we were hoping to run heats yesterday, but in light of Febri Ansia's passing, you know, there was no choice but, out of respect, to have a lay day and allow everyone in the event the opportunity to process and you know, come to terms with the situation. So we are backed into a little bit of a corner. We always had to finish today regardless what the conditions looked like. And you know, we got here this morning and it looked incredible, and the first heat of the day reflected that. I think it was a bunch of, you know, 12-point totals and up, and now the wind's just really starting to come into play. But we've got nowhere to go, and in all honesty, after the events of the last few days, it just seems so minor to complain about a bit of wind. There's competitors in the field who are, you know, doing it pretty tough, and a common conversation topic is that just the surfing is a very close or distant second at the moment to everyone being together and seeing this event out in style, because that's what Febri Ansia would have wanted. The Indonesian surfers, the three of them left in the field, were kind of the ones who pushed to continue the event. Naturally, the WSL offered the opportunity, or, you know, to end the event, split the points, leave everything where it was, but the three Indonesian surfers, Ania, Danny Widianto and Kian Martin, all wanted to push on, and here we are. So we're doing it for February today, and yeah, it's been a tough couple of days, and it will continue to be a tough time for a lot of competitors, but you know, we're all a family and everyone's looking out for each other. Last score comes in for Coral Durant. It's a 4-7-3. So they beat them tough at the bluff, and this is Coral Durant's best result on the QS. I'm not actually sure where she's sitting on the Australasian rankings at the moment. She is down in 23rd position. She came 17th in Cruy.
Well, Amuro's having a look at this wave. She's up and racing down the line, and floats the section, and nice cap down, and gets the finish right there. That was a great combination surfing from Muro Suzuki. Just over 40 minutes to go. So it's being over. Oh, here's a replay with the Muro's last wave. Floats the section and coming around the corner, a nice carve right there and straight into the final section. That was a great ride from Muro. It's been over 10 minutes this heat, but only 4 rides are ridden, so it's a bit slow heat. 767 for Amuro's last wave. That puts her into the lead. Now Coral needs 811 to go back to the first place. Just over 13 minutes to go. Well, Amuro has 517 and 767. Coral has really have one ride so far, 4.73 and 0.50. So now she has priority, so she has every opportunities for the next sets to come. The condition has been changed a lot since this morning. This morning it was kind of glacier than now, but the wind came up a little bit, and current water is moving so fast now. So if you go left, it's kind of long, paddle back out. So like Sarah said for her interview, probably South was trying to go to right for the first half of the heat.
All right, 12 minutes to go, and it's Amuro Suzuki, the first surfer to put 2 solid scores on the board. A 7.67. That is a real keeper in these conditions. Backing it up with a 5.17. Coral Durant has a 4.73, is chasing an 8.11. 11 minutes 40 to run, and it is a very ruffled surface on the ocean right now. You know, sort of 25 knot gusts from the sort of northeast, which is onshore or cross shore, into the right-handers, and at the back of anyone who's heading left. So short, sharp blasts on the right-handers, big turns, the occasional big punt, and longer running walls heading down to the mouth of the Jinzun Harbor. So we are sitting on the break wall that shelters all the fishing boats behind us from the conditions, and thankfully for the surfers, the creation of this break wall has led to a bunch of fantastic waves. This is, it is a sensational spot for surfing, that's for sure. Here goes Amuro Suzuki having a look. She was never really in the hunt for that wave. Oh, you can see the poor old camera operators are really struggling to wrangle their equipment in the wind.
It's a very strong wind is going on right now. And every competitor said it's just hard to hear the scores from the beach commentary, so it is hard condition for competitors. But still, there's plenty of opportunities to surf. Just under 10 minutes to go. This is the last quarterfinals for women, and we are going straight into. No, sorry, this is the third heat 3. So next heat it's gonna be the last quarterfinals for the women, and straight into the men's quarterfinals heat number 1.
All right, 9 minutes to go. Opportunities few and far between at the moment. Conditions are really, really tough out there.
Well, Coral's having a look at this wave. It's up. Nice bottom turn and nice off the lip. And straight into the second, and she makes it. That was a great ride. And Amuro.
Oh, big section, cracks it. Stands tall riding out of that. So things just got really heated in our third quarter final. Beautiful exchange between Coral Durant from Western Australia and Amuro Suzuki from Japan.
It was a great ride from both of surfers, Amuro and Coral. Different attack. Here's a replay.
So this is Coral Durant on her backhand. Beautifully timed turn and fluently into a second blast. And then Amuro, quality over quantity. Just the one turn, but it was a really powerful blast up into the lip. And that's a great exchange from our two surfers. So Coral Durant lives on the Gold Coast these days. And, you know, these are the sort of conditions you get this time of year on the Gold Coast. Strong northerly winds. You find yourself surfing up the north end of the Gold Coast. Into the wind a lot. And so, yeah, she made the move a few years ago. She's sponsored by the West Australian Institute of Sport, but lives on the Gold Coast these days. One of four sisters. So there's Coral, Marnie, Denny, and Alex Durant, and two brothers as well. So a tribe of 6 kids from the Bluff, and funnily enough, that part of the world in West Oz is called the Coral Coast. Here goes Amuro Suzuki, staying super busy. Last score for Coral Durant came in at a 6.83. Last score for Amuro Suzuki, a 7.43. So great exchange, but off the back of it, Amuro Suzuki has extended her lead even further, and now would be looking to get rid of her lowest scoring 7.43. Has she got there? It's, well, she did right out of that last turn in the end. 6 minutes remaining. Priority now flips over to Coral Durant. And still waiting on a number to come in for Amuro's last wave.
So pretty much Gold Coast is the main stream for surf industry in Australia, you think?
There's kind of 3. I mean, obviously Rip Curl and Quicksilver were founded in Torquay, although Quicksilver is on the Gold Coast these days along with Billabong. Sydney has a large chunk of the surf industry just because it's Australia's biggest city. And then, yeah, the Gold Coast is where Billabong was founded. A bunch of other brands more recently, like your Rhythms, and, you know, down in Byron Bay, Critical Slide and Offends and that kind of stuff. And, yeah, I mean, the weather's great and the waves are fantastic generally year-round, so a lot of people, you know, might suggest that the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast in Queensland are a bit like Florida in the US, where people want to retire there and enjoy the sunshine and the beaches and maybe play golf and whatnot. But yeah, it's a pretty insane part of the world for surfing and the surf industry as well. It's also the Australian High Performance Centre is on the far north coast of New South Wales, which is just below Queensland's Gold Coast. So a lot of the younger surfers spend a lot of time at the High Performance Centre working on all the facets of the game. That's had funding massively ramped up since surfing was admitted to the Olympics. And it's pretty cool to go in and see all the honour rolls of Australian Olympians and Australian world champs. I think they've got surfboards from every world champ mounted in cases around the room. Gives you a real feeling of, you know, the culture and the heritage that you're buying into when you surf for the Irukandjis, which is the name of Australia's national surfing team. Last score for Amuro Suzuki was a 6.57. So that does not go into her top 2. So Coral Durant is still sitting with priority. He's still hunting an 8-2-7 wind-strewn lineup. We can see that photographer in the foreground just about to lose his hoodie and straining to keep his lens focused on the action. Here goes Coral Durant on her backhand. Nope, she's doing it on her forehand. And why not? A longer running wall, chance to tee off. Big turn, releases the tail. Nicely done by Coral. She's sticking with it. Will she find the open face? I think the Whitewater's going to win that race. It does. 2 minutes 50. Can Coral Durant get another opportunity? She's a long way down the point, and this paddle straight into the teeth of the wind is a tough one with 2 minutes 40 to go.
That's a good call to not go to, right, and she went for left. That's a great carb right there, and she gets a finish with the fins out. So it's a great ride from Coral, needing 8-2-7. Well, I think that was the first left ridden in this heat, so it's gonna be interesting score. It's gonna be close.
Whoa. Feels like the roof is about to take off here. 2 minutes to go. Last score for Coral Durant. Her best wave, a 7.1. Narrows the gap slightly. She's now chasing an 8 to advance, so an excellent score, the requirement. Amuro Suzuki has a 7.67 and a 7.43 to have the upper hand with 1:45 remaining.
Well, that's a great ride from Coral. 7-1-0 in the last 2 minutes. Can she get another opportunity? Looking for requirement of 8-0-0. Looks like Coral tried to stay away from... Now, the live action from Coral.
Well, look at this section. Cracks it, and unfortunately cartwheels out of that one. Might have missed a turn or two up the top. She would have loved to get the finish there. 1 minute remaining.
The last 30 seconds to go in this heat.
Yeah. Amuro Suzuki with 1 foot in the semis. I think this is her first QS event this year.
Yes.
After surfing on the Challengers.
So now Amuro lost her priority.
Yeah, well, time unfortunately is ticking away, and Amuro Suzuki is through to the semi-finals, but congratulations to Coral Durant. I'm going to say that's her best ever result at this level. She'll take a bunch of points home with her. Quarterfinal is worth 2,282 points, so that's great for Coral Durant's campaign. Okay, we have one more quarterfinal to go. It's Rosie Smart and Paige Harab. That's coming our way right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming back really soon.
Embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
beautiful scenes there from Taitung County, and not such a beautiful scene when you look at the lineup here in Jinzun Harbor. The wind is ripping the lineup to pieces, but we've got swell on tap. This is finals day. We're going to battle on to the finish. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, True Starling. And True, talk to us about the two ladies in the water right now.
Yeah, well, Paige Harrop is one of, I'd say, probably the veterans on the QS. She's about 32 years of age, and then she's coming up against Rosie Smart, who is from Phillip Island, who's probably one of the younger ones on the QS. She's about 16 or 17 years old. She actually might be 17, maybe closer to 18. She's a great up-and-coming young surfer. She's a really good egg. She's very quiet, but she definitely lets her surfing do the talking. Yeah, so it's going to be a really good heat in regards to, you know, Paige being a veteran and then Rosie kind of competing for a while, but definitely not having as much experience as Paige. Paige, obviously an ex-CT surfer, so she's surfed amongst the best in the world.
Yep, and this heat is a replay of the last event that these two ladies competed in. This was the semi-final at Nias, which Paige won. So will Rosie be out for a little bit of revenge against the veteran? You said that Paige is one of the oldest surfers in the lineup. I'd also suggest she's one of the fittest.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's a weapon.
Yeah, she is so fit. Herself and Freya are probably the two, you know, longest standing QS veterans. And yeah, Freya she's as fit as a fiddle, as same as Paige. You know, it's amazing to see how you know, fit they are, how passionate they are about this sport and competing, and it's awesome to see them still ripping.
Paige is on the comeback from a knee injury she suffered in El Salvador at the ISAs earlier this year. So she's been out of the water for 4 or 5 months, and this is only her second event back.
That knee injury also cost her an Olympic qualification.
Yeah, well, that dream is still alive, though. There's still another chance next year.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
So far, there's just the one Kiwi female surfer qualified, which is Safi Vetty,
yeah.
Vetty, and there's definitely one more spot up for grabs. Every team can have definitely 2, and if you win the team's events in a couple of select events, you can get a 3rd surfer as well.
Wow, I did not know that. That's good to know. Interesting. Rosie, 5'6", sorry. Her first wave, you can, I don't know if the viewers can hear it, but I can definitely feel that wind affecting our structure there. It is so windy and so loud. I was up there before doing the beach commentary, and it was honestly just getting windier and windier. But the women are making it look super fun out there. Rosie, Phillip Island surfer, so she's used to these windy, raw conditions. She's, you know, got a huge smile on her and a huge backhand bang, so you know, she's used to kind of battling against the wind here. We saw this morning it probably wasn't so windy, and we saw some really great heats in the men's round of 16, so throughout the day looking forward to seeing how it continues. No, Rosie's from Coffs Harbour. Why do I think Rosie's from Phillip Island?
Okay. While we hear True Starling's internal monologue out loud,
sorry,
we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who's going to chat to the winner of the last heat, Muro Suzuki.
お疲れ様でした。かなりコンディションが、この数日間とは変わってきていて、しかもこの朝よりもコンディションがだいぶ変わってきたと思うんですが、いかがでしたか？
やっぱいつもより
波が変わっていつもと波が変わって最初少し緊張してたんですけど、まあ試合中の中でリズムつかめてよかったです。
So she was kind of nervous in the beginning because, she knows that how quickly the surf condition has changed like now. But she got a rhythm in the heat and she was happy about that. 今回このヒートをするにあたって作戦とかはあったんですか？作戦とかはあったんですか？
それはとりあえずちょっとどれがいいか分からなかったので北波に乗ってみようと思いました。
So her plan was to just catch as many as she can, try not to stay, just try to stay busy, and that worked out well. この後、セミファイナルとファイナルと続きますが、どう過ごしていくつもりですか？
いつも通り波見て、作戦も今と同じで自分のサーフィンしたいです。
So probably she's gonna spend watching the surf condition, and she will stick to her original plan. Just get as many as she can, and yeah. では最後にたくさんの方が、見てくれている思うのでコメントの方お願いいたします。
次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, and good luck in his next heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wacko. God, those guys looked like they were about to get blown halfway back to Taitung City. And meanwhile, some scores are dropping in. It is Rosie Smart in the lead with a 5.67 and a 3.93, who's just out in front of Paige Harrop. But Paige has the best single wave score, a 6.27. Just the 3.17 as a backup. She needs a 3.33 to get into the lead. And what did your internal monologue tell you, True? Where does Rosie Smart come from?
Yeah, my internal monologue was having a massive malfunction. Rosie's from Coffs Harbour.
Okay, well, talk us through this wave of hers.
Oh, nice opening carve, and then unfortunately doesn't get a finish. But that was a really solid wave, and then Paige, the New Zealander, nice way to start this wave off. Lines it up for a good-looking second connection, and then gets a finish as well. So that's that 6.27 of Paige Harrop. Rosie's such a, she's so competitive. The reason why I've had a malfunction is because Rosie, Smart and Sage Goldsbury, both Roxy girls and Goofy footers. And I know them both very well. They're nothing alike. And I got them confused. So, my bad. Rosie's from Coffs Harbour and she represents Coffs Harbour board riders. But she still charges. She's still such a good human.
Shout out to Coffs Harbour. I've never really understood, as someone who's not from New South Wales, why the Coffs region isn't called the Central Coast. Like
far north.
Yeah, but it's not
coast.
That far north, is it? Like
it's 2 hours from Tweed.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. But then the what's called the Central Coast now, that kind of just seems like it's a bit of an extension of Sydney.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
You've got the South Coast just there.
Yeah.
And surely you have a bit. I don't know. Anyway.
I couldn't tell you, Binzi. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. I mean, don't even get me started on the Queensland-New South Wales border. Why that is not the Tweed River. Oh.
Yeah, it's all very confusing.
It's something to do with the water line and the way that the water runs down from the hills.
Really?
Yep.
I don't even know.
Because there is no other way you could explain such a higgledy-piggledy line when you have a river right there that would just be such a natural frontier. There's Paige Harrop on her backhand, quickly up, quickly down. Bit of a minor score for Rosie Smart as well. There's not much of Rosie, so she's very slight human being. So in these conditions, she's really going to be wanting to get over her board and be as strong on her feet as she can. And that's where Paige, just being the really strong surfer, she's a bit of a bulldog on her backhand. We've seen her win Nias in big tubes on her backhand, and her time on the championship tour was probably marked by greatest success at waves like Bells, where she could just really attack the lip on her backhand.
Especially in conditions like this where she can just really negotiate those, scarier looking sections in a way, because she's not scared. She's happy to commit to a lip, and if she falls, she falls. It doesn't really faze her too much, which is why I think in the conditions like we have today, Paige is such a threat to, really make it towards that pointier end of the draw.
Exactly. Here's the replay of her last wave. You can see just crunches that section, unfazed by the wind, and she is out of there. Speaking of out of there, I'm going to allow Di to commentate the rest of the heat with you.
Oh!
I'll leave you guys
See
to
you,
it.
Benzie. Well, 12.5 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal. And Paige Harrop, 6.27 and a 3.63 has her in the lead. Only just. Rosie Smart at 5.67 and a 3.93. She needs a 4.24. And welcoming back in the booth, Di Wacko.
Hello. Wow. Outside it's crazy windy condition out there.
Seriously, there is so much going on. I could hear the wind from in here, and you can feel it. Yeah, it's pretty scary. But the conditions are still super fun. There's plenty on offer for the women for the last quarterfinal. Then we'll have 4 surfers left. And then we'll roll into the men's quarterfinals, which the first one is Kian Martin and Raiha Onu.
Wow, interesting heat.
It'll be a good one.
Yeah, it's gonna be very important heat for both of the surfers, probably.
Yep.
For Asian ranking,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Both here fighting for, a good win or a good result here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. But so the women, 11 minutes to go. Paige, slow lead. I mean, this heat, it's been one of those heats where, there's not been that many waves, but the waves that we've had, they've definitely been of consequence, I would say. Just it's a battle of a backup really right now.
Like, I had an interview just before with Amuro, and Amuro was saying that the condition has been changing so quickly, so probably next few heat even will be, surf condition will be changed so quickly. So,
Yeah.
Surf competitors have to check the surf with this crazy wind.
Yeah, it's insane, and it's one of those things where, like, even I was doing the beach comms in that last heat, and it was real, like, there wasn't that many waves coming through at certain points in time, and there was a bit of a rip, so you had to paddle against the rip and find yourself in a good spot, and then getting onto waves was hard because that wind does keep you kind of up on the top face of that wave. And we were just saying, for someone like Paige, who's of a bigger stature than Rosie is, she can really whip her turns around and find herself in those better sections. Rosie's there's not a lot of Rosie, but she can definitely hold her own in heats like this and conditions like this as well. Which is why I think she's such a threat. A 4.23 is not a lot. I've been saying she's from Phillip Island, which is massive brain snap. She's from Coffs Harbour. But she's having a look at this one, using her second priority, can't get onto that one because Paige Harrop uses her priority there and has to kick out. So Rosie regains priority. I feel like, that is in favour of Rosie right now. 4.24 is her requirement.
Just under 10 minutes to go, and 4.24 isn't a big score.
No.
She requires, so sitting with priority is pretty good position right now for Rosie. Definitely. She has 5.67, 3.93, needing 4.24.
And right now, I think Rosie is sitting at 4th in the rankings, I believe, on the Australia-Oceania region. Yeah, Rosie's sitting 4th. Paige Harrop is sitting 2nd by about 58 points.
Wow, that is a big battle
Yeah.
between two surfers.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a rematch as well. Both Paige and Rosie came head-to-head in the NIAS QS 5000 in the semi-finals, where Paige got, the nod. She moved through to the final and ended up getting second in the final there. Looks like she had a little look at that one, just has to kick out for Paige. So Paige is sitting second in the rankings. So this is a really important result. Second in NIAS. She's had a fifth in the Great Lakes Pro, which was a QS 3000. And also a fifth in the Evoca QS 3000.
Well,
So-
Rosie's up now. Well, unfortunately, Wave just doubled up and dies out quickly. So she needs to go back out and try to get another one.
Yeah, Rosie looking for a 4.24. Not a big score, not a big requirement for the young goofy footer. But I feel like in conditions like this, it's pretty hard. It's hard to get that.
That's what I was gonna say. It's a condition like this. It's still 4.24. It's a small, requirement, but it's just hard to get one wave.
Yeah, it is. And I think as well, Paige has had so much experience competing. She's an ex-CT surfer. She had, many years on the CT. But Rosie, here she is, live action, having a look at this one. Draws off the bottom. Nice jam. Gets another carve here. She really needs to find a finish.
Oh.
Wow, which she does. So Rosie, that was a well-surfed wave out the back. Paige just kicking out. Rosie needs a 4.24, so we'll see if that kind of nudges at the requirement. Do you think, what do you think about it?
It's gonna be close. She gets a last section.
Yeah.
That's a very important section,
Yeah.
to get a score, and she gets it. So it's gonna be very close. Here's a replay. Straight into the first turn. That's a nice turn right there, and nice checking tongue. And she gets the last section here. That was a great finish right there.
That was a really well-surfed wave. Scores are coming in. First indications, 4.6. So Rosie gets the score, moves up into the lead with 5.5 minutes remaining. Paige needs a 4. Now, I'm wondering if Paige can hear what's going on because it is so windy out there. She's up and riding on this one, though. Straight away. Nice opening carve. Has to kick out, though. That left doesn't offer too much. Did Amuro say she could hear anything out there?
Yeah, I talked to a couple of Japanese competitors, and they're all saying it's just so hard to hear the scores. Sometimes you can hear, but sometimes not. So it's just hard to catch one wave and just paddle against the currents and trying to hear this, scores and understand the situations. It's just, it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. The conditions so different to any other days that we've seen. It's definitely the biggest day today, but I feel like with swell comes wind, especially here. So, you've got to battle it, but you're here to do a job, and you've just got to make sure that you can really get that job. Rosie resumes first priority, so that is a big win for Rosie right now with 4.5 minutes to go. She's in the driving seat, Dai.
Well, still got 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, so plenty of time still. For sure, she's going to get another one, trying to get 4.0. She's having a look this wave. She decided not to go. But today, with the size of the wave and wind, it just tests you a lot as a competitors. You got to have good techniques, good decisions.
Yeah. That's a really good point, Dai. In conditions like this, you have to be really switched on to your technique and your decision making, and especially when it's windy, because wind is just so tricky. But wow, Rosie going this one. She needs to better a 4.6 to make it harder for Paige Harrop. Nice second turn there for Rosie. She's trying to find a finish, puts it straight up, and wow, a finish there. So Paige out the back behind her. Good looking wall. Nice carve there for Paige Harab. Can she find a nice finish like what we saw from Rosie? She's going to stick with this one and see if it offers her much more, but it looks like it might fade out. So 3 minutes remaining. Paige just checking her watch. Maybe she thought there was not that much time left or something. Let's have a look at the replays though, Di.
That's a nice looking wave from Rosie. Nice coming back 2 turns and racing down the line, and she gets the finish. Nice finish, like solid. That's a great ride for Rosie. And here goes Paige needing 4.0. That's a nice bottom turn and nice off the top. Love this carve right there. And she was hoping to get the last section like Rosie got. But unfortunately, just wave dies out. And she needed 4.0, but I think Rosie better her backup score maybe for the last ride, but we're still waiting for the scores come in.
Yeah, I agree. I think Rosie's going to better that 4.6, but Paige does have the best wave of the heat, being that 6.27. And Paige, she's got a score to come through. So does Rosie. This is really tense moments for both women. 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. And Rosie just trying to get back out the back. If I was her, I'd be like, I'm just going to go out there and try and get a good score and make it even harder for Paige, because Paige looks like she was surfing that one to come in. And I think for Rosie right now, she's in a good position where she might be able to pick up a little inside one
and then get the right scores and extend her lead. I wonder what Paige is doing right now. She went in or she's paddling back out.
Yeah.
Just under 1 minute remaining. Still waiting for the scores come in for both Rosie and Paige.
Wow, this is a bit of a rematch, as we mentioned, for Rosie and Paige. Will Rosie get the nod, or does Paige get the score? Wow, this is a really close heat. 35 seconds.
Probably, yeah. Judges are comparing those 2 waves.
Yeah. So Rosie has a number, so does Paige. Important scores to lock in. It will determine who moves forward into the semi-finals. Either Rosie or Paige will take on Amuro Suzuki. Coming down to 10 seconds remaining. And still no indication of where these scores will land. Rosie needs to better a 4.6, and I agree, Di. I think she's done that. But Paige needs a 4 right now. I'd say it would probably be a little bit bigger. Wow, Rosie's score coming in. It's looking like a good number. One more score to lock in for that last wave of Rosie Smart. She did get a pretty good finish on it.
So now we're gonna have to go a little break, and we'll be right back with the result.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is the QS 5000 men's event quarterfinal heat number 1. Pretty big heat on our hands to take us through it. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my big sister True Starling. Look like, again, another really tight heat in that last one.
Yeah, super close between Paige Harab and Rosie Smart there. Paige ended up getting the score in the dying seconds. 667, but wow, Raiha Onu, nice second connection for Raiha, and then bangs it for a third. What a good way to start off a quarterfinal.
Yeah, Raiha is so impressive. He's got a really solid result already in his lineup of results. He's got a third place in the Tamil Nadu Surf Open over there in Mahabalipuram, India, which is where we really got to know Raiha and his surfing. Here we go. Here's a replay. So waits for this section. Foam climb, kind of Rio there. Up and over again for another one. But this is the turn where the points lie. Lays back into it. We see the fins come out the back and rides out with confidence too. So Raiha opting for the rights, which I think is a really great call for the start of the heat, because as soon as you go left, it's pretty hard to get back into position. Raiha up against Kian Martin. So the Swedish surfer, Brazilian surfer as well, who has lived and grown up in Bali, and Kian surfing for more than himself during this heat, representing the last of the Indo boys who are really, as I said, surfing for more than themselves. This is a massive memorial for our dear friend Febri, so this day is completely dedicated to him, and I know that Kian will definitely be surfing for him now. Still 25-minute heats into the quarterfinals for the men. But Raiha, he's going to have a pretty good score to lock in. There it is, a 4.5. And Kian now put the pressure on him.
Yeah, Kian holds first priority right now. He was looking really solid this morning. So was Raiha, though. Raiha seems like he's in the zone to make it deeper into the draw, to get himself up into that, final top 2 conversation. So we'll see what the rest of this heat has in store for Raiha and Kian as well. He's ripping.
Well, we are going to cross down for an interview with a very happy Paige Harab, who got a last-minute win in the final quarterfinal for the women.
Wow, that was a wild heat, and especially the wind. So how was it out there?
It was so wild. I wasn't really listening to the scores too much. Just trying to get a quick start and trying to get out the back again. It was so hard. And even after that last one, there was still like 3 minutes to go, but I was almost round at the harbour and just couldn't get back out.
Did you know you needed like a pretty decent scores in the last 3 minutes on the last wave?
Yeah, I knew that. I think at the time I only needed a 4 something, but she got that left right before me, and I knew she was going to improve her score, and I was just lucky that second left straight after it was there, and it was pretty perfect shape for out there, and almost bogged around, I think, on my second turn, but held it together enough and did the desperate claim at the end.
That was a great riding. So you said you couldn't hear score, but you couldn't hear score at all?
No, I could. I just wasn't really focusing on the scores at the start, just trying to do my own thing, and I guess kind of scoring myself in my own head, but at the end I definitely knew what was going on.
Yeah, right. So you have semi-finals and finals coming up, so how are you going to spend to preparing for the heat?
I'm going to go eat a banana now, because that was a workout out there, and try just save my energy as much as I can, and focus, watch the boys and see what they're doing, and just focus.
Right, any message to your families, friends back in your country?
Yeah, hey to all my family and friends back home, and of course my niece and my nephews as well. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next heat, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Di, and thank you, Paige. Yeah, really stressful times it looked like in the back end of that heat. Rosie Smart just falling into second in the dying stages. Only 0.74 separating them. And this was the first wave of Kian, so looked like he wasn't going to make it, but managed to pull that under his feet. And he loved the feeling of it. He just for that one turn of 5.83. This was the 2.17 that we got for Raiha, just a one turn. And he's gone left. And as soon as you go left, it's pretty hard to get back up to that right. It's a long paddle back out, but this is what these men train for. So I really liked that 5.83 of Kian's.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he really went for it. It was one solid turn, gave everything at that section, and to ride out of that was pretty insane. And Raiha, as you said, those lefts are really tricky. It's hard to get back into position. You're paddling against the wind, you're paddling against the rip. So you really need to be prepared to paddle hard and fast. And this is Kian opting to go left on this one. We can see the Indonesian team really supporting him here. Nice first turn, just doesn't get anything more out of it. But still a great way to start that heat off, that wave off.
Yeah, absolutely was. Kian looking really on form. You can tell that he's surfing for more than himself in this heat. I know that Raiha was pretty good friends with Febri himself, so he'll be doing the same. And I feel like it's a really evenly matched heat. Both of these guys have just been on fire all event. Raiha's had a lot of clutch finishes. A lot of, oh no, is he going to make it? Is he not? Or kind of what is he doing kind of heat, and then just pulls it together right at the end. And I think he did it in this opening heat today, the round of 16. He got an 8 and a 7. So, yeah, whoever makes it to the final today in the men's division will have to surf 4 heats, which is it's a lot, and it's a lot of work, especially in conditions like it is today. It would be exhausting by the time you get to the final.
Yeah, I agree. And this heat is actually a little bit of a rematch as well. Kian Martin and Raiha Onu both had a heat together in the semi-finals at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. And that's where Kian actually progressed through to the finals, coming in second. And Raiha was unfortunately knocked out, but got a third result there. This is him up and riding. So Raiha gets a nice second turn there for a ride out. Wow, that was pretty solid for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, that was a really hard section to negotiate, and he did it with real style and just like confidence about him. We saw that stand tall at the end, which is kind of a signature move for both Raiha and Kian.
Yeah.
When they love a wave because they stand really tall, they're really proud of themselves at the end. And yeah, I love the passion that they both show when they're feeling good in their surfing. So looking like Kian scratching to get onto this one, decides not to go, but you can just see the amount of wind that's going on out there. There's so much water moving as well. We kind of pulled up this morning and it was pretty pumping, but there's still so much opportunity out there now, but just maybe 4 times the amount of water moving with that wind. Here we go. Kian having a paddle, looking at this one, wants to drop that 3.77, extend his lead. Isn't going to get much to work with on that one, but I love the approach. You could see he was eyeing down an air section on that one. He's going to have to work pretty hard to get back out there now. It's long paddle outs and 25-minute heats. They probably feel like they'd fly out there.
Yeah, 25 minutes in conditions like this is not a lot of time, but you have to make do with what you've got out there. We're still waiting on that last score of Raiha. I think we'll be doing 25-minute final semis and then doing 30-minute finals, which will be a bit of a luxury. If you win the event, you walk away with 5,000 points and $10,000. And coming in second is 3,900 points and $5,000, which is pretty nice. That last wave of Raiha, which is this one here, 4.83, nice first turn, and gets a good second connection there. Really, attacked the lip.
I really liked that turn.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really hard section to negotiate, and he did it really well, and he's got back out with priority. He's going to hold Kian off this one. Racing down the line, that's not what he was looking for. So a bit of a mistake there for Raiha. Now passes priority back onto Kian. So this is, could be a bit of a power move for Kian if he could really capitalise on this next exchange for him. I'd love to see both of these guys, take to the air They're both extremely talented in the air, just as much as they are on rail, but feel like to surf on rail on your forehand will be pretty tricky out there today. It'd be more of the lefts you're looking for to get that type of surfing done. But pretty perfect air wind and punchy little sections. I was just out there with some of the Aussie boys and they were just mind surfing, absolutely mind surfing. And Dill, Alistair and Joel coming up in their quarterfinals soon. We'll see Shohei Kato taking on Joel Vaughan in the next heat. I have a feeling that'll be a bit of an air show. You know, Shohei, one of the most talented aerialists coming out of the Japanese contingent, and Joel, definitely one of the most talented coming out of the Australian.
Yeah, both Shohei and Joel have had some pretty clutch moments where they've pulled out some insane airs and, you know, really set themselves apart, especially in this event. But here we go, Raiha up and riding.
Yeah, racing for this section. We knew what he wanted to do from the start. Does he get the ride out? No, he doesn't. So love the approach. We can hear some yelling, and that sounds like the Indonesian crew yelling out to Kian. Looking at this wave, he says no, that's not what he wants. Maybe there's another one coming through because they wouldn't be yelling it for nothing. But I love just the support that everyone is showing for each other on the beach. You know, Raiha getting ready for his heat with Tenchi Awami, Takumi, Sarah Wakita, just the full support crew. And then, Kian, you know, getting ready with all the Indonesian boys. And, both of the servers looking really on point. Right now, no one really running away with it. Kian obviously got the strength of that 5.83 for one turn. So we'll see what he can do in the back half of this heat. 12 minutes to go. Has priority and maybe a little bit of a lump on the way.
Yeah, so Kian needs to better that 3.77. I mean, there's plenty of time. Raiha chasing down that 4.78. I was talking to Dai before because he had a bit of a chat with Amuro and some of the other Japanese competitors. And he was saying that it's actually kind of hard to hear out there. But Kian up and riding on this one, goes straight to the air. Wow. Gets a full rotation and a clean ride out. That was next level.
My hands are in the air. My hands are in the air. That was incredible. That was so hard to negotiate, and he just did that with so much style and so much ease, and didn't even look like he flinched throughout any of that. So here we go. Here's the replay. Look at the amount of foam he's got to deal with here. Perfect technique, perfect landing, and that's definitely going to better his 3.77.
Yeah, so I agree that score will lock in for last of Kian's. Maybe not getting as much height as he wanted, but still a pretty good score. 7.0 for that last wave of Kian Martin. He really extends his lead. Raiha now looking for an 8 to go to first place and find himself in the semi-finals. Kian, once again, just, you know, tapping into what he knows he can do. And now he's just going to sit there and apply that pressure, not give Raiha too much room to move. And we know that Kian's a lethal competitor. This is that last wave of Raiha. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit weird, but then here we go. This is this last one of Kian. Gets some speed and then slow-mos it. Yeah, gets a full rotation. That was solid for Kian. Rides out clean.
So much foam on that wave. So much to deal with, so much to negotiate. And that section, you know, there was a lot of water coming at him. And he just made it look so easy and so elegant as well. You know, I just feel like there wasn't anything wrong with that. So rewarded very well with a 7-point ride. So 7 and a 5.83 has Kian out with a pretty commanding lead. Raiha now needs an 8-point ride. But, you know, with Raiha, the thing is he's already scored an 8 today. So we know he can do it again. And he knows what he has to do to get an 8-point ride. So he's only got a pair of 4s, which is usually not what we're used to seeing from Raiha. Oh, we're hearing some yelling again, maybe from our Indonesian friends. We'll have to wait and see if there's anything coming, or maybe they're just excited about what's going on. But, yeah, I don't think we can count Raiha out of this heat yet. He's a really incredible surfer. I saw him before he paddled out as well, and he was looking pretty amped to go surfing. So we'll see what he can do with his next priority exchange. But maybe a bit of a wave coming now. Here we go, Raihat. Using up priority. Foam climb there. Looks for more down the line. Gets a carve. Look at the amount of wind that's coming off this face. Gets another one. Takes to the sky. Oh! Tries to pull it off, but just gets eaten by that second wave coming at him. So excellent surfing from Raihat. Unfortunately, could not pull off that last maneuver. Maybe a little bit of frustration there from our Japanese surfer. He's going to get back out there, but true, just look at the amount of water that's moving right now. It just looks like hard work out there.
Yeah, you have so much to battle in conditions like this. The wind is insane. That rip is full on. There is, you know, as you said, Jessie, so much challenge out there, you know, as well as, you know, focusing on what you can do. And really, it's days like today where you have to tap into your technique, you tap into what you know, to really see yourself doing the best surfing. And I don't think that last wave of Raihat will be the 8, but it was still a good wave. It was good to see him, you know, showing his surfing. 7.5 minutes to go. And Kian holds first priority with that 7. He is just looking super in form right now. Scores to come through for last of Raihat. And up next is quarterfinal number 2, Shohei Kaito and Joel Vaughan. As you said, Jessie, it's going to be a pretty big semi-final, that one.
Yeah.
Quarterfinal, sorry.
It's absolutely going to be an air show. I'm calling it now. It's going to be an absolute air show. I don't think we'll see many turns go down at all. I just think, you know, those guys are both too consistent and too good in the air that they won't stick to their strengths. Someone's having a look at this one, Raihat, but unfortunately can't get round that section. Kian, maybe a bit of a wave approaching. But we'll see. We're going to wait because no one's taking off on that one. Kian getting pretty close to Raihat right now. Wants to make sure that he is in a commanding position for this last 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Kian has first priority. A wave coming through. Does he play tactics? Yeah, Raihat trying to sell him on that one, but yeah, pretty good call, confident call there from Kian. Now Raihat trying to break away and create a bit of space. He's paddling towards the left. So as soon as you go left, I think it's pretty hard to get back to the right, especially at this time in the heat. And there's Kian hunting down after Raihat, just saying, I want to make this heat. And I'm going to get pretty close to you. You can see they're definitely not on that main peak. They're down to the right of the screen, which is, yeah, getting close to the boat harbour down there. They might have to come in via the boat harbour.
Yeah, they are definitely drifting pretty far, pretty quickly, but looks like they're making their way back up the beat, or up the area, I'd say.
It's not a beach, is it?
No, not really. But Kian using his priority on this one, goes straight up into it. And nice hard carve for a second turn. Goes to the air and a finish for a third. Kian Martin looking really solid right now. We're still waiting on that last wave of Raihat. And now Kian has another score to lock in with 5 minutes remaining. Oh.
No.
Okay, looks like Kian has had an interference. Losing his whole second wave. So we'll get a bit of an update and let you know what the go is with that.
Well, yeah, we'll get an update and we'll come back to you guys. But here's where they think the interference came from. So Kian had a paddle, but he had first priority. So this was well within his rights to go this wave. He had first priority over Raihat. This is the replay of that last wave. So we'll wait for that score to lock in. We're just figuring out where the interference came from. That last wave isn't going to better his already highest score, which is a 7. So 4 minutes to go. We've had a complete change. Now Raihat in the lead with 2 4s. And Kian looking for a 9.33. So our priority judge deeming an interference somewhere in this heat. Maybe we missed it on camera. The boys having a chat out there. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
So I'm thinking when we saw that paddle from Raiha's last wave in that 3.6, Kian got a little bit in the way and potentially could have interfered with Raiha's path, which is why he would have lost that whole second scoring ride. So he needs a 9.33 single score. I'm pretty sure they've deemed it a priority interference. Let's have a look.
I think they got it wrong. So Kian paddling, but gets out of the way, and Raiha still gets onto the wave and surfs this one all the way through. So the judge is saying he has a little bit too much in the way. So priority interference there for Kian. Our priority judge, just deeming Kian getting a little bit too close. Now we've had a complete change in this heat. Raiha now has priority and is in the lead, and Kian needing a big number, a 9.33. He's having a paddle here. Let's see what he can do. Scratches onto this one. We know he's going to take to the air. Body language suggesting he feels deflated and, maybe a little bit heartbroken right now, because this was a good-looking heat for Kian. He was looking in form.
Yeah, he really was. It was just unfortunate that, he's had an interference really called against him. He would have been leading otherwise. He needs a single score of a 9.33, which will have to be the best wave of the event so far. So 2 minutes to go. Can Kian come back into this heat? What is, going to happen there? Raiha in the lead with a 4.83 and a 4.5. Kian still has the best wave of the heat, still waiting on an official update on that interference, but pretty sure that's what happened.
1 minute 30 to go. That was the plot twist we did not see coming. But, our judges, they're professionals. They know exactly what they're here for. So it was actually a paddling interference on Kian, which means he loses his full second score. Raiha using priority on this one. Bit of a mistake there, so leaving the door slightly ajar for Kian. He needs a 9.33. We know what that means. Set wave, big air. He's stuck on the inside, can't get out for this lot of sets right now. There's 1 minute to go. Let's hope that one more opportunity can come through for Kian. He's scratching to get in position for this one. Is he going to? No, he won't. 50 seconds to go. Maybe one more opportunity out the back behind it. Here we go. Kian Martin putting himself in place for this one. Decides not to go. There's 45 seconds remaining. You can't help but feel a little bit devastated for Kian right now. That was just a complete mistake, and he probably didn't realize he was as much in the way as he was. Raiha surfed that wave the whole way through, so Raiha now scratching to get back out there in time. Here we go, Kian trying to get in position for this one. Is he? Yes, he is. He's going to take off. He needs to do something crazy right now to make sure he gets that 9.33. Tags that first section, isn't going to get much more after it. And you can tell he's frustrated, and he just doesn't get it. You can see the emotion on his face there from Kian. And he might have had a chat with Raiha out there, and Raiha might be in agreement. We don't know, but that is story over for Kian Martin. So Raiha Onu, our first semi-finalist, is confirmed. We'll see him again later on today. But we'll be back with more information and a bit of an update on that last heat right after this short break. And we are back with quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. We are here at Jinzun Harbor, a very windy Jinzun Harbor at that. My name's Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my good friend Vaughan Blakey. How are you, Vaughan?
G'day, Jess. Yeah, really good, thanks. Just went outside and you want to know how windy it is?
I'd love to know how windy it is. Tell me.
Well, when I got here this morning, I had a full head of hair. Gone, blew off.
Where'd it go? It's just bloody gone.
It's heading to, I don't know. It's heading, what wind is this? Northerly.
Wild.
It's heading south at a rate of knots, I'll tell you that much. But pretty excited. Finals day here in Taitung Country, or Taitung County. And it's been a huge week, immensely emotional week, obviously, with the sad news, the passing of Febri and Soya. And it's been huge to get to this place, but we're in the water now and everyone is surfing out of their skin in celebration in honour of Febri's life. And we're into the quarterfinals. And you predicted an air show here. Shohei Kato up against Joel Vaughan. And Jolie Vaughan, I think it's fair to say he's had the 2 biggest heat totals in the event so far. So he's in really good form, but he's going to have to watch himself here. Shohei's been also blitzing through this field.
Yeah, well, I'll add to that in just a second. But first, I'd love to catch up with a chat with Raiha Onu, who's down there with Daiwako after a pretty cool heat for Raiha in that last one.
お疲れ様でした。朝のヒートとはだいぶコンディションが今変わってきて、かなりいろんな意味で難しいコンディションだと思うんですが、いかがでしたか？
そうですね、結構難しくて、結構なんだかんだ決められなかったんですけど、うまくプライオリティを使って作戦的にできたので良かったかなと思ってます。
So he was having a hard time to catching the good waves and score the waves, but he managed to use priority and got through, and that part he was happy. この後セミファイナルとファイナルが残っていると思いますが、どのように過ごされますか？
そうですね、今見た感じ、波もぐちゃぐちゃなんで、自分のサーフィンしながら一つずつ優勝に向かってやっていけたらなと思ってます。
So the surf condition is gonna stay probably same, choppy, bumpy conditions. So he's just gonna do what he can do out there and try to get through each heat. では最後に、たくさんの方が今ライブで見てくれていると思います。コメントの方お願いします。
とりあえずセミファイナル初めて行って QS5000 で調子もいいので、このまま頑張って優勝狙って優勝を日本に持ち帰りたいと思います。
Thank you so much and good luck in the next heat and back to you guys.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Raiha. Yeah, a bit of a wild heat that last one. You know, we saw Kian lead all the way up until the last 4 minutes and the judges deeming him just getting a little bit too close to Raiha when Raiha had priority. So it's a paddling interference. He lost his complete second wave.
Heavy. That sucks for Kian. He was really surfing with so much purpose. Look at this. This is attack mode Joel Vaughan here. That wave was just a little insider, but he's already got a 6. And the thrust and parry begins.
Yeah, his first wave was really interesting, but going back to what we were talking about before, he's had the 2 highest scores of the event so far. And this morning he was just looking really on point. Within the first 4 minutes of his heat, he had an 8 and a 9. I was like, oh, well, that's as good as it gets, isn't it?
Well, Shohei's obviously paddled out here going, all right, I'm going to have to bring something special against Joel. He's throwing the fins and doing well. Very smooth, but just needs a little more than that wave was putting on offer. This is, I think this is Joel's first wave.
This is the 6. Really nice, tidy surfing from Joel. I guess that's kind of the surfing that we almost expect to see from Joel now. He's just so talented.
Oh.
But I love when Joel surfs like this. His rail surfing is just as good as his air surfing. And yeah, I really enjoy when he kind of gets into that attack mode on the wave as well. Because I think he's just so textbooked and just technically great when it comes to his surfing.
There'd be a big crew watching this at home. Couple of CT competitors from North Shelley as well.
Yes.
Macy and Molly.
Yes.
So they'd be cheering on club member Joel Vaughan here. We're going to be seeing Hugh Vaughan back in Taiwan at some point, you'd imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Shortly, representing the club yesterday.
Yeah, and
The
North
ABB.
Shelley ended up actually
Getting it done.
getting it done.
Yeah, they always find a way, North Shelley. Don't worry about that. And shout out to Russ. And another air rev. Russ Maloney, one of my favourite people in the universe.
Russ Maloney.
Love him.
I feel like North Shelley is maybe Narrabeen's #1 rival.
You think so?
Yeah. Not I feel like, I know.
Oh, yeah,
North
you know,
Shelley is
you know.
Narrabeen's #1 rival. But this last wave was just so incredible from Joel. You knew what he was going to do
Speed.
from the start. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful.
Technique is just amazing. I mean, to hold your board perfectly in this sort of wind, yes, it is a favourable wind. Yes, it is blowing the board onto your feet, but it is so strong out there. I'm not joking. The entire contest structure feels like a box kite. It
Oh.
could take off at any second. I mean, it is drilled down. Don't worry about that. But another big heat coming up next.
Keijiro Nishi.
Oh, Keijiro's going to be up against Alistair Reginato. That is a massive heat. And really, these battles, they're going to be just absorbing as we move through finals day. The women's semi-finals are set. Lots of, real battles in those quarters, and some last-minute heroics by Paige Harrop to sneak past Rosie Smart in that last quarter-final. So New Zealand still in this one as well.
Yeah, I love the red hair, red rashy combo. That was great. Imagine a red pair of boardies with that too. Just all red.
Does that mean if you've got no hair, you don't have to wear a rashi? No hair, no rashi combo?
No hair, no rashy combo. Yeah, I mean, go for it, Vaughn. Whatever
Okay.
works for you. I mean,
Yeah.
your hair did blow away this morning.
It did.
So
It actually blew away about 30 years ago. The only person I know who went bald or younger than me was Matt Bemrose. He was born bald. And
Bemmy.
nothing changed. I don't think hair ever grew.
he was
Maybe
bald.
one or two little wispy bits that maybe his pet cat licked off at some point. But, yeah. Here we go. More action here as Joel Vaughan takes the wind.
8-point ride for that last one, Vaughn.
Oh, my goodness. The judges are really making it known what kind of surfing they want to see out here today. Throw it to the air. Take it to the skies. Yep, an 8 and a 6. This is the story of Joel Vaughan's run in this event. I don't think he has really struggled to put scores on the board at all. He seems to just come out, nail 2 big scores, and just leaves his competitors, on the ropes right away. It's tough going when you've got a surfer in this much form, especially with the class of Joel Vaughan.
I feel like as well, though, when I saw this heat on paper and I saw that he was coming up against Shohei, I thought, you know what, that's a great matchup for Joel. Because Shohei has been also looking really in form. Not only this event, but he's coming off a 3rd place in the Philippines. And the Philippines draw was stacked. And he ended up losing to the winner, Marimar, who, he's just so in form. It's his hometown. It's his own break. But Shohei's just been surfing so comfortably but so aggressively and really progressive in all of his heats. And he's had a couple really clutch finishes, needed big scores, got the job done. So when I saw this on paper, I thought, you know what, that's a really good matchup because I feel like Shohei is looking really comfortable in his own skin and is comfortable to push his limits, where Joel is already looking so strong and in form. So I thought this would be a great back and forth battle between the two.
Yeah, you're right. Joel is probably feeling a little more relaxed here, excuse me, than Shohei, just simply because he's coming off the Challenger Series. He's already surfing, so well throughout this event. Crack vertical attack here. 2 snaps, he'll get a 3rd. Shohei, on the other hand, actually, every heat he gets through throws another big pile of points onto his rankings. And with 3 spots up for grabs, he wants to go deep. He wants to go really deep, especially these QS 5000s. There's just so much ground to be made on the ratings leaders. And Shohei can really, put a dent in the gap between he and the top crew on that Asia rankings at the moment.
Looking like he's paddling into a little right rip bar right now.
Here we go.
Let's see what he can do. So, Carl's back for this first section. He's on that magic blackboard. Looking for more down the line. Just doesn't time it right. So, Shohei, you can see the frustration there, but...
That's been his go-to. That actually has yielded some really big scores for him, especially after, a good, strong opening. He hits that end section. He just lays it over and kicks out the jams hardcore. And there's been some big explosive turns on that inside bowl from Shohei. That one not coming off, but don't be surprised if he goes to it again.
Oh, absolutely, he'll go to it again. And he's actually thrown down some pretty big airs as well. This is a replay of Joel's, so really nice first turn straight up into the pocket. Look at the wind on that face. And gets a third turn up and over the foam there, so really nice, strong, aggressive surfing. Betters his situation, 6.9. And then Shohei carves back for this first turn. And this is the Shohei signature, this last one.
Yeah.
But just couldn't pull it off. It's a bit unusual for Shohei.
Just a little missed time. Maybe went a little early, but I would love... Did you ever play the pause game on... did you grow up with DVDs or was it just all internet?
No, I grew up with DVDs, but not for long.
Okay. Well, when I was a grom, we had video cassettes, and my brother Ronnie and I would play the pause game, right? So you'd get the remote, and you'd have your favourite surf movie on or whatever, and you'd press pause, and that was your photo. So you had to time it perfect, and best surf shot won kind of thing.
Stop it.
So just then, on that little left of Jolie Vaughan's, the turn that I would have freeze-framed if I could was the second bottom turn. He comes out of that first turn, down over a little ridge, and just fully banked it. So let's see if we can play the pause game here. Wonder if the production team will be onto it with us. Just, see that? That really quick change of direction. Like that, to me, sets up whatever turn you want to do out of the top. Oh, they're going for it, I think. Pause game, here we go. Oh, yeah, no, I'd give that about a 3 for the... that bit. That's the bit I like.
Well, we're going to introduce a new game into the broadcast. The pause game.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, well, you've got to be some kind of surf nerd to make the movies that you've watched 10,000 times more interesting. That's how we did it.
The pause game.
Yeah.
I love it.
Like, sometimes I'd usually, you're always going for the top turn or the cutty or whatever, but yeah. Sometimes the bottom turn is the shot, man.
I'm a massive bottom turn fan. I think even growing up in Narrabeen, if you don't know him, if you go to Narrabeen, you will. His name's Tookie. And Tookie always said a great top turn always comes from a great bottom turn. Remember, he told me that from the moment I started surfing when I was around 13. He said, great. And my dad as well. I'm sure my dad's watching. Dad, that was you as well.
Yeah.
Dad's going, where's my credit?
Well, it's not just your dad and Tookie. I mean, that is supreme advice from two absolute rippers. But, yeah, it's well known that way, way back in the day, let's go back to, I'm going to say, Nat Young and the beginning of the shortboard revolution. There's a few crew who get credited with it, but Nat brought the power game. And there are some shots of Nat, Bob McTavish, Jerry Lopez, a few others where the bottom turn is that's what it's all about. That's where all the drive comes from, sets the platform, fuels up, loads up whatever turn is going to come from it. And, yeah, that's really where good surfing is born.
Yeah, that's where it all starts.
It is. Here we go. Shohei now slices. Nice first turn. Loading up here. What's he got on the inside? He goes for the air rev, and wow. See, now that's a spectacular wave. A nice big open face carve. I thought he might go to the Larry, but it didn't work for him last time, so he decides to add a bit more firepower to it. And it's a good finishing turn here. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, love this opening carve. It's so strong, and we knew he was going to go for something big. He's looking down the line, and just takes to the sky, and that's the Shohei we're used to seeing. That's the Shohei that I was like, oh, he's going to take it to Joel, because this has been, the guy that we're used to seeing in these heats.
You know what? The wind really helped him out there. That's that little turn on the inside, or that little section, I should say, didn't look like much. But because he was able to just project his frame into that breeze, it sort of helped elevate the board a little bit. So, yeah, good spectacular turn. Joel Vaughan speed checks this first section. Deep bottom turn, hacks it out of the lip. And slicing his way down the point. He's going to have a massive paddle, but he will get the bonus section on the inside. Cracks it up vertical. Big turn to finish. That is, get your pause game out. Get your remote, Jess, come on.
Get the pause game. I'm pausing that last turn.
I'm definitely not pausing the bottom turn on this one. I'm pausing that big nooner at the end. That was a vicious attack. This turn's nice too, you know, just speeding past that little whitewash section in front of him. That turn there.
Yeah, I liked that one.
Pure juice. And then sits back on the tail and watch him load up on this bit.
Yeah, this is where I'm pausing. That's my pause game. That turn was so just textbook surfing. Yeah, Joel, I have a feeling you'll probably increase his score again. Let's look at it one more time. So, yeah, I agree. I like that first turn. I like this second one better. He really pushes hard off his back foot. Gets a bit of a check turn here. We're actually going to play the pause game. Okay, so Joel waits for this section. So we're just going to wait.
Watch him. He'll tweak it extrovert as he goes up the lip. Look, boom.
No, guys. No, just kidding.
Oh, mate, yeah. They're going to have to be on the QE for a few more years before they get to CT level pause game like Ronnie played.
Yeah.
But, epic stuff there from Joel Vaughan. And, oh, my goodness, full rotator.
Oh, my gosh.
He threw it hard into the huck then. 8-point ride. A 6.9 is what he's getting rid of. I'm just in my brain trying to think back to what that 6.9 was. I feel like it was a snap and then a little air rev.
The 6.9 was actually the left that he got prior to that
Oh, it
left.
was too.
Yeah.
Okay, so he probably has done away with it. Let's look at the lead up here.
Wow.
Yeah, that is the full 360 off the lip all the way around.
That last wave for Joel, judges saying not enough, it's a 5.9, and then the air attempt just a 1.07. Shohei getting a 6.57. He's back in the heat. Now needs an 8.33. He has priority, 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. And Joel's miles down the point. He'd be a fair way down because he's just got a long left, where Shohei, he's got that right rip bowl, so he's put himself back into a good position to get back onto that right rip bowl. But you can tell just from that, even the cameras are shaking. That's how windy it is out there.
Yep.
And there's just so much water moving. Yeah, honestly, Vaughan, if I pulled up, I probably wouldn't go surfing myself out there. I'd be like,
As if you froth.
I want to play the pause game. That's what I want to say.
You'd be out there. I know all about you. You are the mad frother. You're like the only person who froths more than the Starling sisters is Nathan Hedge. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, and the Hoggy was in fine form yesterday too. Just touch on that.
Far out, straight out of the cone zone in Tahiti, straight into a big win for Narrabeen. So,
Cone zone to the ABB state rounds.
Yeah.
Hoggy's
Look at
life.
this.
I love it.
Amazing. So here we go. And Jolie's just going to want to be careful here. There's a little door open. Shohei can create opportunities. He's light. He's fast twitch. If he gets into the air, he can do the full rotator. He's got a Hail Mary in him. So, you know, Joel's been sitting on an 8 and a 6.9. And he just wants to make sure that 6.9 is not going to come back to haunt him. He's had a few good waves. He's probably done everything that was asked of him on those waves. But, yeah, Shohei is not going to ride himself out of this one just yet. 4 minutes to go. He's out the back. He's in position. Joel just coming on the screen. I can just see him now. So that's been, 2.5 minutes of paddling, and he's still not out to the takeoff zone.
But I couldn't agree more with you. I feel like there is a door slightly ajar right now. Shohei does have a Hail Mary, and we've seen him pull it out of the bag, not only in this event, but the Philippines event as well. He's such a momentum surfer, so I feel like, if he can get the section, there's absolutely no doubt he'll give it everything he's got and definitely try and challenge that 8.33 that lies ahead of him right now. And then Joel, that 6.9, it's a great score, and 14.9, you wouldn't be complaining with that. But when you're coming up against a surfer like Shohei, you definitely want more. That was a bit of defensive play from Joel. Now, Shohei out the back, 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. has priority.
There's a bit of danger here. There's the Japanese contingent. They've already got a semi-finalist.
Raiha Onu.
Yeah, Raiha getting the nod over Kian Martin. They'll be watching this so closely, as will the Australians. And there is, oh, wow, the cat and mouse is well and truly on. Shohei having a really good think about whether to give up priority then. And you know he was looking at that closeout and not thinking this wave isn't going to do it. He's going, is there a ramp here that's big enough to give me the opportunity?
Yeah, that's exactly. I feel like, I mean, we've seen Shohei get 8s in this event so far, but Joel's 8 was one massive air and on probably a medium-sized wave. So if Shohei can, get himself a medium to set size wave, do the same thing, there's no doubt in my mind he can get that 833. He was definitely curious about that last wave. I think it was a good call. Looked like a bit of a closeout. Joel trying to get rid of that 6.9, stuck behind a bit of foam there, opts out of that. So just over 2 minutes to go. Stressful times right now for the Central Coast viewers tuning in. I'm sure they just want to see Joel make it through a few more rounds, even take it to the final. Whoever gets through this heat will be taking on Raiha Onu, who Joel actually came up against in the first heat of the day. Joel with a 9 and an 8, but Raiha got an 8 and a 7. And kind of got close to taking Joel as well.
So that's a mouth-watering semi-finals starting to fall into place. 1 minute 30. So, Shohei with priority. It'll be interesting to see whether Joel tries to get in his space a bit, maybe try and sell him on one that, doesn't really give him the opportunity. Shohei, he's a classy competitor. He's going to really make sure that if something comes his way, it's got a ramp. I mean, that's what he's going to be doing. He'll take off on a wave and his brain will be going, I need an air section and it's got to be a big one. So this is what Shohei Kato will be spending the last minute of this heat looking for. A big opportunity, a big frontside full rotation air or a big straighty or some sort of big alley-oop, some sort of air weaponry to get a giant score. And 8.33 is what he needs. Joel Vaughan will sit out there. He'll probably sit. I'm actually trying to figure out. Yeah, they're kind of close. He's just leaving Shohei to it at this stage. The gamesmanship not really coming into it. And he will be looking for maybe an opportunity without priority to get rid of that 6.9.
Yeah, he'd definitely be looking to sneak one under Shohei's priority, but, clock is the enemy right now with 15 seconds to go. Look at that wind just...
Oh, it is blustery.
Looking like maybe something's coming right now. Shohei can't get to it. Joel can. Nice first turn for Joel. Comes around, floats that foam, and gets a finishing turn there. So, wow, really impressive stuff from Joel. Shohei, unfortunately, can't get another wave. So, will be Joel Vaughan taking on Raiha Onu in semi-final number 1. We will be moving on to quarterfinal heat number 3. Keijiro Nishi, Alistair Reginato. We will be right back with that heat right after this short break.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That is Joel Vaughan on screen. The lad from the Central Coast has been flying this week, and that was another really noteworthy performance. 14.9, his two-wave total. Unfortunately, Shohei Kato wraps things up in the quarters. And now in quarterfinal number 3, it's Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, who opened up with a big tail high reverse, and that is an 8-point ride up into the excellent range. Kajiro Nishi kicked off with a 6.5. So, this one has got out of the gates at full pace.
Yeah, it's starting to turn into an air show with this wind being the way that it is. Some high-flying antics going down. The air rev, sort of the air of choice at the moment. Binsey, although we did see one very cool straight air this morning. I think that was Jolie Vaughan getting things going with a massive punt. But, you know, the rotation, it just helps the board stick to the feet in these sorts of conditions. And Nishi now. And far out. I've really enjoyed this guy surfing throughout the week. He has such a compressed backhand. When he hits the lip, he just busts the tail, puts a lot of different little tweaks on his top turns, and all of them send big sprays, big fans of spray on the backhand. So, you know, it's going to be tricky. The goofs, the wind is not really conducive to big backside airs unless you get a perfect section.
All right, speaking of big fans, we are all big fans of Joel Vaughan, and he's having a chat with JJ right now.
Yeah, I'm here. We're all big fans of Joel Vaughan, and that last heat was incredible. Talk us through it.
Oh, well, I paddled out and it was way bumpier than what I thought, and I actually haven't surfed it this low yet, so it was a little bit different than what I thought when I got out there, and then just thought I just had to catch waves and stay busy and try to get in a bit of rhythm and get into a couple fun ones, and yeah.
And when I was talking to you before your heat, well, I could see you kind of eyeing off the rights, and then we saw you a lot on the lefts. Did your plan change when you were out there? Because when we were watching it, I was like, oh, Joel's on another left way down the beach. So tell us through, did you have to adjust out there? Because, yeah, it looks really hard.
No, my game plan was definitely go on the rights. I just, actually, the first left I got, I was paddling, trying to go right, and the wind was like in my face. So I was like looking more towards the left and just saw that it looked fun. So I just went it and ended up getting a good score on it. So, and then another one came through and I was like, oh, I might as well go again. Ended up way down the peak and long paddle back out, but yeah.
And we know conditions aren't getting any better. How are you going to prepare? How are you going to tackle the semi-final up against Raiha Onu?
I'm just going to go back, reset, drink some water, and just figure out where the best waves are coming from and go sit there.
And I'm sure you got friends and family at home watching. Do you want to say hi to anyone back home?
Yeah, so big thanks for everyone messages back home. I know my dad and the rest of the family are watching, and everyone from the board riders. So thanks, guys, and yeah, cheers.
Awesome. Joel Vaughan, we'll see him in the semi-finals. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Jess. Yeah, Ian. G'day, brother. How you going, mate? And all the Vaughan family. Yeah, they're tuned in. They must be pretty stoked with what they're seeing here in Taiwan. Joel Vaughan, far out, he's been dropping big numbers.
It's just an excitement machine, isn't he? I cast a lazy eye a little while ago during his heat on the comments on YouTube. And there's all these comments just raving about Vaughan, and I was like, what about the rest of us commentators? And then I realised they were talking about Joel Vaughan.
I count myself as one of the Vaughanies, don't worry about that. Like I turn up to their places just at rando events like Christmas Day. Just knock on the door, you know, me and my wife turn up. Hey, fam. They're like, can you please leave, or are we going to call the police? This is not cool. You've got to stop this, Vaughan.
Can't get rid of these guys.
Yeah,
but I'm one of you.
I know. Wow.
Kajiro Nishi just dropped a 5.17 for his second wave, so he's in the lead with an 11.67 total. And we've got a wave to drop in for Reggie, Alistair Reginato.
Yeah. And speaking of clubs tuning in, big shout out to the North Shore crew. Congrats on making the ABB finals. Reggie, famous victory, part of a famous victory with his brother and Shane Bevo and the crew. Sophie McCulloch. Jeez, they're an easy team to love. So much talent.
Oh, now, for a lot of us, that's where we first sort of got to see Alistair in action. He's one of those guys who just went up 10 levels when he was surfing for his club.
Yeah, yep, big time. And, it's been really since those performances that he's been on the radar, and what he's been able to do is translate that club passion and atmosphere into his individual performances on the QS and the Challenger Series this year for the first time. So here he goes. He's a big fella. He throws another big...
Oh! He was almost there. He just dropped a 7 for his previous wave, so a 15-point total. He's sitting pretty and obviously thought, well, if I'm going to improve on a 7, I need to do something pretty specky. He got the rotation. Looked like he kind of had 2 feet on the nose of the board and couldn't quite ride out of that one.
Yeah, with this wind, it's kind of get your rotation done as quickly as possible, isn't it? I guess what it does is it can kind of throw you slightly off kilter if you don't completely grease it. Kind of a little bit off on this wave anyway. But you know what's funny, Binzy? This morning when I came down, we've heard Coda talk about it, Jolie Vaughan talk about it, just keeping the lid on, the froth, because if you are one of those crew who likes to take to the air, you get down here on one of these days where it's puffing up the face and you're just like, oh, let me at it. You know, like a French bulldog on a half-chewed tennis ball or something. But Reginardo, I said to him, mate, how is it out there? He was going for an early. He goes, mate, it is so bowly, just hack. So don't be surprised if you start seeing him drop a few wallets and engaging the rail.
Yeah, fair enough. I saw a group of the Aussie competitors in town last night. A lot of them have been staying out here closer to the event site. It's about a 40-minute drive from Jinzun Harbor to get into Taitung City. But I think with the lay day, quite a few people came in during the day to do a little bit of sightseeing, have a look around, see what goes down in Taitung on a Saturday night. It was hard to get into any of the restaurants. Everywhere was waiting lists and fully booked and all the rest. And saw Alistair and a few of the Aussie competitors, doing the laps of the dumpling.
Yeah, well, we had a nice little happy moment, didn't we? Went for a walk yesterday afternoon to a little perch on the very top of this little mountain that overlooks the city.
Went for a sunset 10 overlooking the city.
Yeah, just a lovely little experience to go up to the lookout. You actually walk through a few of the temples here that are just, beautiful monuments, incredible architecture, and so much just decorative brilliance all over them. So colourful.
That's great.
It's magic city. Taitung City is just so beautiful. It's such a fun place.
Yeah, it's crazy. You're walking down what you think's back alley, and then all of a sudden there's a temple just off to the side, and it's beautiful. And the big temples we were looking at when we went up the hill in town yesterday, just the embossed artwork and engraving and the statues and all that kind of stuff. It was so cool. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. The wind's, disgracing itself today, but that's okay.
Well, I mean, on the flip side, the wind has provided a lot more swell. This is definitely the biggest surf we've seen for this year's event. And there's been plenty of opportunities. Every single heat has had a couple of excellent rides so far this morning. So, yeah, the wind, it's not everyone's best friend. I think that if you're down there with an umbrella or...
Yeah, tough day for a brolly.
Stuck out under the tents flipping and a flapping out there.
Tough day to be reading a newspaper.
Real tough day. Even a tough day to be a flap hat. You look at old mate
not getting as much sun protection out of that as he would because it's horizontal so much.
Yeah, well, Ronnie and I went skydiving with Mum a couple of years ago.
I went for my dad's 60th.
Yeah, well, Mum was like far out, 70. So we jumped out of this plane and we got to the bottom. We're all high-fiving, having a great time. And Ronnie's sort of looking a little bit frowny-faced. And I said, how'd you go? And he was like, I was in agony the whole time. He reckons he had a collared shirt on. No one had told him. And the speed of the G-forces was just making the collar just slap his neck. And so I felt like he was just going like 10,000 horse bites the entire jump. The whole free fall. But it's a bit like that out there now. Yeah, if you've got a flap hat on.
That is one of the...
it's like a card in the spokes of your
That's
BMX.
One of the more obscure injuries you could have.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to get hurt skydiving, you'd rather it's something like that than a chute failure.
Well, yeah, clearly.
My goggles came off as soon as it jumped out.
Really?
So I was just staring, just like wind just blowing my eyeballs out. I had no tears left. Very dry eyes.
Oh, another... Yeah. Yeah, the dangers of skydiving. Collar rash and dry eyes. So they never warn you about that.
All right, 12 minutes to go, and it's still Alistair Reginato with an 8 and a 7. Kajiro Nishi in the red jersey, beautifully paired with flaming dyed red hair. He's hot on his heels with a 6.5 and a 5.17. He needs an 8.5 to sneak up and get into the semis. I do love Kajiro and his bright red hair. Back in your Hirstute days, did you used to go the peroxide from time to time?
Oh, all the time.
I could imagine
Loved
that.
it. Yeah. I had all sorts of different hair colours when I was a grom. The good old days, man.
I did it once. I had the blonde, the peroxide blonde.
How did you look?
It kind of went a bit orangey.
Yeah. You've got to keep doing it.
A few times I went the jet black as well. A bit more punk, trying to think I was in Blink 182 or something. Didn't mind that.
Yeah.
You would have gone the pinks, the blues.
Didn't go blue. Definitely went pink, orange, and black a few times.
Was this for Goons of Doom gigs or just for like Mother's Day?
No, but for Goons of Doom gigs, we used to... the first money we ever made in the band, we made $500 for our first paying gig. And we went to a little not convenience, what are those little stores with all the knickknacks?
A general store?
Nah, they're kind of variety stores, I suppose, where you can just buy all sorts of weird stuff. And we bought these, I think we bought like $500 worth of fake blood. And before every gig, we used to squeeze it in our eyes and all down our mouths because we kind of had this vampire shtick going. And one time on tour, this is 2 years, the box lasted forever. Because, it was like 3 cents a tube. And one day we're just sort of sitting backstage before a gig and I read the label and it says, avoid contact with eyes at all costs. Can cause blindness. I've been doing it for years.
All right, here goes Alistair Reginato streaking across a right-hander, looking to find a ramp. Wasn't there. Pulls out. Here goes Kajiro Nishi on his backhand. That was a big turn. He needs another one. He's going to stick with it. Not quite. And there was a few points probably going begging down the end of that little horseshoe.
Well, he got the speed check, the big float, big section, and that's how strong the wind is. Any other day, he'd just be bottom turning around that next bit. But, yeah, you're really fighting the elements. Been some fun stuff going on around the contest site as well. Binsy, there's been bands playing and we've got these little stalls out the back where you just scored a new board.
Sure did. Mine got trashed by the airlines on the way here. And so I've been demoing this one board all week. That's an absolute rocket.
There's Dakota Walters with trusty old Lismore. You could bet he was going to take that board out.
He's been loving Lismore this week,
hasn't he? He loves Lismore.
Did you hear he was saying it's going to be hung up at the Lismore post office?
I did hear that, actually.
Once it's retired?
Oh, Lismore on the comeback, devastated by floods probably 18 months ago, and it's starting to fire back up. I went out there the other day, and it was, it was getting its heart back. Binzi, you'll be pleased to know. Lots of buskers, lots of street performers, still a lot of empty shops, but rebuilding slowly.
A Grinspoon still from Lismore?
Lismore Uni, yeah.
So is Lismore a student town?
It's a pretty eclectic town. It's a bit of a mix of things. It does have a uni, which is a bit of a go-to zone for creatives and crew who... Wow, look at that. Look how far up the nose he's waxing.
Crazy.
Mate, the only other person who waxes that far up their nose is Robbo.
Oh, and Dos Juan. John.
John as well.
Well, not the Taiwanese John who surfed in this event. He kept it more the traditional sort of back 2/3. All right, here goes Reggie. Alistair Reginato takes to the sky and stomps that one.
That is clean little bonus throw. Oh, you know that? That was just for the judges to say, yeah, I made it. I'm still looking.
Yeah.
But a spectacular move. What's he throwing away there? I think, 7. Jeez, it's... I mean, it could do it. Pretty big turn.
That was a beautiful air. It's crazy how it shows you how fluky these winds are, that Reggie can stomp a monster tail high rev like that and then just get blown off, tapping the lip down the bottom.
Yeah, well, Nishi is needing an 8.5. Could very well need more after this next score drop. 6.5 minutes remaining. Quarterfinal number 3. We saw Dakota Walters getting ready. He's up against Dylan Moffat. Ooh. This is going to be a ripper of a quarter to decide our final semi-finalists. Those two guys, far out, they go at it. Real similar surfers in the way that they are. They really go after it. Some surfers like to just stay in the power source, get that nice flow going on. I feel like Dylan Moffat goes on the attack, something fierce.
Well, Alistair Reginato, he did get rid of the 7. It's a 7.73. Life just got that little bit tougher for Kajiro Nishi. He's now looking for a massive 9.23. And talk us through this one, Vorno.
Oh, well, he just stays on the tail, waits for the wave to bowl up, hits the section absolutely perfectly. And, yeah, this is kind of a funny exit, I suppose. But that technique and where he hit it, the extension, the pop, and then that nice cushy landing without a single bump was exactly what the judges want to see. It actually opens the door for some really big scores in the semis and the finals because it's the go-to move. So in the back of all these surfers' brains, they're going to be going, all right, I know how to get a 7. I know how to get an 8. How do I tweak things up just a little bit different to push that even further?
All right, that was Kajiro Nishi with not much of substance. So back to the drawing board for our Japanese surfer.
How far up your nose do you wax, Binzi?
Mate, I'm pretty much from the Jake Patterson 2 feet on the tail pad school of surfing, so not very far.
And what about your surfboard?
Not bad. All right, question for you, talking about board riders. Man, we just saw on screen, Dakota Walters, Lismore on his surfboard, born and bred in Angari. Why is he surfing Byron Bay?
He's moved up there. That's where he's living at the moment. And he has been one of those recruitments for the Byron Bay club that they are really enjoying.
Is there a...
they won the ABB last year's ABB, which was held this year. But he was, one of the real magic ingredients in that. They had a couple of heats where they needed scores with less than a minute on the clock. He'd go out into a shorey blast a couple of finners who'd do a big reverse and then come in and sort of save the day. But Byron Bay, you know, far out. What a club. What a region.
Is there a Yamba or an Angari board riders?
Yeah.
There is?
Yeah, my word. Yeah.
So how's he surf Byron Bay?
Well, he moved up the coast, and I guess he just wants to be part of.
Does he live on the Gold
community.
Coast though, or does he live?
No, he lives in Byron.
Okay. Yeah, that's a huge pickup. Now, Danny Wills, would he be there? Master.
Willsy was the master surfer. They had a kid called Drew Rencher.
Solly Bailey.
Duke Rencher. And a French girl was surfing as their female surfer. Manon, I think her name is. And she did a wonderful job as well. Their open was Solly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strong team. And, you know, kind of like, without going too deep into it, but underperformed for a lot of years in ABB. So, well-worthy winners.
Which must have...
charged their crystals, got down there and got the job done.
Must have irritated them with Lebar, Lennox Ballina, just down the road. They were a powerhouse for a long, long time. All right, here goes Kajiro Nishi on his forehand. Have a look at the whitewater on the face. The wind is absolutely ripping through the lineup. If you listen closely, that's not thunder, that's a roof in the commentary box. It feels like it could vanish at any stage.
2 minutes. And Reginato just having a sneaky peek. A 9.23. Mate, this is wild. Like, I mean, I know at home you can see how windy it is, but we're sitting in the commentary box and it dead set sounds like we're in the eye of a tornado.
90 seconds to go. I mean, how was Reggie's board just flying away there?
Did you see Reggie, a bucket drifted through the lineup this morning?
I did.
A bucket.
A bucket, yeah.
Just a bucket, rando bucket, just coming through the lineup. You know what he did?
3 buckets.
He picked it up and threw it back towards the shore, and everyone was like, oh.
A bucket.
He's throwing buckets, literally. 48 seconds. Oh, Nishi's just... Oh, it's a bummer, really. A 6.5 and a 5.17 shows what he's capable of. Just hasn't been able to get that one big moment.
Oh, well,
that
hang on.
was nice.
Oh, just a little bit of a mistimed bottom turn. The first turn was huge. 9.23 is a massive ask. But he was well on his way to a fairly significant number after that first turn, and then just a little stumble into the wind. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be all she wrote. Alistair Reginato. I mean, you said he threw buckets. I saw it in the shoreline. I thought it looked a little pale myself.
Oh, well, that's the end of quarterfinal number 3. And we have another semi-finalist locking it away. It is Alistair Reginato from the sunny coast, Binzi. And
why don't you go have a chat to him?
I think I will.
All right, don't go anywhere. More action from the twos, the Taiwan Open of Surfing. 2 Aussies, Dylan Moffat and Dakota Walters, will be in the water right after this quick break.
want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is the last of our men's quarterfinals. Dylan Moffat is in the red jersey and in action right now. And we're waiting for a score to come in for Dakota Walters' opening wave. Didn't see it. Whoa, Dylan throws the punt up into the wind. I didn't see what Dakota did, but I heard the competitors' area erupt. That could just be something's taken off with the breeze. We might have lost a building or something. Or it could just be Dakota Walters has thrown another stratospheric punt. Well, let's have a look at it. Oof. Oh, that was lightning quick. Seamlessly into his next wrap as well. And he's not done yet. Oh boy, this is going to be a very good number for Dakota. This one just keeps bending back for him. Little horseshoe all the way into the beach. And that is how you start a heat. Dakota Walters. Wow. As you can see, he's finished right inside the corner. Sort of to the left of the screen where we saw those tetrapods. That then runs deeper into the bay. But boy, oh boy. Give us the score, JJ.
9.83 for Dakota Walters. So 2 of the judges giving him a 10. I would have given him a 10 too. A 9.5, a 9.8, and a 9.7. So averaging out to be a 9.83. Incredible start to a heat. It doesn't really get any better than that. And it's put him back in a perfect position. Back in the deep water, he's just going to cruise back out there to be back on those rights again. Binzi, amazing.
Yeah, that was, oof. I mean, you can't really ask for much more. There's Alistair Reginato making his way up the cobblestones and through to the next round.
9.83. You are kidding me.
Yeah, a couple of judges throwing a 10 at it. And you do kind of wonder what more Dakota could have done on that wave, really. But yeah, that was... everything seems to be lining up pretty nicely for Dakota Walters today.
The Aussie crew, I love the support they all have for each other. Even K0 congratulating Alistair on his win in that last one. See little Ty Sarati down there too, hanging out with the Aussies, the Aussie contingent. But yeah, can't really go past right now. That Dakota Walters at 9.83, but I heard Alistair had a pretty great heat in that last one too, Binzi.
He sure did. He had an 8. He had a 7.73. He was throwing away a 7. Just really big, strong surfing. You know, these conditions require a bit of physical strength to overcome just the, you know, the massive wind. Here goes Dakota Walters again. Completely corked out. That was a double grab. Almost a bit of a flip in that one. That was huge.
That would have been extremely impressive if he had pulled that off. You can see he's just comfortable. He's having fun. He's the most no-pressure comp surfer I've ever met in my life. After we saw him take out the round of 16 and his post-interview, he's like, yeah, I'll probably just go get some brekkie and then come back and, yeah, try and get some more good waves. Like, he was so relaxed. It was great.
All right, well, we've got 2 Aussies in this quarterfinal. The winner of them will come up against a fellow countryman in Alistair Reginato, and we're catching up with him and Vaughan right now. Right now.
To the waves is so hard, or even just paddling up to the north is so hard. You just got wind and water in your eyes the whole time. On my turn wave, I couldn't see the last section and ended up falling off, but the wind's perfect for punts, so just saw Dakota nearly get a 10, so it's pretty sick for actually when you're on the wave. It's just, yeah, trying to paddle into them is a bit tricky.
For sure, man. When we rocked up this morning, it wasn't this strong, but the wind was up. It was blowing into the face. Everyone was looking at airs, but you still said to me like, oh, there's a few hack sections out there though.
Yeah, I got one section in that heat that was like really bowly. There's the odd like chunky little section. So yeah, I was, compared to like Dakota and Joel, their airs are so insane. So I can kind of match it up with power against those guys, something different. So yeah, I'll probably try some airs, but if I get the section, I'm pretty keen to lay into some hacks.
Mate, semi-finals here at a QS 5000. That's a great result already. You're going to be coming up against one of these guys, Dill or Coda. Have you surfed against them a lot?
Codes and I had a heat this morning, maybe. I can't even remember now. And then Dill and I have had heaps of heats. We're staying together, so it'd be pretty sick to have a heat with Dill. He wasn't feeling that good yesterday. He was pretty crook, so he's actually just frothing to make a heat this morning. He's not got much energy, but yeah, either one of them would be pretty sick. I'm really good mates with Dill, so it'd be epic to share a semi-final with him.
Awesome, mate. And are you thinking about maybe getting some straps and drilling them into your board for your next heat?
That wouldn't be a bad call, hey, like do some backflips, just whatever you want. Basically whatever Joel Vaughan does. He just seems to have straps on his feet, so yeah, that'd be nice. You got any?
I don't. No, I don't have any straps. Binsey might have some.
All right, I'll ask him.
No, well done, mate. Congrats on making the semis. We look forward to seeing you in that next heat.
Cheers, Vaughan.
See you back.
You beauty. Well, no, I don't have any straps, but...
But he does have a new board.
Sure do. Wow, a second-handy X-demo. Got myself a bargain. 17 minutes remaining.
And Binsey, you be used to surfing in wind. This is like West Oz wind, right? It can get up to as strong as this.
Oh, it sure can. I did the Surf Aid Make-A-Wave Challenge in September. And so you have to surf every day in September to raise money for Surf Aid. As we see Dylan Moffat into the breeze, throws up the punt. Oh, that knee just... that looked uncomfortable. And yeah, there was one day where I was surfing in Perth and it was 60, something like 35, 40 knot on shores, which is like 80 k's an hour or something. It was actually there were 120 kilometre an hour squalls that made the news. And well, you got to surf every day. I paddled out and it looked not too dissimilar to this. And I actually probably had one of the best surfs of my month. I probably surfed for an hour and a half.
I remember seeing that on your story that day, being like, no. That looks horrendous out there, but you know what? Hats off to you, Binsey, because...
Well, if you're stuck in Perth, there's rarely any waves. Like, I don't surf in Perth, I surf down south, but occasionally you get stuck in Perth and there's... you know, no waves, but if there's 120 k an hour winds, then there is sometimes a wave.
A little wave. Perfect.
Yeah. All right, Dill Moffat, just a 1.07 for his last wave. He's sitting in second. He needs a 6.41, but really at the moment, with 15 and a half minutes to go, it's all about Dakota Walters' 9.83 on his Stacey Lismore.
Not as Stacey anymore. Dakota Walters. Sharp eyes.
Is that a sharp eye?
Yeah, so hasn't been with Stacey for a little while. You're on the same bandwagon now too.
We're team riders.
Yeah, he, I know, was trying a bunch of different boards, and I think he's landed with sharp eye.
Well, there you go. I mean, I tried one this week, and I've ended up buying it.
And it's mine.
Yeah. Very good deal. Thanks to the guys at Surfers Inn, the surf shop here. Legends.
I actually haven't been there yet.
Careful.
You might buy a new board.
Yeah. They didn't want to sell it to me, and I said, well, what's the point of demoing it if I can't buy it?
Yeah.
They said, yeah, but we sell new ones. I said, yeah, but I want this one.
I don't want a new one. I want this one. I like this one.
Yeah. And they said, oh, we can order you a new one. I said, well, I leave this afternoon.
I want it now. I want a new board, and I want it now. That is what I say to Darren every time I want a new board. Hey, Darren. Dill Moffat. Yeah, Alistair touching on, he's not feeling too great at the moment. But when I was chatting to him before, He was so stoked just to make a heat this morning. He said, you know what, I really wanted to make one more. And yeah, so he was just happy to get to these quarters. He's obviously going to give it everything he's got, but yesterday he was saying top 5 sickest days he's ever felt in his life. So Dilmoff just absolutely powering through right now. Hello to any North Narrabeen surfers watching. I know the community is definitely watching him and support his girlfriend Grace. Hello to Grace. Narrabeen ended up winning the state rounds yesterday too, securing their spot into the ABB Grand Final.
So how come Dakota Walters is from Angari, moves to Byron and starts surfing for Byron?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are from Narrabeen.
Mm-hmm.
You moved to Cabarita.
Mm-hmm.
Still surfing for Narrabeen. You can't leave Narrabeen, can you?
I will never leave Narrabeen. This is a replay, I think, of the 9. So we're just going to... This wave just kept on... was just the gift they kept on giving.
It really was. And how's the lift that Dakota's getting? God, it just kept running and running and running. You know, the only thing I reckon that held him back from the 10 was not spinning that around into a reverse, which is just really, you know, just the most picky, pedantic, pathetic little... just trying to make yourself feel better.
Yeah.
That's tall poppy syndrome.
Yeah. But no, in answer to your question, Binzi, yeah, I'll never leave Narrabeen. And nor will I ever be able to leave Narrabeen.
In spirit, because I mean, you've left.
I'll never
left
leave
there
the board
physically.
riders. Yeah. But, you know, they say it takes a village to raise a kid, and they're my village. So I'll stay loyal to them. I'm not even allowed to join another club anyway.
Tell you what, around these parts, it takes a 60-knot gale force wind to raise a roof, and I'm expecting ours to take off anytime shortly.
It's definitely moving. That's for sure.
Look at that poor cameraman. He's just getting buffeted.
Yeah, they're definitely committed.
Still an army of photographers to the right of the shot as well.
Yeah, they're committed.
In the nature photographers from around Taiwan would be used to this. All right, here goes Dakota Walters. He's looking for a section. He's still looking for a section. Don't take your eyes off him because anything could happen. Still just standing there, biding his time, looking for a ramp, and doesn't get it, so he's out of there. But this is really clever. Those rights that run into the bay, it's the only wave you can catch out there where you don't have to do a billion duck dives on your way back out.
Yeah.
As I say that, he's still duck diving because there's wider waves all the same, but they're kind of just wind choppy things. They're not proper ones. Oh, Dill Moffat caught a wave as well. And this is going to be a 267. The score's already dropped for the... Whoa! That was a chunky section. And again, you just see those sections and you worry about knees.
Yeah, and Dill's had knee injuries too. Recent ones. So, I feel your pain, Binzi. I totally agree with you.
I've never, touched wood, had a knee injury, but that just, maybe I'm just getting old. I'm already starting to live vicariously through other people's ailments.
Oh, you're not old, Binzi. Age is all a mindset.
Thank you very much.
But next year you'll be old. When you get 1 year older than the zeros. That's when you get old. So I'm old too.
Alright, here goes Dakota Walters. Good looking bowl. This is going to be his second scorer. And it's going to be a decent second scorer at that. His 1 point ride is long gone. And Dylan Moffat is going to be chasing a combination of 2 waves once this score drops in.
Like you said, Binzi, he put himself back into a really good position because he got that right, ended up back in that deep water in that bay, and then found himself another little rip bowl straight away as soon as he got out. This is the replay, so I really like this first turn, hard carve off the top, and then just doesn't even pump, just straight into that. We're going live action with Dylan now, carves back, gets a finishing snap there, and we're hearing claps from the Aussie crew, so we'll see what Dill got done out the back. But yeah, he's definitely going to need more than that 641 because that 107 is long gone for Dakota.
Oh, this roof could be long gone before. Holy moly. All right, last number for Dakota Walters, a 777. So pair that with an earlier 983. That is a massive 17.6 two-wave total. And as predicted, Dill Moffat is chasing 2 waves, totaling 17.6. He needs 1 wave over a 7.6 just to bring things within the 10-point region. And this number is still to come. That was a beautiful first turn right into the teeth of the wind, and it shot a plume of spray to the sky. 4 really solid turns. Dakota Walters couldn't have done much more with that wave. It's a 757. Oh, so he is still in a combination. Oh, that's tough. If that had been a 7.6, he'd be within 1 wave. So that is desperately unlucky for Dill Moffat with, well, there's still plenty of time, 7.5 minutes to go. But Dakota Walters with a 983 and a 777. You flip those last 2 waves around. If, you know, Dakota had got the 753, 757 and Dill had got the 777, we would be so much closer together. All right, here goes Dakota once again. He's just finding these roll-ins and then just biding his time, looking for a section. And if they're not there, he pulls the eject cord and gets out. Very clever. Why not? He's got nothing to lose at this point, Dakota Walters. Everything is a free swing. Dylan Moffat with all the work to do and 7 minutes left to do it in.
You know what, Binzi? We saw conditions like this on the second day and we decided to call it off for the day. It was really, really windy. A lot smaller than this though. But it still looks just as fun. You know, we have those days where it's been perfect offshore and perfect winds all day. But I feel like, yes, it's hard work. But, you know, Dakota and Dylan are making it look so fun out there, as well as, you know, Alistair, Keijura, all the women who have been competing this morning. And, yeah, I just feel like it's a bit more exciting. You know, when you go down to the ABB and it's 10 foot, and it's a bit more exciting to watch than when the ABB's 1 foot, you know? I just feel like it adds another little variable to it that you're just so glued to the screen for.
Could you imagine having a tag team here? That would be exciting. In and out over the rocks.
Quick.
Because it's like a good rock setup too, like straight in front. The action's right there. It would just be, yeah, that would really add another element.
Make it happen, Binzi.
Well, they are running the ABB at Burleigh this year, as in next year, but, you know, it wraps up this year, so it'll be called the 2023 champion. And Burleigh's rock break is pretty notorious. Well, all the rocks, you know, through the Cove and the Point and Sharkies. And everyone's still kind of wondering how they're going to do that.
I've heard rumours of a few things.
Have you heard about the ramp or the boardwalk?
I've heard about the ramp and the boardwalk. I've heard about a tent at either end with a camera at either end.
Like a gate?
Yeah, so say you hit the sand, you have to paddle in on the sand, then the camera's on you, and then whoever's up the top of the point, there'll be another tent there, cameras on that, as soon as they're in, boom, go. You just hate for it to be raining or like torrential storms because you might have technical difficulties. It might make it a little bit harder. But the ramp could definitely be interesting. Bit of a boardwalk. Not sure how the locals would like it, but I guess they would. Okay, 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
I can guarantee you they won't like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of the default.
Yeah. Okay, so Dylan unfortunately can't get to work on that one. Time slipping away. He needs a combination of scores right now. 17.6 to advance through, just so narrowly close to breaking it on his last wave. Dill, though, you know, he's such a talented surfer, and we've seen him come 1 spot off qualifying, not this year but last year, so he definitely has the talent to be able to do so. But Dakota's just been looking really in sync pretty much all event, but especially today. And like I said, he's the most no pressure comp surfer ever. And I think we could all take a leaf out of Dakota's book, to be honest. maybe having a look here. So let's see if Dakota can scratch into this one. Paddling super hard. Look at the wind blowing up the face. What can he do? Needs to improve on a 777. Nice first turn.
Oh, how's that bottom turn? Oh, wow. This is explosive. Sorry to talk over you.
No,
Jesse.
that
I
is
just got
so
a little
fun.
bit excited. Wow, this is great from Dakota. And he's just surfing really reflexively, like he's adapting to whatever presents in front of him, which you have to do in these kind of conditions. Obviously, he's just been taking off and looking for a ramp, looking for a ramp, looking for a ramp. But on this wave, all of a sudden, well, we're going to see the replay first of Dill Moffat's last wave, and he knew that he had to go big, and unfortunately didn't quite ride out that one. And then this. Here goes Dakota. He would have paddled in thinking, right, where's my ramp? Instead, he's gone Zeus vertically up into the lip. Big driving bottom turn, and then he got the release. This might not go into his top two. That was a really cool little droppy as well. Might not go into his top two, but that was just a really fantastic demonstration of the way Dakota's going about it right now.
Yeah, I really enjoyed start to finish that wave. And there was so much variety on it too. We never saw it really, I don't know, get repetitive on that wave. And I don't think we've seen it be repetitive all event either. So 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. I feel like it could almost be out of reach now. You know, 2 minutes to get a 17.6 combination is pretty hard. As I'm saying that, it literally sounds like our roof of the commentary booth is about to blow off. 2 minutes to go. Dill's out there, got priority. He needs to get something done now and hopefully get to that deep water and then swing on one of those wider rights. I feel like that'd be the only way he could do it.
So last wave for Dakota Walters, a 6.93. Doesn't go into his top two. So look, we're not going to sugarcoat it. Conditions are really, really difficult. However, these guys are putting on a pretty fantastic show of themselves, maximising every opportunity that comes their way. And you know what? We've had a week of fairly sedentary surf. Hasn't been much push. And today, yes, it's big and messy, but there's a lot of juice in the water. And the surfers are turning all the pent-up energy into explosive moves at and above the lip, and we're seeing big scores as a result. And yeah, despite the gale force winds, it's very entertaining surfing. I'm glad it's happening on finals day and not in the opening rounds, because these guys are very well equipped to make the best of the cards they're dealt. Dakota Walters a 9.83 and a 7.77. Looks like an unassailable lead with 40 seconds to go. Dill Moffat has a 7.57 and is sadly chasing two scores that add up to 17.6.
Yeah, unfortunately that's all she wrote. Looks like we had a surfer up and riding there. Might have been Dakota. Yeah, just finishing off a wave there. Going to make his way in up those rocks and get ready for his semi-final, which will be up against Alistair Reginato. So another stacked semi to come up right after the women's.
Okay, so Dakota Walters flying through to the next round. A 17.6 two-wave total. Dill Moffat bowing out, but all the same, he'll take home 2,282. Very important qualifying series points. Don't go anywhere. We are into the women's semi-finals here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. They're coming our way right after this quick break.
Wonderful scenes there from Taitung County in Taiwan for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are into the semi-finals, Heat 1 of the women's division here at this dual-sanctioned Asia and Oceanic Pacific region qualifying series event. We have Nonoa Suzuki, who has been absolutely flaring throughout this event, up against close friend and rival Sarah Wakita. So two Japanese surfers about to really throw it down for a place in the final and a big chunk of prize money and rankings points up for grabs. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with my dear friend, Jess Starling. And, well, it's awesome. I was dear friends with your dad. Now I'm dear friends with you, and it's just such a good feeling as we see Suzuki get off to a flyer. You must be absolutely psyched. You've got to know these competitors really well through surfing against them, obviously, throughout the Indonesian and Asia region QSs that we've seen so far, but also as mates.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this year my career and friendship level with all of the Asian competitors has really skyrocketed.
Mm-hmm.
I've had so much opportunity to be able to go and commentate all of these super cool events around the world, and in doing so I've made some really cool friends, and out of a lot of them I've actually become quite good friends with Sarah, and she's just one of the most beautiful humans and most talented surfers, and currently second on the rankings. She took out Anon Matsuoka in the quarterfinal, who was ranked number 1, so that was a massive matchup, and now she's got to get through, I would say, maybe the most in-form surfer of the event so far,
yep.
Nanaho Suzuki.
Not just in form with the Rashi on, but all around the event. Just free surfing standout. I'm talking across the board. Like when everyone's out there free surfing, you are always seeing Nanaho get her waves and ripping them up. And this will be the next heat, which is, whoa, it's a big one. We've got a couple of CT experienced surfers coming up. Olympians too, Paige and Amuro. So they've both competed at the Summer Games. And this will be, wow, it doesn't get much more brutal than, the two big names in the draw coming up against each other in a semi. That's huge.
Yeah, they're definitely the two women with the most experience. Like you said, Olympians and CT experience, that's something all of us dream of, so that's going to be a major heat and in conditions that are pretty challenging, but I feel like it's when those best surfers shine and really the cream come to the crop, and it's kind of survival of the fittest today as well, Vaughnie.
Yeah, it sure is. We've seen if you pull the trigger on a left-hander, you have to have it in the back of your mind that there's going to be at least 3 minutes of surfing 3 minutes of heat going by without catching a wave, because it's
Absolutely.
a big paddle against this sweep. You're paddling into the wind. Yeah, it's a big call to go left, but if it sits up there and it's there for you, you're not going to let it slide either. So, yeah, it's interesting. There's lots to consider with this lineup looking the way it does. The good thing is the right rip bowls are perfect ramps, as we saw Dakota Walters into the semi-finals with one of the great performances in this event. A near-perfect ride in that wave, high-scoring individual wave of the event.
Yeah, that 983, Binzi and I picked it apart. We think the only reason it didn't go 10 was maybe because he didn't bring the final air, the second air of the wave all the way around. But, yeah, Binzi and I were calling 10s. It was the most impressive wave we've seen from start to finish. And, yeah, very well rewarded. I was blown away. We were shocked.
So, Paige, that was her on screen with her mum Sue there. They're going to be, looking to get her campaign to reach a second Olympics back on track. She went to, there's Amuro, the Olympic bronze medalist. Clap your hands. What an absolute legend to get that done on home turf. Game-changing performance. Something that will go down in surf history and in the history of Japan as well.
Incredible. I'm curious to see if she'll be competing again. I know Shino Matsuda is already confirmed to represent Japan at the Olympics. But I'm wondering, I don't know too much about Japan, if they get 2 surfers for the Olympics or is it a 1?
Well, I think that there's still an opportunity for countries to have another chance in perhaps Ecuador, or is that where the next ISA Games is? I'll have to double check. But yeah, there's one more opportunity to qualify. And Paige actually said the other day, she went to the last ISA games, ended up injuring her knee very badly.
El Salvador. And there's your semi-finalist.
Probably just sending a few texts home. Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, a bit disappointed didn't get the 10, but... or do you reckon he's just commenting on, photos of dogs sleeping?
Maybe. Yeah,
doing cute stuff, those dog videos.
Yeah.
Lol, so classic.
Oh, you never know. You really never know. I'm going to take a wild guess and say he's maybe texting his girlfriend, watching back at home, or dad, or brother Harley. I'm sure we'll see Harley competing in this sometime soon as well.
Yep. He just won the Australian Pro Junior Series, I believe. So that's second Walters Grom to do that.
Off to the World Juniors. There's the 3 Aussies left in the event, Dakota, Alistair and Joel.
Yeah.
All getting ready for their semi-finals, so they'll be surfing pretty soon. I think Joel up first, and then it's Alistair and Dakota in the second.
Look at him sitting there having a little chat. Any, wonder if there's any sledging going on there. Yeah, what about that when you didn't quite pull that last turn around?
Nah, mate, it wasn't a 10. It wasn't a 10.
Nah, not a Nah, they're a tight crew. There's Dylan in the background as well. Moffat said he was feeling a bit off colour yesterday, so he did so well. God, there was a wave in that heat where he just didn't bother with the airs, just took to the rail, and pretty spectacular as we get things firing now. And that's what we've come to expect from Nonoa Suzuki. She has really backed herself on the left. She's not scared of the paddle, and she's gotten some really good scores, electing to go down that way.
Yeah, her backhand is lethal.
Yeah,
There's
what are you
really no
expecting
other
here?
word for it.
Walk us through it. The strengths of these two competitors, what you're expecting to see them bring in this semi-final one.
I'll walk you through it.
Go.
So I'm expecting what we just saw. Here's the replay. This is the surfing I'm expecting from Nanaho. So she's going to stick to her strength, which I'd say is her backhand. It's turns like this, bam, vertical in the pocket that has been getting her big scores all event. Locks in a 5-3-3. Sarah, on the other hand, powerful, powerful forehand carve. And she's got a really nice fin blow on her forehand as well. I'm going to guess that she's going to stick to the right-hand rip bowls because that's where all of her scores have come from. And I would absolutely love to see Nanaho go for an air reverse on one of those rights.
Yeah, that's awesome breakdown of the strengths of these two women. They've really stuck to their game plan. So we haven't really seen them sort of change mid-heat, or if they're under pressure, sort of, I don't know, apply a different strategy. They've really stuck to their guns. Nanoa, she has just been so committed to the left. This morning, got a big set. Went at it a few times on the backhand. Saw her almost land an air again, like with the wind, which you never ever see. And that was, a bit of a statement, really. Didn't quite make it, but then backed up some huge scores on the backhand attack. And as you say, Sarah Wakita has definitely been finding the right-hand rip bowls more than any other female competitors. A lot of the women have been choosing to go the lefts.
She had a heat maybe 2 rounds ago where she got a 7-6-7 and a 7-1-3, and it was for the strength of 2 two-turn rights, but that's how good her turns were, getting her 7s. And I'd say, Sarah, she knows her strengths, and I think she knows that that's what's going to get her the big scores. That is currently right behind where we're sitting, so that's the boat harbour into the beautiful, picturesque National Geographic mountains. And it's, we drive from Taitung City each day. It's about a 40-minute drive, but it is the most beautiful coastline to drive along.
Oh, I was so stoked this morning because I come around a corner and guess what's sitting there just on the side of the road having a good old feast? Monkeys, heaps of them. And they were hilarious. They were just, doing their monkey business. Just, picking fleas out of each other and chewing away on them. Giving each other little cuddles.
Other than the monkeys, I honestly haven't seen too much wildlife here.
Oh, there's
dogs. I've seen dogs.
Yeah, lots of friendly dogs. And, there's a fair bit of wildlife around. I've been seeing lots of bird life.
Yep.
And plenty of fish in the harbour too.
Yes.
Which is nice.
Yes.
Seen those beautiful angelfish? They nibble all the moss off the ropes, the big thick ropes that keep all the little fishing boats tied up, and you just see all these angelfish nibbling away, nibble.
I can't say I have. Maybe I'll go look for them. I've got a heat off after this, so I'll report back.
Yeah, go on. Head over there.
I'll go have a look for the angelfish.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the most... we've talked about it a lot during this broadcast, but it's worth bringing up. Like, this is a pretty wave-rich, like, surf destination. If you're thinking of, like, really, I don't know, trying something new, a lot of people kind of just back their favourite spots to go if they're going on a surf trip. But Taiwan has a lot to offer. Like, this is my second trip here. I've never seen it flat, ever.
No.
And it's beautiful here.
This is my first time here, and from what I'm told, this is as bad as it gets, the surf. And when the first day we pulled up, no wind, perfect 3 to 4 foot, like Jinzun Harbor. And I was shocked with how beautiful the drive was here, then how fun the waves were. And as you drive here, there's just waves along the entire coastline, and the food is amazing. It's pretty cheap to come and eat here. You know, you could live here for quite some time.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan of dumplings and of surfing, there is no reason why you shouldn't be coming here tomorrow.
I don't know where you could go where you'll eat more dumplings and surf fun of waves. It's that good. Have you tried any of the other sort of local activities that we see in the advertisements during the breaks? Have you tried the bamboo stick headband running?
No.
Or the log tops?
No.
What about the underwater letterbox vibes?
I would love to try that.
Go and post a letter to Hoggy. Mate, you've got to come over here and try this underwater letterbox stuff. Here is Suzuki now, and she's found a fast one, as she always does. Oh, my goodness. Well, the strategy has paid off as she clouts this last turn, and the judges have been harsh with non-finishers. I remember a wave of Oscar Berry 2 days ago, 3 days ago. He did the biggest frontside air rev. For all the love in the world, he'd made it, but he just didn't get the nose out of the whitewash, and the judges said no.
Yeah, they've been really critical when it comes to finishing the waves, but I think she got some damage done out the back that she'll better her scoreline.
Well, this is a good wave, no matter what.
Yeah, floats that first section. Look how much foam there is to work with, and she just looks so composed. Love that turn there. Gets a nice turn in. This section, she just belts it. She's definitely not scared. She's been putting herself in some pretty tricky sections. It's just today alone.
If she rode out of that, Suzuki would have been sitting on a massive, massive score, because as it was, a 5.33. I'm calling 3 points left on the table there.
I think she's actually got one more number to
Oh,
look in.
really?
She's already had the 5.33.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that.
That's okay.
You're absolutely right. The judges are going to sit with that one.
This is a replay of Sarah,
And as you said, Jess, on the rights.
But nothing of consequence there. But I do think she's on the right plan. Those rights have been, her best friend all event. Currently needs an 8.63 off one wave with 9.5 minutes to go. But I have a feeling that's going to get harder because Nanaho's last wave, I'm saying, is going to better that 3.83. I've been wrong, though. I've definitely been wrong this event. So we'll see. But I'm not wrong this time.
I'm backing you for sure. Oh, my goodness. Well, okay. What did that come in as? A 6.17. Now, when I thought it was the 5.33, I said there's 3 points left out there on the back of that last turn.
Mm-hmm.
The judges loved it anyway. It was a 6.17. Am I wrong to think there was 2 points extra going on top of that if she had ridden cleanly out of that final turn?
No, there was definitely 2 points left on that wave. So 6.17, the judges saying we loved that wave. It would have been an 8 if you had just held on for that little bit longer. She was holding on for dear life too. So yeah, pretty close there for Nanaho. Still, best wave of the heat so far, 6.17. Now Sarah needs a combination of scores with 11. Oh, not 11? My goodness, 8.
Where did this semi-final go?
I have no idea.
It's run away from us. Huge, huge heat in the context of the Asia region qualifying series rankings. Number 4 and number 2 in the water. And, there's not a lot of spots up for grabs. Each region has a select number of, qualifiers for the Challenger Series. That's what everyone's surfing for here. The 3-tiered system, which was introduced a few years ago, has really made the pathway super clear. It's made it a lot more affordable.
Yep.
Practically, it's just so much easier. But one thing that isn't easier is the standard of surfing in each region has just exploded on the back of everyone having the same opportunity to get to these events without having to, break their bank accounts into a billion pieces.
You know what I think as well, Vaughan, is that you think of hard regions, and Australia, US, they probably come to mind first. But I honestly think Asia has, really put a stamp on it and said, we're a hard region too. I've been to a lot of the Asian region events now. It's hard. They've got a tough draw. And so then when we co-sanction the events, there is no region harder than the Australian and the Asian region merging. Because, we've seen the event so far, and the amount of talent that has been coming out has just been ridiculous. Sarah, not sticking to a game plan. She's going left. It probably was her game plan, but my game plan for Sarah. But yeah, she just hasn't been able to find her feet out there.
It's a bit of a rattle, isn't it? You're sitting out there, you haven't got a score on the board, you're looking for your strengths, like, the right-hand rip bowl. It is a little wind affected, but like we saw with Dylan and Dakota, if you get the right section and you're throwing that rail into the wave face, the buckets of spray that come off is incredible. When you're hitting the lip on your backhand, you're not getting that as much. There's no resistance to it. So, yeah, I wonder if Sarah was just hearing those scores, the 6.17, the 5.33, and in her head thinking, oh my goodness, the lefts have come on.
Yeah.
It's a real tricky one to stick to your guns when there's only 6 minutes left, because you'll often hear surf coaches say stuff like, stick to your plan, and only change your mind if you really start to feel panicked about it. Well, has it paid off here now? Sarah Okita going for a left-hander. She is miles down the beach.
She is. Yeah, that's right down near the entry of the boat harbour.
What do you think? Well, you want her to stay on the rights.
I think, those two turns on her backside were nice. They were really nice. They're definitely going to get her out of combination. But I think it's a long paddle back out, and it's risky, those lefts. But this one paid off, so got a bit of a foam climb there. Love how she waited patiently, got up nice and vertical on that section. I feel like the body language probably suggesting that she wanted more. But yeah, 4.5, so needs a 7, but she's miles down. She's honestly near the entry of the boat harbour. Now she's got to paddle all the way back up, and by the time she gets back up, Nanaho can go with the current, just have a cruise control elevator ride down to Sarah Wakita and sit on her for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Wakita has just relied so much on the right-hand bowl here. It's played to her surfing, it's played to her style. And with 5 minutes to go, she hadn't put a score on the board. One has dropped in, a 4.5. So even though her body language might have said, I need more out of this, she's done the work that she needed to do. The panic can get washed off now. She can take some big breaths as she's paddling back out. A 7 is very doable. It's a 5 minutes to go, and the paddle back is definitely around 2 minutes if you're motoring properly. 2
minutes, yeah, if you're Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I'm calling 3 to 4 minutes, because that current is ridiculous. Then you have the wind coming at you, so you're constantly battling those little lumps. But I can't express how far down she is right now. But she's kind of in a position right now where you can get and jag kind of a little left rip bowl down there. She's going to elect to stay away from Nanaho. But she's got 7s throughout the event for her forehand. Maybe Nanaho struggling to hear things out there right now. We can hear Robbo over the loudspeaker desperately trying to get them a situation. This could be a good-looking wave. But, just paddling over it. Yeah, see those wider lefts, just that one that's reeling off on screen. I feel like Sarah's going to try and find herself one of those and bank a good score.
Oh, here she goes. Yep, it's a bigger one. Down the point she goes, carves back to the power. Looking for some opportunity to get vertical here, get some explosive turns off. This one steepens up. And, that looked really nice. So it's hard to tell. Just a little bit of the tent post or something got in the way, but
lots of spray off the back of that one.
That looked like it was well timed, that turn, just based on what we saw. And
I'd just love to touch on quickly how committed our fellow Asian photographers are down the beach. It is howling winds out there today.
Nothing will stop them from getting the shot.
Burning sun, but they are down there. Anyway, back to action. Here goes Sarah. This is, like I said, good looking wider left. Car's back, bubbles a little bit there. I just love her patience. She knew this one was going to stand up. Belts it there. You can see the amount of spray flying off the back.
It's a big turn.
Yeah, I'm calling a good score there for Sarah.
You know what? Earlier on today, I remember Nanaho got a wave right down there. She got a set wave. It's set up almost exactly the same, and she got one really big committed turn off, got a 7 for it. So let's see what the judges thought of Sarah Wakita's last ride. She is chasing a score. My goodness, it's come in at a 7.77, and the option to go left, we were worried about it. Don't you even think twice that Sarah was. She was backing herself to get the scores, and she has taken a completely unexpected lead in the last 2 minutes of this heat. We thought it was going to take her at least 2-3 minutes to get back in position.
Yeah, I am sorry. I owe Sarah an apology because she is one strong paddler. That was really impressive. I feel like that end turn was one of those turns that makes you feel something. You know when someone does a really strong turn and you're just left like emotionally attached to that wave. You're like, oh my goodness. So the judges definitely loving that wave, a 7.77. Now we're seeing Nanaho in a position we have not seen her in all events, second place.
Yep, she's really had it her own way a lot, but she's up against a firestorm in Sarah Wakita, a firestorm of competitive brilliance. I mean, the strategy to get moving, to basically change the entire structure of what she wanted to do. She wanted to stay on the rights. She wanted to rely on that rail. We've seen it all comp. You made a point of pointing that out right at the start of this heat. At some point, she just kept hearing the scores that Nanaho was getting on the left, and she went, nah, I'm down there. I've got to get moving. And here she is in the lead, a 7.77. Really taking a leaf out of Nanaho's book from an earlier heat today. Yeah. And that is some kind of fight back. This is incredible, and Nanaho must just be thinking, how has this happened?
Yeah, Nanaho probably been like, oh, I should not have let her out of my sight. Sarah trying to drop that 4.5 now, 15 seconds to go. Is there a wave coming for our surfer in the red Suzuki? Maybe not. 7 seconds to go, and it could be story over right now for one of the, if not the informed surfer of the event. And yeah, that's it. Major upset for Nanaho Suzuki.
Oh, well, there's that air reverse you were looking for. She doesn't make it. Oh, wow. What an incredible heat, honestly, with 5-6 minutes to go. You know, Sarah Wakita had not posted a score of any meaning whatsoever, so she's put together a 6-minute heat. And I think we're going to take a quick break here from the Taiwan Open of Surfing and be back with semi-final number 2 featuring the Olympians Amuro Suzuki and Paige Harrop.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
the flavours of this incredible region, Taitung County in Taiwan. And we are here for semi-final number 2 of Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's an Olympic-sized battle between the Japanese bronze medalist Amuro Suzuki and Paige Harrop of New Zealand. Wow, there's some experience in this heat.
Yeah.
Firing right up. Vaughan, Blakey and Chris Binns. G'day, brother.
G'day, mate.
How good's this? Semi-final action. Yeah, there's wind. I mean, you're from the southwest. Pretty much your entire summer looks a bit like this, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or winter. Both.
Year round.
Yeah. Every
just
day.
changes direction slightly. You touched on the experience before. I think Amuro and Paige, far and away the most CT experience out of any of the women in the draw. Philippa Anderson might have surfed in the Newcastle event when the CT did the 4-leg marathon through Australia in 2021. I'm not sure who else might have got a start.
Brilliant scenes here. Sarah Wakita, mate, a massive boil over. Nanaho Suzuki had literally run away with that heat. Sarah Wakita went 20 minutes without posting anything of substance. So a Jake Pato special, you could call it. 2 waves in the last 6 minutes to just get it done, and she is absolutely stoked. We're going to throw down to her in just a second, but Amuro, this actually reminds me a lot of 2 of her most famous wins were in conditions just like this, when she took out the World Junior title right here at this wave, and then the Olympics were in similar conditions.
Yep, that's the one. I was just up in the tower a second ago. The judges and the officials.
What, the ivory tower?
Yeah.
Just looking down your nose at everyone.
Correct. And the wind, I know we've been talking about it a lot, but the officials at this event are a real chance of doing a Mary Poppins and just sailing off into the ether.
Oh, well, let's throw it down right now to Jess Starling, who is with
Sarah Wakita.
Sarah Wakita, yeah, winner of that last heat.
Yeah, that was stressful, to say the least. You must be feeling so relieved. It didn't even look like you win by the time you walked up the beach.
No, I didn't. I couldn't hear anything over on the right side, so I didn't know if I got the score. So I was still, I didn't really know until they clapped for me. So yeah, it was good to get that last wave.
You didn't really post a score until about 8 or 9 minutes to go. We could see you were trying to stick to those rights that have really been giving you scores all event. Was it hearing the scores from Nanaho that made you paddle down to the left where you found those 2 biggest scores?
It wasn't really her waves, but I was trying to catch a couple rights, but I couldn't really find the rhythm, and Tenshi and them told me to go to the left side, so I just gave it a try, and yeah, it worked out, so it was okay.
And tell us, we're talking about it on the broadcast, but we are not out there. How hard is it really out there? Is it hard to hear, hard to know what wave's the right one to catch? Just give me everything about the conditions right now.
The worst part is the wind blowing into your eyes, and the water gets in your eyes, and so it hurts so bad. But yeah, you have to just keep paddling against the wind, so it is what it is. But it's pretty clear to hear on the right side, but if you once go to the left side, it's so hard to hear. So yeah, it was stressful.
And I've got to ask, you're traveling with a really cool crew. You know, you've got Tenshi with you, you've got Raiha, who's coming up in a semi-final too. It seems like you guys have a really good crew, and has that been helping you build momentum throughout the event? Because you guys seem to support each other really well.
Yeah, for sure. In India, we stayed at the same hotel, and we just supported each other, just played cards when we were we had a day off, and yeah, we just support each other, give each other advice, and I feel like that's one of the strongest supports I can get when you're here in a contest. And I have my mom too with me this year, but in Cloud9, I didn't have my mom, so to have Tenshi and Raiha and them support me, it's amazing, and hopefully I can support them too.
And I've got to ask, you've got a final coming up. What does the preparation look like? Are you going to stay down here, try get out of the wind, or who knows? What are you going to get up to?
I'm going to watch Raiha's semi and then, so just stick around here and focus on the waves. And it's so much difficult. It's so much different than just looking at the waves. So I'm just going to give it a try and just surf it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We're excited to see you in yet another final this year. Stay tuned for who's going to be up against her. So back to you guys.
Thanks, Jess, and thank you, Sarah. That was a nerve-wracking heat, to say the least. But, man, if you give yourself a chance, you're always in it, and she really did. She changed tactics, went off the rights, went down the lefts at the beckoning of the team up on the point, and worked wonders. And a classy opening to this heat too. Binzi Amuro Suzuki, a 6.5, and it's just one of those things, isn't it? You see top-line athletes enter the draw, go deep, and it just looks like they've got so much left in the tank. It seems to me like Amuro isn't even really hitting top gear yet. She's still got so much to give. A 6.5 to me is her just going, okay, I'm just going to surf solid here. I'm going to get this score on the board, and then we'll start kicking out the jams after that.
Absolutely. Speaking of experience, Paige Harrop yet to open her account. She sat with priority for,
this is
almost
replay.
A third of the heat. Here goes Amuro on her last wave. Dare I say it, the wind might have just backed off a touch.
That turn, so nice. Perfectly timed. Often when you a little bit of whitewash that you're trying to hit. Oh, whoa!
Bang.
Is she going to ride out of this? It's one of the biggest waves of the morning, or afternoon now, I should say, but solid set wave. And Paige Harrop goes at it with intent. Big snap. And Jess Starling was saying before, the judges, if they feel, if they get a moment that they can actually sink their teeth into, they're not scared to throw out really top scores. To me, that's right up there, mate. That is like driving off the bottom into a heavy section. Big spray goes off the lip and rides out. So expect something decent to drop here for Paige.
Yeah, she waited a long time to get that first wave, but she's made it count. And that's going to be a decent number for the Kiwi. A 5, so middle of the road, but very much puts her into contention.
One turn 5. For Paige Harrop. Good turn. Powerful and done with speed. Paige Harrop on the comeback from a bit of a knee injury, I believe. Suffered in her quest to become a dual Olympian. She's back now. And we'll have another shot at Olympic qualification. As we see Amuro now. She's found a solid one, just caught behind.
She had a ton of speed, but couldn't get around this big section in front of her to translate it into anything. Here goes Paige having a look, deciding there was nothing on offer. Probably a good call.
Looks like Amuro is right on that right-hand rip bowl that we've seen Dakota and Joel Vaughan really light up over the course of the day. But a lot of the women have been finding scores on the lefts, and it looks like Paige is going to try and capitalise on that. She's a little bit further down the point from where Amuro is sitting. Cheer, bro. To all the Kiwis watching. I wonder if Kiwi Butler's watching right now on Billy. Well, Billy's here. He's watching.
Billy's here.
What about the...
You'd be happy with the Celtics win this morning, as am I. We just told.
What about the Bowden boys, Tane and Mackenzie? Reckon they're watching?
Mackenzie's probably at Berghain in Berlin with his German girlfriend these days. Which fashion week is it at the moment? Is Tane in Milan or...
Yeah, he gets a lot of big modelling. Is he not doing the Q? Is he giving that the flick? Big time mod?
I I think he makes a lot more money as a model these days. A friend of mine works in the fashion game, and she wrapped up Melbourne Fashion Week or Sydney, I can't remember which one, and did a big collage of posts, and Tane was in the guts of it. I said, you know that guy can surf? And she said, I had no clue. I thought, no, he's very good.
Really good.
Surfed in a surfed for a world junior title right here in Taiwan.
Yeah, saw him win I think it was an Oki Grom comp maybe, with a 10-point ride in the final. Who else should we shout out from NZ? Elliot Parada-Reid. He's been putting in some good performance on the queue in the years.
He has.
Corbin Hutchins.
Don't know why he's not at this event. Elliot Parada-Reid has been travelling with Jack Thomas. They were at Cruy together, and I'm sure they went to Nias. I know they spent a lot of time in Bali together. And Jackie T was here. Not sure where Elliot Parada-Reid is. Here goes Amuro Suzuki. This will get rid of her 1.83 by how much? Oh, that bottom turn was just flawless.
Full flow here, slicing off the top.
Oh. And these smaller rights that just bend back towards you just allow you to keep banging away at it and just bashing little ones and 0.5s, just little fractional additions to your total that all help in the end. And,
yeah, the turns look so clean on the front side. If you can get that railing gauge, there's just water flowing everywhere. Watch this. There's a nice little line, isn't there, on this wave? Sort of comes over a little rib, off the top here, straight into that bottom turn, slice back to the power source, and then it stands up again. And even this little section, it's still coming at Amuro, so she's able to snap a couple more turns. And that's a very strong ride. Yeah, what about Luke Cederman?
Oh.
Do you reckon Raglan Surf Report's tuned in? I reckon he is.
Absolutely.
Mikey Matlaloo, what about him? One of the NZ greats nowadays, world-class filmmaker.
For Noah Dean. Yeah, not sure if they'll be tuning in. You never know.
I reckon they would be.
Matty Scoringe, New Zealand Olympic coach. He'd be tuning in. See if Paige can win this.
What about...
see if Paige can go to the ISAs next year and qualify.
Shout out to Mikey Banks, Daniel Kerriopa, Quinn brothers, Ratso.
Safi Vati already competed this week, and she has qualified for the Olympics.
Wow, that's cool.
Yep.
Fantastic. Yeah, New Zealand well represented at the elite level. Would love to see them get into that little tiny top crew on the CT.
Maz Quinn, the only Kiwi to qualify for the championship tour on the male side of things. Paige, of course, has done it on the female side.
Yeah. But pre-CTQS years, Kiwis have performed in CT finals, and Al Byrne nearly won the Pipe Masters in 1981, I believe.
So they may have retrospectively given Al Byrne a Pipe Master, because back then it was best 4 waves. And they looked at it and they were like, oh, if it was best 2, he would have won.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing any of that.
Don't shoot the messenger.
No, I can't see that happening. That means they'd have to redo thousands of contest results.
I'm just saying.
Well, Simon Anderson, if you want props for Al Byrne, Simon Anderson says he got the best 2 waves that day by far. It's just that Simon got a couple of sneaky ones as well and got the job done. That was basically the birth of the thruster. He'd already won bells in that massive Monstro year. And I don't know if you know this, but Bells 81 gets remembered for the huge surf. He actually won that in like 1 foot dribble at Rincon. Then he won the Coke Classic the same year. That was again summer surf, and then he went when it takes it over to Pipeline. And by that stage, everyone was going, okay, yeah, no, there's something to this.
2 men with incredible legacies, like Simon Anderson, the thruster, Al Byrne, the channel bottoms.
Mm-hmm.
If If you can find an old burning spears on the gum trees or the Facebook marketplaces or the eBays, snap it up.
Yeah, man, I get a lot of boards off Earnburn too.
All right, here goes Amuro Suzuki rolling in. Her last wave was a 6.43. She wants to get rid of it. She's got a big section, smacks it. Board gets a little bit flat. She gets a little bit of drift. She rides out of it. Probably going to be in the sort of ballpark of... no, I don't know if that'll go in her top 2. What do you think?
Yeah, I reckon it's close. Let's just revisit this. First turn, just a little bit of a... Set-up turn. Oh, okay. No, I don't think so. No. Even the last turn, despite the fact she managed to get a bit of a board slide in, it wasn't quite as crispy as her previous waves. So Paige Harrop sitting out there now, needing a 7.93. Yeah, Amuro Suzuki's surfing is just, like, so confident, Binzi.
There you go, 5.57 for her last wave, so just a shade short.
She just looks so sure-footed. Doesn't look lost in the lineup, even in a lineup like this, which has been super challenging. She's finding the right-hand rip bowls where the last couple of heats have had no luck whatsoever trying to get those waves.
So Paige Harrop, just the 6 minutes to go and just the one wave to her name so far, being incredibly selective.
Body language doesn't look too ruffled. When you've surfed as many heats as Paige has, you know it's just the 2 waves that matter. 7.93 is a very, I wouldn't say it's a big ask, but it is a number, substantial. I mean, New Zealand, let's face it, gets a little bit windy over there too, Binzi.
Sure does.
So you'd imagine that Paige has sat in plenty of lineups with this sort of texture running through it. As we get down to 5 minutes now. Often sometimes you get to the semi-finals, you've got a heat like this where you're thinking about the accomplishments of Amuro Suzuki, you think about the career of Paige Harrop, you just rub your hands together and think, wow, this could just be an all-out war. This one has been a little more measured. Haven't seen anywhere near as many waves ridden as the previous semi-final. And or the previous quarterfinals for that matter. So both women relying on the strategy of quality over quantity. And it looks like Paige is going to try and get the backhand fired up. Hooks it under the lip. It's another turn. You can see how strong that wind is, and 3 very strong maneuvers here. It's not the biggest wave. It didn't provide a whole lot of steep sections to work with, but one thing Paige has going for her here is that she was in the pocket for each turn. You can see there, as she's finished the turn, the spray is already half a mile down the beach. And that little tap on the inside makes sure of it. Gets the completion. As we know, the judges have been almost punishing surfers for not riding out. And it's going to be around about the same as her last score. It actually does minimise the requirement just slightly, a 5.27. So now Paige Harab needs a 7.66, 3 minutes to get back out there. Amuro Suzuki with priority, and the best 2 scoring rides of this heat is in control at this stage.
Paige Harab, 7 years of championship tour experience to her name. First got on in 2010.
2010, so that was Kelly Slater's 10th world title year. Steph Gilmore was the world champion 2010.
Correct. Both won in Puerto Rico. And had a 5-year run. Unfortunately finished 16th in 2014 and then got back on and competed again in 2018 and 2019.
Well, look at this. Amuro Suzuki applying strategic pressure to Paige Harab now. This is a power move, and it's designed to block Paige Harab from anything of substance in the dying minute and a half of this heat. Priority with the Japanese competitor. And Paige is going to look to make a little escape plan here, you would imagine. And Amuro lets her go. So here goes Paige, and it's not a great wave. So well done there from Amuro Suzuki. Does not take the bait. And again, this just all comes down to experience. That's a beautifully executed block from Amuro. She didn't stop Paige from getting the wave, but she didn't take the bait. It's cat and mouse this stage of the heat.
Sure is.
A little bit of bluffing going on. It's a full poker game.
And two of our wiliest competitors on the women's side of the draw coming up against each other in the semi-final.
Ooh, okay, now this is interesting. Paige down the beach, puts everything into this first turn. These little lefts have been standing up occasionally. Gets a second one in. Looking for a 7.66.
She's not done yet.
Bashes it. Is there a bonus section down the end? Oh, maybe just not enough in it. The surfing was really forced. And when I say forced, I mean she was putting in every bit of effort into every turn. As Amuro now gets a set wave, cuts back to the power source. Steep vertical section, punches it high noon, and that will shut the gate.
And that was the wave that Paige Harab wanted, unfortunately. But it is going to be Amuro Suzuki who books her ticket to the final. Gee, she's got a good record right here at Jinzun Harbor. Last time she competed was for a World Junior title. She won that final as well. Unfortunately, Paige Harab bows out, but 3,042 points. That should put her on top of the Australia-Oceania QS rankings leaving Taiwan, so it's not all bad news for the Kiwi.
We're going to throw to a quick break. Binzi will be back with plenty more semi-final action in just a moment from the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
The twos.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Time men's side of the draw here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Raya Onu from Japan is in the red jersey. The man who has put the world on notice on the Challenger Series and now here on the qualifying series. The high-flying Joel Vaughan is in the blue jersey. From one Vaughan to another, Vaughan Blakey is alongside me. Chris Binns in the booth for the call. I can't believe it, mate. We've only got 4 heats left to surf in this year's Taiwan Open of Surfing.
It's amazing. I can't believe we've sort of reached this part of the event and scored probably the best waves we've seen. I mean, we've had fun waves here and there, but it's good to see as Jolie Vaughan kicks things off. How on earth did he even make that? Did you see his board start to rotate off his feet then? No, it's been unreal, Binsy. I can believe it. I mean, you run an event, inevitably you're going to make finals day, and on that finals day, you're going to make it to the semis. But I'm really excited about this final, the women's final. Just saw that second semi play out. Amuro Suzuki will be meeting Sarah Wakita, so, you know, that's going to be exciting. Meanwhile, Raya Anu has been so deadly in this event, mate. And Joel Vaughan, even though he's been posting big scores almost with ease, he's just going to be really careful here. I mean, you underestimate your opponent at your peril, and there's no way he's going to be doing that with Raya.
Yeah, so we just saw Amuro Suzuki book her ticket to the final. It's going to be an all-Japanese final on the women's side of proceedings. Can Raya Onu keep the Japanese flag flying on the men's side? Because the second semi, Alistair Reginato and Dakota Walters, is all Australian. 22 minutes remaining. The judges throw a 6.33 the way of Joel Vaughan for that first big lofty air reverse of his. A 157, just a minor score, but enough to extend his lead. 22 minutes remaining. Raya Onu yet to open his account, but he won't be rattled at all. He's been a bit of an iceman this week. We saw him get through in the quarters against Kian. Unfortunately, getting the interference call. Kian Martin, it was a priority interference, so you lose a whole wave score, which is really, really unfortunate. But the judges go out of their way to stress that if you don't have priority in a man-on-man heat, you can't go anywhere near the guy who does.
Yep, rules are pretty clear-cut. Unfortunately, oh man, there's nothing worse than going out like that. You want to let your surfing decide the matter. Here we are. Raya, he's got a big section. And that is literally his go-to. When he hits the lip for the air rev, he really goes for that spin at full rev. Looks like Jolie Vaughan's got another wave here.
Okay, well, we missed this one. That was a bit forced. It was a bit of an ollie off the lip. Nice carve, and it keeps bowling back. Horseshoeing towards him. Plenty of horsepower through that turn as well. And just working his way through the gears. And that was kind of effortless surfing. It's not going to be a big number, but it's definitely going to replace his 157 and put a little bit of what football commentators like to call it scoreboard pressure on Raya Onu.
Just saw there's a touch of the, they're not, really close, but I just saw a touch of the Parkos in a couple of those carves there. Just a touch.
I mean, they're both called Joel.
Okay, yeah. If that's all you'll give me, then that's what I'll take. No, just the way that he body moves through it, just a touch of the Parkos, mate. What surfer alive doesn't want to have a little bit of that in their surfing?
And, people who are recent to surfing, or maybe just younger than us, might not remember. Parko used to do massive...
I thought you were going to say, no, might not remember Parko. Come on, bro.
No, he used to do monstrous punts.
Oh, yeah.
In his youth.
Yeah.
Remember the one from Bicycle?
Of course. Of course I do.
Yeah, he's kind of retired them in recent times just to fall into his Parko groove of just style on style on style. But yeah, very talented aerialist.
Top secret Parko project coming out soon, Binsy.
Oh yeah.
Remember how Searching for Curran came out about, 15, 20 years after Curran retired from pro surfing, and was basically everyone's favourite surf movie for the next decade after.
Yeah.
Just putting a little seed in the ground just to keep an eye out for something similar from Joel.
Love it. And is it going to use like a Billabong catcher? Only a Parko knows the feeling.
Only a Parko's knows
the
feeling.
There we go. Yeah. Or just Parko knows the feeling.
Parko's knows.
Who knows?
Did that create the ballast for that beautiful, drawn out?
No, it'd create the swing weight.
That's what I mean.
All right, so last score for Joel Vaughan was a 4.17. Puts him up into double figures. 1 foot in the final. One guy who is down on the sidelines right now is Dai Wacko, who's talking to Muro Suzuki. Take it away, Dai. You might have gone with the wind.
You know, when you get to this stage of any QS final, you start to see a few big names chirping on the message boards. You know that, everyone who surfs competitive for a living, Binsy, watches surfing constantly. Like, in times when I've hung out with Fanning, we were on movie projects together, he's always got his phone down to the side and just keeping an eye on things. And you can bet that, Australian legends, Japanese legends, crew from all over the world who love to pull on the Rashi would be tuning in to check these semi-finals out, see what's coming.
Yep, they're keeping a tab on the young guns, that's for sure. Speaking of young guns, Amuro Suzuki is on the sideline. She's going to have a chat to our own Dai Wacko.
お疲れ様でした。決勝進出おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
相手となった選手ですが、かなり経験が豊富な選手だったと思います。そのことはヒート前とかに頭に入ってたりしてたんですか？
ここまで来るとみんな上手い選手で実力のある選手なので、自分もしっかり、実力を発揮しないとダメと思ったので、それに集中できるように頑張りました。
So she knew that she was against one of the best surfers in the semis. So she knew also that she has to do what she can do the best, and that's what she was really focusing on, and it did work out really well for her. 今回のヒートに関しては何か特別な作戦などあったりしたんですか？
いや、やっぱり作戦特になくて、もう来た波に漕いで決めるっていうのが、作戦です。
So there's not really an actual plan out there in that last heat. Just try to catch as many as she can, and that worked out well. それでは決勝は脇田沙羅選手とかなり仲がいいというふうには存じ上げてるんですが、決勝についてちょっと一言お願いします。
本当、沙羅ちゃんと一緒にファイナルができてすごい嬉しいし、本当今回のこのファイナルはきっとその沙羅ちゃんとやれて夢が叶った感じがするから、2人で楽しんでやりたいなと思います。
So she's gonna be in the final against Sarah Wakeda, and she's one of the best friends for Amuro, and she's really looking forward to surf against Sarah, and it was one of her dream as well, so she's gonna enjoy it. では決勝楽しみにしています。おめでとうございました。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Dai Wacko and Amuro Suzuki and her beautiful white teeth. Speaking of beautiful, Joel Vaughan has just dropped a 9.17 while we were crossing over to that interview. You might have seen it on the inset screen, but I am really looking forward to catching up on the replay right now because Joel Vaughan, he's just had a 9 in every heat.
It's starting to get scary. How easily this guy can tap into a 9. It looks effortless. Like, that's probably the heaviest thing about it. Look at him go here. Picked off a bomb to start off with. First turn, aggressive board slide snap out of the top. Checks that one. Banks a little sort of inside snap here. Oh, beautiful slob grab. Gets it done. Straight into the bottom turn. And then he just starts to unwind as this thing cruises through massive turns. And an air rev to finish. Every day of the week, that's a 9. And right behind him now goes for a big...
Oh! Oh, behind him, Jolie Vaughan again. Wow, this has turned into a shootout, an air show.
The bendy, stretchy men going at it. And but that's just unbelievable surfing from Joel Vaughan. You really just have to sit back and admire every single bit of it. So much variety. Every section surfed to full potential. And the judges going, yeah, mate, here you go. Have a 9. Enjoy. And we're going to welcome Di Wacko back into the commentary box to talk through the rest of this heat. Binzi, as Rahed there gets a nice one. This was almost a miracle turn too on the inside. Little boggy there.
Yeah, the first turn was pretty good. And then this punt, he really did all he could to try and cling onto it. And, well, he gave it a serious nudge. It wasn't to be. Oh, Joel Vaughan, a 9.17 and a 6.33. Raya Onu, just a 3.33 for his last wave. He would have been up around the 7s or the 8s if he could have clung onto that big air rev. Di Wacko, welcome back to the booth. What a heat.
What a heat. 9.17 and 6.33 for Joe Vaughan. Wow. This is a big heat for the semi-finals. Heat number 1. So Raiha is looking for 9.33. This is pretty big score, but still we have plenty of times. Just under 12 minutes remaining. So 2 of the surfers trying to do is take it to the skies.
Absolutely.
So in the next heat, we have semifinals heat number 2. Alista Reginato from Australia and Dakota Walters from Australia, which is going to be the deciding heat as well. And we have Sarah Wakita and Amuro Tsuzuki for the women's finals coming up after the semifinals.
So Joel Vaughan finished the year in 29th spot on the Challenger Series. He was 28th the year before. Most notable performance was at Sakurama in the last event, dropping that huge 10-point ride, the alley-oop that went around the world.
That's the biggest alley-oop probably. So he looks the next spot for the next year Challenger Series, or does he have
so
to?
he finished 29th. So back on the qualifying series. Last year he came 4th. The year before he won the qualifying series in the Asian or in the Australasian region. And won a couple of events, one in each year. So he has well and truly found his groove on the qualifying series. This is what he knows. This is what he really performs well at. And then he's slowly finding his feet on the challenges. Obviously, he's had plenty of high notes. But, a few down results along the way as well. The 9th at Bolito was actually his best result on the Challenger this year. The 10 at Sakurama still only got him a 25th place finish. So, yeah, he's in the mix, just needs to get a little bit of consistency and needs to start making a few more quarterfinals and beyond to really start challenging for initially just staying on the Challenger Series, and then beyond that pushing himself up to the Championship Tour, because I think anyone who's seen his surfing will agree that there's definitely a really strong opportunity for him not just to make the Challenger Tour, but the Championship Tour, but perform really well on it.
Well, so this event is also important for him to gain a lot of points to secure the spot for the next year's Challenger Series.
Huge. And Di, for you, who are the best hopes for the Japanese surfers to qualify from the Challenger Series and make it to the CT?
Probably seeing the rankings, I would say Daiki Tanaka or Hiroto Ohara from this year's are the closest to the city tour. But yeah, they also have to do really good in the Asian ranking as well. I don't think they made a cut for the next year's Challenger Series. So,
like Joe Azuki, he's kind of been one of the big names for a long time.
For a long time, since he was a kid, yeah.
A guy I saw a lot of surfing in Krui after the event over there, Raru Ito. He looks like he has an amazing future, and not only an incredible surfer at the QS level, but also really charges. I think he's an invitee to the Vans Pipeline Masters. So, getting lots of respect on the North Shore. Tenchi Iwami, he's only young. I think he's 18.
Yeah, just turned 18 this year.
Huge talent, and he's a big kid too. Like, he's big and strong and surfs, powerfully. Yeah. I think he'd have to think he's got a big future. Whatever happened to Shun Murakami? The last event pre-pandemic, he won the Hainan China Open, or the China Open of surfing in Hainan Island in China.
He was so close to the lake
and then I don't know if I've heard his name since.
Yeah, he's of course he's still surfing pretty much every day, but now he's focusing on making films. So here is Raiha Ono needing 9.33. He has to go big to get the scores, but unfortunately the wave didn't offer too much for him. Yeah, so Shun is now focusing on making a film. So he went more like free surfing side of the industry. So I don't think he officially says he's retired from competition, but pretty much he didn't compete since then, I reckon. And is still one of the best surfer in Japan. And he's searching for the unridden waves in Japan with his young brother and one of his best and mentor, Keito Matsuoka, who got 12-point ride at backdoor shootout a couple years ago.
All right, 5 minutes to go. God, it's hard to believe we are flying through these heats in such rapid-fire fashion. Joel Vaughan, a 9.17. Rao Onu, his opener was a 6.17. That's his high score. He really wants to upgrade that, and he needs to get out of the way. Well, Joel Vaughan's going to cough up priority there. It was funny to see Reha having a look at that, because we saw him against Kian Martin earlier. I don't know if he drew the interference, but he benefited from Kian playing it a little bit too close to the edge and pushing it. And when you're a man-on-man heat with priority, basically if you have priority, the other person has to stay well away from you. And it's pretty clear cut. It's written in the rules that way. And it was interesting. There was no need for Reha to try and force that. He has ended up getting priority out of it, but needing a 9.33, I don't know if he wants to sit and wait for, unless he's thinking he can drop a 10, you know, with 4 minutes to go, wouldn't you be looking to get 2 8s? You know, like, you've got a lot more chance probably of getting 2 8s than a 10. There's just enough time. So, yeah, interesting one from Reha there.
Probably.
Like, I don't think Joel, sorry to speak over you, I don't think Joel Vaughan is going to be upset that he's lost priority. That's not a deal breaker for him at all.
But yeah, pretty much all of the competitors saying that it's really hard to catch, like, decide which one is which and which one is right waves to go in the water. It's just hard to, you know, figuring out where to sit. So probably Reha is just going for it every chance he gets, and the time is ticking. So just under 3 minutes to go. He just wanted to have this, like, every opportunities until the time just finishes.
All right, 2 minutes 40 to go. And, well, Joel Vaughan dropped a 9-point ride about 20 minutes ago, and we've hardly seen a score since. He's only taken off on one more wave since then. There's 2.5 minutes remaining. It's a tough day down here at Jinzun Harbor, but the conditions seem fairly trivial in the face of what we're dealing with. And if you've only just tuned in, we had the tragedy strike the event on Friday, and to anyone who's a friend or a family with Febri and Ania, our hearts go out to you. And I know that the decision to run wasn't taken lightly. It was put to all the surfers, and it was the Indonesian lads, all three of them, who were remaining in the comp, who really wanted to push on. And the rest of the Japanese and Aussies and Kiwi surfers in the field said they were happy to let the Indonesians take the lead on it. And everyone agreed that we wanted to finish it. We called a lay day yesterday out of respect. And this is the last possible day we've got to run. It's going to be a huge day of action. 18 heats all up. There goes Raya Onu. And he's bringing it in, I think, with 1:10 to go. Surely you've got to try and paddle back out and get one last wave. Wasn't a bad air reverse. I'm really not sure it was worth sitting and waiting for and playing the bit of priority cat and mouse that could have cost him. 1 minute to go. Joel Vaughan. Well, will this be a victory lap? These waves are bowling up beautifully. First turn was good. You know he's eyeing off the ramp. Big punt. Gets the slob grab, air reverse, tail high. Spins that nice and quick. I think we can kiss his 6.33 goodbye. I think Raya Onu might just slip back into that most dreaded of circumstances, needing a combination of two scores. Run us through the replay of Reha's last wave.
Here's the last wave from Reha. Of course, he's just looking for the ramp, and he goes to the air. Nice tail high, air reverse. That's a great ride, but here's a...
No scores are in yet, but time is all but done. This heat is going to get called out. Wow, just getting that grab. Pretty technical. The front hand in front of the front foot on the toe side edge. That's a slob grab, and it was very nicely done. Previous wave for Raya Onu, a 5.17 goes into his top two. Doesn't help his situation, however. He's still looking for a 9.33. I think that's going to get blown out into a combination. There it is, an 8.5 for the last wave of Joel Vaughan. The judges rewarding the technical prowess that went into that beautifully spun air reverse. So it's going to be an all-female Japanese final, and it's now officially going to be an all-male affair or all Aussie affair on the male side of things. Who'll go up against Joel Vaughan, Alistair Reginato and Dakota Walters are going to fight for that one right now. We're going to have a quick break and come back with all of the action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
Welcome back to semi-final number 2 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We just saw Joel Vaughan move through to the final. And now we will determine the second finalist between Alistair Reginato and Dakota Walters. Both Alistair and Dakota have been putting on absolutely insane performances throughout the whole event. So looking forward to this semi-final. Alongside myself, Drew Starling, will be Dai Wacko to call the action. Dai.
Wow, it's been an amazing surfing show right now. Air show probably, I would say. But yeah, this heat, Alistair and Dakota, definitely they're going to put actions in the air too.
Yep, absolutely. We saw Dakota get a 9.83 in his quarterfinal. I thought it was going to be a 10. It was pretty next level.
That was crazy ride.
So insane. And Alistair as well. This whole event has been dropping huge numbers. The first 9 of the event on a good looking left. And then had a really good quarterfinal heat in that last one as well. So looking forward to seeing how this heat will play out. We can see there that is the athlete area. Everyone has come down to support the semi-finalists and the women's finalists as well. That'll be coming up next. We can see a bunch of Aussies, a bunch of Japanese surfers there. The women's final will be Sarah Wakita and Amuro Suzuki.
So I had an interview with Amuro about the final coming up, and she said that it was one of her dreams to surf against, Sarah in finals. So
oh wow!
She said she's just gonna enjoy the final with Sarah.
That is amazing. It's so cool to have 2 Japanese women's finalists. And of Sarah and Amuro, both women are so incredibly talented, so I'm excited to see how it plays out. Not much going on in this semi-final though for Alistair and Dakota.
It's been 4 minutes. I've already gone, and they're still waiting for the wave to come in.
Yeah, a little bit slow right now on the wave front. Feels like in that last heat it seemed to just slow up a little bit, so you can see the surfers there. Dakota a little bit to the left of screen in the blue, Alistair on the right wearing the red rashi. So we'll see who can start off. Here we go, Dakota Walters. Just goes off screen there. Wow, nice opening maneuver for Dakota. Hard carve to back it up. And another nice series of maneuvers for Dakota. Oh, wow. That would have been epic if he had to finish that.
Right, that was a great surfing from Dakota. Just for the first air reverse. Oh, here's a replay. He's just going up for the air, but this one, I don't know how he does that on the no ramp there. And big carves right there. And I like how he went layback carb and then hit another air reverse. But unfortunately, he just couldn't ride off. But still, that was a great surfing from Dakota. We are waiting for the scores drop in. Just under 19 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, so waiting on scores for Dakota. I feel like for Alistair, you know, hearing what potentially could have gone down on that wave of Dakota's, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but Alistair definitely holds his own. Just about 19 minutes scores still to come through for Dakota.
Right. Here it is, 617 for the first wave. Dakota Walters first wave, 617. That's a great way to start with the heat. Oh.
Yeah, I feel like potentially towards the end of the semi-final that could be a throwaway, pending how it goes. We've seen Dakota drop in much healthier numbers. Alistair holds first priority. There's 18 and a half minutes. And
it's a great start from Dakota. Just imagine if if he could just make the last air reverse. That's gonna put extra 2 points or something, and definitely went into the excellent range.
yeah, I agree. I think it could have definitely been up there in an 8-point range for Dakota. But a 617 is not a bad way to start off a semi-final. Applying that pressure onto Alistair Reginato just on 18 minutes to go in this heat. And Alistair yet to take off on a wave. There's not been too much on offer right now, so I think maybe a smart or a tactical move there from Dakota Walters. Just, locking in a wave early of that 617. You can see Alistair just paddling around trying to find some waves.
Like you said, this could be a throwaway for the semi-finals, but still, it's been pretty much 10 minutes ago now, so that 617 definitely puts some pressure onto Alistair right now.
Yeah, I agree. And here we go, Alistair up and riding on this one, straight to the air. Wow, gets the rotation. That was solid for Alistair Reginato.
That was solid air, like tail high. Wow.
Yeah, we can hear right now the crew going wild. Here we go, replay die.
He goes to the sky. Wow, the tail high air reverse. I love how he compressed the knee when he does the air and just rotates so hard. And that was 7.83 for Alistair's first wave. That is a big answer back.
7.83 for first of Alistair Reginato on the comeback, or just, making his mark in this semi-final. Alistair and Joel have been travelling together through the Challenger Series, and they're also staying together here, so I'm sure both Joel and Alistair would love to have a final together. But Dakota has been one to watch in this whole event so far. His 617 was pretty next level. Could have been higher if not have fallen on that last turn.
Well, it's about like air reverses in the semis and the finals, but still you gotta put decent turns and probably the good airs to get a good scores, or like 8s and 9s for this level of surfing.
Yeah, I agree with conditions as they are, with the winds as they are. There is definitely opportunity, to get those excellent scores as we've seen all day. And I think for Dakota and Alistair, they need to get into that range. It's super important at this level. Looks like Alistair having another look at this one. Small insider trying to just build some momentum, but that wave unfortunately closes out. He has to get out of that one with just under 15 minutes to go. So Dakota only needs a small score right now, but I feel like, he's waiting for something. He knows what he wants.
Definitely he knows what he wants and, what waves to ride in this condition.
So Dakota sitting out there. We've not seen him sit yet really like this in a heat. And here we go. Alistair having another look at this one. Gaining some speed. Quick float there for Alistair. Goes straight to the air. Gets the landing. Another bonus section here. This wave just standing up on the inside. He gets a couple of turns and kicks out of that one. Alistair Reginato just looking on point right now.
That was great ride from Alistair. It was an inside ones and smaller size, but still he managed to. Here's a replay, and I didn't think it's gonna be the great waves at the first, but he just racing down the line. He floats that section nice, and into the air game again, and bonus section right here. That was a great wave selection.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Di, but during that, I could hear the beach commentator going absolutely next level. I feel like Dakota Walters may have got a wave in that during that replay. 13 minutes to go, waiting on a few scores. You can see Alistair making his way back out the back. This is a replay. First look at this wave of Dakota's, Di.
Wow, he's just waiting for the sections. Oh, just straight up high air. That was, different maneuver.
Yeah, we've not seen anyone do something like that in this event so far. So Dakota,
oh my God,
just a straight air, gets a grab, and would love to have another look at that replay because he was flying down the line and just stomped it so well. Let's have a look. Really solid paddle, and you can just see him flying down the line here straight up into the air, gets the grab, bit of it really tail high, and then stomps the finish. That was insane.
Straight high, little bit tweak in the tail, little bit. Oh, that was a solid one turn.
Well, scores are coming through for that last wave of Alistair Reginato. Decent looking numbers for a backup. Locking in, and also waiting on that score for last of Dakota Walters. I'll have to see where it fits in. It was just the one turn, but it was pretty insane. So scores 6.33 for that last wave of Alistair's. So Alistair extending his lead, a 7.83 and a 6.33. Dakota needs a 7.99 to go into the lead. He has a score to lock in for that one air.
Wow.
Wow. What do you think, Di?
I gotta say it's gonna be really close.
Yeah.
I have to say that.
Yeah, well, scores are coming through. It's a 7.5. Just not enough. He needs a 6.67 now. Well within striking distance. And Dakota has priority as well. That is Amuro Suzuki on screen there, making her way out for the final for the women.
For the women, just one big air and a 7.50. That's a huge score. That's a great score.
Yeah, absolutely insane just for that, one maneuver there for Dakota. 6.67 is his requirement. He has first priority. I feel like he's in the driver's seat right now because seriously, he is just looking on fire throughout this whole event. But we can't count Alistair out yet. He does have the highest wave of the heat in that 7.83. That was also for that one air. It was an air reverse. So the judges, liking Alistair's a little bit more, maybe a little bit more technical. Coming down to 10 minutes to go. Dakota needing that 667. It's tricky to hear out there, so I'm wondering if he knows what he needs right now.
You can tell how strong the wind is. Well, here is Dakota's looking for the Rams. Takes it the air.
Oh. Wow, okay. That was a bit of a mistake from Dakota. Alistair on a better looking wave out the back. Driving hard through that turn. He kicks out, not much more on offer on that wave. So 9 minutes to go. Dakota, unfortunately, falling on that last turn. Wow, so super, super close between Alistair Reginato and Dakota Walters right now.
Here's Alista's last wave. I like how he went back to basic maneuvers. That was a solid layback to straight to the carve. That was great surfing without air reverses. We are waiting for the scores for Alista. Looking like the ride's gonna be the decent score as well. 693. Better the back score. He extended his lead. Now Dakota needs 727. Wow, he got the better score for 2 turns. And just over 8 minutes.
Wow. So 8 minutes to go. Alistair, as you said, bettering his back up. So Dakota really needs to do something good right now at 727. But Alistair holds first priority. And, you know, Alistair he's looking fired up to make a final. He wants a result here. But Dakota, this will be huge for him, for the rankings, if he can get into the finals. You know, it's such an important event, 5,000 points on the line for the men. Dakota is currently ranked 6th on the Australasia QS rankings for the men. So this is, you know, a super, super important result for him here if he can really nudge for that 5,000 points. So we'll wait and see.
We're just under 7 minutes remaining, and Alessa 7.83 and 6.93. Dakota needing 727. It's gonna be tense last 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you just never know what's going to happen. Both Alistair and Dakota they keep you on your toes. They're electric surfers, especially Dakota. He's so whippy, so fast and sharp, whereas Alistair is, you know, he's more of a powerhouse. And he's got that insane rail game. He knows how to go to the airs. So he can apply that pressure onto Dakota, looking for a 727. With 6 minutes remaining, Dakota has second priority right now. So regardless, this was always going to be a really hard semi-final because 2 Aussies in it, both have been in form all event. And as well, that last semi-final with Joel Vaughan and Laiha was next level.
It was next level. Like every heat, I'm saying, well, it's next level.
Yeah, it
Pretty
just
much,
keeps.
yeah.
It just keeps getting better and better, and yeah.
Everyone pushes everyone's level right now, probably.
All right, live action here. Dakota Walters having a look at this one. He needs a 727. Starts this wave up with an opening carve, draws it back around for another one. You can see him just waiting for a bit of a lip, but not much on offer. He has to kick out. So it was worth rolling the dice on that one, but it didn't offer too much. Right now, it's really whether Dakota can actually get the wave that's going to offer, you know, a 7 or above. And he needs to do the surfing well. I think that first wave could come back to haunt him a little bit. So just under 5 minutes to go. Alistair, super smart competitor, just come off his first year on the Challenger Series. And, you know, you learn a lot, you experience a lot in heats, you learn a lot about yourself as a surfer and a competitor. And I think, you know, Dakota's been competing for a long time as well, but people from the Challenger Series just seem to come back a little bit sharper in heats. So I feel like, you know, we may not see Alistair make a mistake, but you never really know what's going to happen. 4 minutes. Dakota having a look at this one. Smaller looking wave, flying down the line, goes for the alley-oop, gets the completion. Oh, wow. That was next level.
Yes, that was next level.
And even I was looking at the wave and I was going, oh, that wave is just not going to offer a lot. But he really made something out of nothing there, Di.
Here's a replay. He just went for straight to the alley-oops. And then this one, lays back. That was a great ride from Dakota, needing 7-7.
Well, let's have another look at it straight up into the alley-oop. And then I'm actually with you, Di. I'm a huge fan of this last turn.
Absolutely. I love the last turn so much.
Binzi's calling nines. That was solid. 727 is the requirement for Dakota Walters. Honestly, I was looking at that wave going, oh, you know, he's rolling the dice on it. I don't think it's going to offer much, but he saw something special in it, and he really surfed it to a T. Big scores, 9.1 for Dakota Walters. Binzi, you were right on point there. So Dakota goes straight into the lead, 9.1 and a 7.5. We cannot count Alistair out just yet. An 8.78 is what he is looking for. He has priority as well, Di.
Well, I can't believe he got the 910 under priority.
Insane.
Wow, that's insane.
On a wave that, honestly, I was thinking, I don't think that's going to offer too much. And he just saw something in it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. Wow, that was solid maneuvers from Dakota Walters. Just over 2 minutes to go now. Listen is 8.78. But he is capable of getting that kind of scores. So we have plenty of time still, 2 minutes to go. These surfers can change everything in just 1 second, so still have plenty of opportunities out there.
Yeah, there's still time on the clock, which means there's still time to get a win. Dakota just hunting around like a shark, maybe trying to, you know, sell Alistair onto something, but he is not budging. Alistair needs that 8.78. He needs something to come through to really offer some good surfing, some great surfing even. 90 seconds to go.
Oh my God.
Wow, I am blown away. 9.1 for Dakota. He's just been looking so on point the whole event. So is Alistair. You know, regardless of how this semi-final finishes, both surfers have been just looking so in form, and this was like, this semi-final also could have been a final in my opinion.
I was gonna say exact same thing. Like every heat is like, you know, could be the final.
Yeah, absolutely insane. So who will see Joel Vaughan in the final? We've got 50 seconds to find out, and Alistair pulling the trigger on this one. Good looking wave. Floats that first section, but unfortunately nothing more for Alistair. He needs an 8.78. Dakota Walters on an answer back. Kicks out. I think he saw that, you know, Alistair didn't get too much. So 30 seconds to go. Will Alistair be able to pick up something underneath Dakota's priority in the last 25 seconds of this heat? Wow.
He's having a look at another one, another wave. Wow, last 10 seconds.
Alistair found something on the inside here. Needs to go pretty big, but that's not it. I think, you know, Alistair's called it a day. Super impressive performance from both Dakota Walters and Alistair Reginato. Absolutely insane. Big ups to Alistair. 3rd place at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. A huge result. Don't go anywhere. We have the women's final coming up right after this short break. Back with a very, very exciting heat. This is the women's final. The last time we'll see the women out here at Jinzun Harbor in the beautiful Taitung County. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my sister True Starling and potentially Vaughan Blanky, potentially not. We'll have to wait and see, but that was a really, really exciting heat between Dakota Walters and Alistair Reginato. Yeah, that was absolutely next level. Dakota getting a 9.1 in the end there. Yeah, super insane. On a wave where I was watching it, I'm going, I don't know. And then he just made absolutely something out of nothing. Huge result for Alistair Reginato, though. 3rd place here in the QS 5000 is pretty next level. But the women's final, 6.5 for first of Amuro. And really great way to start it off, Jessie. Yeah, we've got an all-Japanese lineup in this heat. Amuro Suzuki taking on Sarah Wakita. Amuro actually has won an event here before. She won the World Junior titles here against Alyssa Spencer back in 2019. So really knowledgeable at this wave, and she's been looking on fire all event. And yeah, we'll just see what this next 27.5 minutes has to unfold. Finals back up to 30 minutes, and after this we will see a rematch of the Maroubra semi-final. I am so excited for that. Me too. Dakota Walters and Joel Vaughan will be the men's final, and they had such an impressive semi-final at the Maroubra QS 1000 earlier in the year. Both had a pair of 9s, and Dakota ended up getting the jump on Joel on his final wave, but then broke his ankle. Yeah. So we had to pull out of the final. I'm going to say probably one of the best QS heats I've ever seen live. Like, it was the most insane heat I have ever yeah, it was insane. We're welcoming a very, very special guest onto the show, Vaughan Blakey.
Oh, I am so pumped that we're into the last 2 heats. As you said, the Joel Vaughan versus Dakota Walters final is going to be crazy, but this one is crazy. Amuro Suzuki. Now, that's the first time I've really seen her put the hammer down. She has just been so cruisy, just getting it done on pure, flex. Yep. That was aggressive. Yeah, she's just been, I feel like each heat she's been getting better and better and better, and I think, Amuro has always wanted to surf a final with Sarah Wakita, so I think she's here just, coming all guns are blazing. Can't help but feel like I'm just stinking up this commentary box a bit. Like, you two look. Are you kidding? The expertise, you guys are in the event, your media personalities. Here am I, just relic from a bygone era. Don't sell yourself short. Don't be ridiculous. I'm so pumped to be here with you guys because this is an exciting final. Absolutely. Sarah Wakita's been, almost stealthily working her way through. She's come up against some big opposition, and she's here now basically living the dream she wanted to surf against. But the energy out there is crazy. The wind's backed off a little bit. The band out the back just played Diamonds by Riri. Love it. Frothing. Love it. The band out the back has been Yeah.
Yeah, they've been playing some good songs.
Diamonds, can you give us a little snippet?
Yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. There's diamonds everywhere. I actually, this event, far out. It's been such an enjoyable event. Obviously, all of us devastated by the tragedy that played out a few days ago. But, as we see here, a replay with Sarah Wakita. And there's so many good waves out there now. It's so good that wind's just backed off slightly. It kind of comes and goes in these big gusts.
Yeah, Amuro.
Amuro there, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Amuro, a couple of rides to get going.
Yeah, nice big hammer, as you said. 6 for that one turn. Pretty solid.
Yeah, 6.5 for that other wave too. So really tidy stuff.
Big scores. But yeah, obviously after consulting with the Indonesians who came over here and getting the okay, we did the paddle out yesterday. The WSL provided incredible support for all the competitors, all the staff, everyone who was affected by the tragedy, the passing of Febri. And, today was about getting back in the water, getting back to the surfing, celebrating and honouring his passions. And it's been a wonderful morning of surfing that's culminated in these 2 epic finals. So, out of the sadness, we can begin to start to, honour Febri's life, and this is the first way we're going to do it, by crowning 2 champions here.
Yeah, absolutely. So important to celebrate someone's amazing life, and especially doing that by competing, which is something he loved. And Sarah, wow, just oh my goodness!
Here we go.
What a good 2-turner. Jessie liked it.
Raise the roof. That was the wave that we were talking about in Sarah's semi-final. She has been sticking to those rights all event and just getting massive scores for surfing just like this. Love this first turn. Drives hard in the pocket. This one steepens up for her. Kicks the fins out the back. So Sarah Wakita answering back to Amuro Suzuki. She's definitely well within this heat. There it is. 8.5 to open up Sarah's account.
Oh, my goodness.
Massive score. So those rights, they're really doing wonders for Sarah out there.
Yeah, she's just looking, I don't know, really fine-tuned, really in touch with her boards, with herself, with the ocean. I feel like, Amuro's been surfing so good, but Sarah just has a little bit of extra, I want to say spark, I feel like, especially throughout this whole event and today as well.
Yeah, she's been looking on fire, but Amuro has been as well. As you said, Vaughn, she's kind of been in cruise control this event, but now's the time that Amuro can really drop the hammer and just lay into this heat and show us the aggressive surfing that we know she can do. She's won out here before, and there's no doubt in saying that she'll do it again. I'm pretty sure she won in pretty similar conditions to this as well.
It was similar. And this, as surf fans, is the perfect scenario because Wakita has really launched a challenge here for Amuro. And if we want her to bring out her best, well, she's going to have to do it because a couple of 6s, yeah, sure, every other heat, probably put you in good stead to get through. But now Sarah Wakita, as much as this has been a dream for both women, it could easily turn into a nightmare if you don't stay on top of things. And that is the perfect way to open. Sarah riding for Volcom there. I noticed the stone on her board. Shout out to all the crew who are tuning in and backing Sarah here. That a big contingent in Hawaii, obviously, big contingent in Japan, but the head office over in Newport, California as well. As we see Amuro.
Whoa.
What do you think of that? Hasn't made a single error the whole event.
I know. I was just about to say, way to rattle the cages. From Sarah.
We haven't seen Amuro fall, really, this event at all. So that's okay. Just shake it off. Because guess what? There's still 20 minutes to go. There's a whole nother heat on your hands right now.
I think, actually, I heard the band playing Shake It Off earlier as well.
Perfect.
There we go. They need to just bring it in right now, and then it'll suit Amuro.
Get in the Swift zone.
Yeah. T-Swift.
A little bit of inspiration. I love it. Yeah, no, that was a little bit uncharacteristic, but I have high hopes for the rest of this heat. Another good-looking wave coming Sarah's wave right now. Let's see what she can do. feel like conditions are really cleaning up right now. Sarah, not happy with that. She's going to hop out, but I was out there just before. It still looks windy on screen. It doesn't feel as windy anymore.
No. Midway through the Dakota Reginado semi, the wind picked back up. Right at the start of their heat, it was so clean. There was like this beautiful little air wind coming up the face, and then all of a sudden, the whole tower started like lifting like a box. Thinking, where's this going to go? And it's actually backed off again. So I think we're just probably going to get a couple of intermittent gusts. Hopefully, though, it just stays where it is right now, because there's some really beautiful clean faces. The lefts, I've noticed, are basically not really happening anymore.
Yeah. There was actually a moment in that last heat sitting in here where we heard a bit of a gust come through, and I looked at Di, I was like, oh no. But it looks like it's maybe backed off a little bit, and live action, Sarah.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, this is incredible surfing. Beautiful combo. I'm loving the way that she's finishing her turns and coming into a bottom turn with speed. A big finish. That is going to be another big score, and suddenly the screws are starting to properly turn on Amuro Suzuki, the bronze medalist from Japan. Tokyo Olympics just, 2 years ago? And, wow, she is under pressure here. Sarah Wakita, her dear friend. Look at this.
Oh, solid first turn. Huge fan of that one. And then she's just looks more aggressive. She looks like she's ready for a win here, and love that finishing turn. That's going to be huge. 7.67 straight away. Amuro needs a 9.67 right now. I feel like she needs to start again and get 2 waves, because a 9 is a very, very big score.
Yeah, but if anyone's, got to be backed in a corner by Sarah Wakita and can get out of it, it is Amuro Suzuki. Vaughan and I touched on, she has CT and Olympic experience. So, yeah, I feel like, she's got so much class and so much determination in her surfing that we cannot count her out, and especially with the amount of time that we still have left on the clock. We just hit the 18-minute mark. Yeah, I'm still calling big things from Amuro, but Sarah, she's looking lively. And I got to speak to her after a semi-final. She's traveling with a really cool crew of Japanese competitors. And there's actually the team she traveled with in India, and she took the win in India. So maybe finding a bit of a winning formula.
You guys will be able to attest to this, just how important the camaraderie is of your team. It's like a travelling family, really. They're your competitors on one hand, but they're your support network on the other. And, you guys, I think with the regional queues, one thing I've really noticed is that all the competitors are kind of like a big travelling family. Yes, it does sort of fringe off into the sort of patriotic little nations cheering on their squads, but at the end of the day, there's so much friendship and support for just good surfing. Everyone's cheering on everything out there.
I think as well, like, we all came together this week too, in a time where we all really needed each other, and some of us closer than others, but didn't matter what, everyone was there for everyone, and didn't matter if you're from Japan, Indonesia, Australia, Philippines, New Zealand. We were all there for each other, and I think that's what makes our co-sanctioned and regions just so special. It's definitely a great week for that to be a part of. Obviously, we didn't want to have to go through the paddle out that we did, but we made something beautiful out of a dark situation, that's for sure.
16.5 minutes remaining. Amuro Suzuki, she definitely looks like she's hunting, doesn't she? She doesn't look like she's still. I wouldn't say she looks panicked, but she looks driven. She wants to start bringing all of her experience to the fore, and she's taking off on a beautiful bowl here. There's a big rib. She smashes the crikey out of it.
Yeah.
Can you do that? Can you smash a crikey?
Yeah,
From now on you can.
Absolutely.
Well, that's one of the biggest waves we've seen, and that was 100% attack mode. Not much more she could have done. Even throws a little foam bounce up. What do you make of that ride, True?
I really liked it. I agree. I think she had a solid amount of aggression. She was just ready to commit to that section, and that's what I love seeing from Amuro. Just straight up into it. That was solid. Yeah, absolutely. Met the power of that wave, matched it, and then some. I'm looking for. I don't know where this score is going to come through as, but I think it'll be a good one for that single wave. 7.7 straight away. Wow, 4-1 turn. Solid.
This is going to be interesting now because Amuro Suzuki is so experienced. She's won at the elite level. She has an incredible career, a junior world champion. Right here at this break, she is answering back. Is Sarah, who probably would have felt like, wow, I'm having the surf of my life. Now she's got to deal with basically this bear, hungry bear chasing her.
Yeah.
And it can be a rattle.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like, Amuro's out of the cage now. She's ready to fight back, an 8.48, and I think, 2 of those turns, and she's looking at very, very big numbers.
Yeah, 7-7 for pretty much 1 turn.
Yeah, it was 1 turn.
She got a little foam climb off the back, that was...
What do you guys think? Is it if you get to a really good start in the heat, you feel like you've got all the flow, then all of a sudden a little bit of time goes by and then you hear a huge score drop for your competitor. It's got to be a whole different experience to sort of just being in a bit of an arm wrestle where it's one shot, next shot, It's much more fiery.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we go again. No, Amuro gets out of there. Yeah, it's a different sort of challenge, isn't it, when you can hear someone sort of take that momentum away from you.
Yeah, I think especially if you're in Sarah's position with the 8.5 and the 7.67, you're like, sweet, I've got 2 massive scores. This is epic. I'm loving my life right now. And then you hear a 7.7 for 1 turn. And you go, oh, okay. And then the nerves start to creep back in. And then you're thinking, do I go and sit on her? And then you're like, okay, well, I've got priority. I need to be smart with my wave selection. Now I have to better a 7.67. And then that's your next challenge. It's like, okay, my next thing is to better a 7.67. What did I do on my 8.5? Can I replicate that?
That's it. And that's really all she should be thinking is, how do I get rid of this 7.67? What do I have to bring? It's too much time to start worrying about Amuro just at the moment. Just focus on your own heat strategy.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like she's still got so much time on the clock that she can still be in attack mode rather than defend mode. And here she goes. She's up and riding on this one. Doesn't like it. She's going to get out. But, I mean, she's looking on point. But, yeah, definitely that 7.67, which you'd never think you'd say this, but that 7.67 is leaving the door slightly open for Amuro. So... especially, when you're getting 7s for 1 turn, that's a massive confidence boost from Amuro. So she's been like, oh, well, if I get 2...
You make such a good point there, though, Jess. Like, attack mode compared to defence mode. I mean, you've got to have both, but you'd much rather be on the front foot.
Oh,
totally.
Absolutely. Yeah, 12 minutes to go. And you can see a little bit of separation right now between the surfers. They're slightly more to the right, so that right rip bowl that we saw Dakota and Alistair really take advantage of is pretty much straight out the front of where that cameraman is there. So they're moving down now with the rip. It's pretty strong out there still, but maybe they've seen a few lefts. Maybe they're going... I mean, Sarah got through off the back of those 2 lefts in her semi-final. But you can see Sarah making her way down to Amuro. So maybe she's going, I'm on defend mode now.
Oh, this is going to be a fantastic final 11 minutes here. You can see there's a gamesmanship that's come into play. The surfing is one thing. These two both said it's one of their dreams to surf a final against each other, as we mentioned. But this is where, the friendship goes completely out the window. There's no love lost. They want to bring out the best in each other. They want to challenge each other, not just on the wave face, but strategically. And this is going to be really interesting now.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you can totally be friends on land, but as soon as you put that rashi on, no idea who that other person is.
Just while we've got a little break, you two, surf a lot of heats against each other in clubland, I'm sure. How does the friendship hold up after a big one when it's close or someone's come from behind or, snatched victory from the other?
We actually haven't competed against each other in ages.
Yeah.
A lot in the Grom days because every second year we're in the same division because True's about a year and a half older than I am. So every second year we draw each other. And, there's definitely been tears.
That's so
There's definitely been... And, Dad was... and still is super coach, you know. So if True and I pulled a heat against each other, it would more than likely be
You
True,
sit there
you sit on
and
the
you sit
right,
there.
and Jesse, you sit on the left, and don't talk to each other. That was kind
that
of
is
the
so good.
yeah.
Even he's too scared of the fallout if you two have a close one or there's an interference. He's like, no, you just stay way away from each other.
Stay away from each other. Focus on yourself.
Yeah, and if it got to the point where, like, hopefully both of us would get through, but if it was only one of us, that's where Mum would come in. She'd be like, hug it out. Yeah, now.
Doesn't matter. I think, like, we've been pretty lucky because even with our friends as well, you know, for that 20, 30 minutes in the heat, no idea who that person is. And then as soon as it's done, you hug it out, you say congratulations, whatever, and you let it go.
Yeah.
Like, you got to leave it in the water. Otherwise, you end up with no friends. So
Very true.
it's like one of those sports, especially like more often than not, you travel with people and you end up in the same heat. Round one, like Piper Harrison and Charlie Hurst and Elise Cooper pretty much all came here together. Elise was staying in the room next door to Piper and Charlie, and they were all in the same first round heat.
And that meant someone had to lose in the first round. Someone's dream, and you know, all the spend and the effort to get here is over straight away. And that's the group they're traveling with. Good news is I saw them all in town yesterday shopping in a little jewelry store.
Yeah,
and they were having the time of their life.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually like it can be worth it. Absolutely.
You can't just have a big BF and expect to get away from it.
Totally.
So, here's Amuro Suzuki, and well, this is under priority. So just trying to keep Sarah thinking about it. You know, there's probably a little strategy there from Amuro to say, no, do you want to have a look at this thing? I go, I'll have a look. And, you know, the potential to throw the big dummy and lure Sarah into a wave that doesn't provide anything. She didn't fall for it.
Yeah, it gets the heart rate up for Sarah, that's for sure. Kind of, okay, do I look? Do I not look? Especially with 8 minutes to go, you know, it's kind of coming down to not too much time left. I feel like under 10 minutes, that's when you start to either make a decision about whether to, you know, continue to focus on yourself or move past that. So Sarah still in the lead though with that 8.5 and a 7.67, and Amuro, I mean, 8.48. It's a decent score, but a 7.7 for just one turn. I feel like if she gets something and can really just connect with the lip, she'll be, challenging for that 100%.
I think that's the frightening thing for Sarah here is she knows that Amuro's got the power.
Yeah.
She's definitely got a slight power advantage. And if she gets 2 sections, she can do that 7.7 a couple of times.
Yeah.
And that is why Sarah is just hogging this priority heavily. She wants to make sure if a good wave comes, she's got first crack at it. She won't want to leave or open that door any further for Amuro.
Yeah, and I can bet you that her support crew, you know, she's down here with her mum. She's been getting help from Tenchi Iwami, Raiha Onu. We saw him in the semi-finals of the men. Takumi, he's down there as well. I bet you they're glued to the clock, just going, count it down. Just count it down right now. But they've also been helping Amuro as well. So maybe a little bit of bit torn between the two right now. But
they're
I
going to
guess
be excited no matter what.
Yeah, there's no losers here.
They're going to have both competitors from Japan, clearly, so they're going to be flying that flag. The other great thing for both these surfers is look at these scores. Like, no one's coming in saying, I didn't give it my best.
Totally.
They've had lots of opportunity, and really when you're surfing at this level, that's all you want. If you come in, you've got like an excellent or a near excellent score, you're like, yeah, you know what? Power to you. You pushed me all the way. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Sarah up and riding. Gets around this section. Wow, strong first turn there. And again, 2 really tidy turns there from Sarah. Now, priority moves across it to Amuro. 6 minutes to find herself an 8.48. Really good play there because, I mean, that was a good-looking wave. And, I love how Sarah played her priority. Here's the replay. This first turn, just rips into it. And again, I liked it. I liked it a lot. And I think that was a really smart move there from Sarah.
Yeah, I thought it was good too, but it came in at a 5.33, so she didn't better that 7.67. So leaving the door open a little bit for Amuro. I think you know, it looked like a good wave, but probably a good wave for Amuro to go and for Sarah to continue holding that priority, because
So hard to tell on those little ones,
no,
isn't it?
yeah. Even in that last heat, you know, Alistair let Dakota go a wave under his priority, and I was watching going, there's no way that's going to be a 7, and he surfed it to above what the wave was going to offer and got a 9.1. So you have to, sometimes you just got to roll the dice and not go, and sometimes you have to go.
Yeah, I thought there was 2 waves in that heat that were actually a little underscored. It was Dakota's first wave, and then Reginaldo did this crazy hack on probably one of the biggest sections. But it all comes out in the wash, and that wave that Dakota got, like in real time, standing on the beach with all the crew, the cheers, the energy around it, just no denying it. You know, such polished, high energy, just accelerated surfing from Dakota Walters. This final that's going to be upon us in, 4.5 minutes? Oh, geez, the potential for pure fireworks is enormous.
Yeah, as Jesse and I were saying earlier, it's going to be a bit of a rematch between Dakota and Joel. They had a semi-final together.
Did Dakota break his ankle? Or
the very last wave.
That's how hard they were going.
And got the score. Needed like a 9.5 and got the 9.5.
And it wasn't even that's dissimilar to these conditions, right? Like little air wind rights?
Pretty much, yeah. It was probably the same size. At Maroubra, it was a QS 1000, and honestly, they were going so insane. And then Dakota, ended up breaking his ankle, but got the score, so then moved into the final, but then he couldn't surf the final.
And what? Mikey McDonough from Leeds Head took that one out.
Yeah.
QS win.
Yeah.
Take those.
Oh, absolutely. It was, I remember just sitting there watching it, just going, no, surely not. Oh, okay. He made that again. That was crazy.
All right, Jess and True. 3 minutes to go here. Women's final. Like 3 minutes, we're crowning our first champion of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Let's have a look here. It's Sarah Wakita on the backhand. She gets out of there trying to get something under priority. How is this going to play out? 3 minutes. Tell us what both surfers are looking to do, Jess.
Sarah's looking to drop that 7.67, and I like that she's, still swinging. She's thinking that she's going to get a score. She wants to make that 8.48 higher, so that Amuro is going to need more. But I feel like there's tension building for Amuro, and she's going to come out of the gates absolutely swinging if she gets the opportunity. And I think if a wall comes her way, it's pretty. You can't deny that she can definitely challenge that 8.48. So it's kind of in the hands, I don't want to sound cliche, but it is kind of in the hands of Mother Nature right now in the ocean. And that's why we love our sport, because it's that variable we can't control.
True. Amuro, you've seen her surf, for all these years now. We saw her win the World Junior title here. Is she going to be rattled in this scenario? Is she going to be feeling this pressure, or do you think she's just that calm, that cool, that experienced that she'll just back herself to get the job done if the wave comes?
I think Amuro is very cool, calm and collected out there. She has so much belief in herself. I'm sure she's been in this situation before where she needs a big score. She's been looking so on point for this whole event as well. And I think she was excited to surf this final, and I think an excited Amuro is dangerous.
You can see Sarah just missed that one and had a good wall to the inside, so that could have been, that could have changed the heat again. So 1:30 to go.
Oh, this is tense. This is so tense. I mean, for Sarah Wakita, it's 1 minute and 20 seconds away from the biggest win of her career, 5,000 QS, and she's got her hero, her friend, someone who has accomplished so much, sitting just up the point from her. And she knows that Amuro is going to have first choice of the next wave. So this is nail-biting stuff for Sarah Wakita and her friends and family and fans. As Amuro just sits there, staunch, waiting for an opportunity with 1 minute on the clock. Oh, this is tense.
So stressful.
How you going? Maybe we just have to...
Let's just turn it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we turn it off and just turn it back on in 45 seconds?
Did you do that when you were kids and you just couldn't stand the end of a game?
Absolutely. I would walk away.
Yep.
If Jessie was ever in heats and I was never there, I'd check it, and then the last couple of minutes I'd leave it, and then I'd come back to it later.
Well, it's pure torture. It's like a penalty shootout in soccer. Oh, my goodness, big left Amuro Suzuki, what's she going to do? It fizzles, and that could be it.
Wow. Now Sarah thinks she needs to defend. 15 seconds.
15 seconds. I think we're done.
Yeah, that's not the 848.
Amuro can find something that we can't see on screen. This is going to be a magic moment for Sarah Wakita of Japan. Oh, Hawaii.
Wow.
Japan about to rejoice for this talented young surfer. She's done it. She's beaten the bronze medalist from the Olympics. And what a magical moment as the two friends embrace. Oh, how do you look at that one? This has just been a fantastic result for Sarah Wakita. In comes the champion of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Magic moments here at Jinzun Harbor.
What an incredible final. Incredible surfing there from Sarah and from Amuro. She's so happy. Oh, I'm so happy for her. She's won a 3,000. Now she's won a 5,000. And you'd think she'd have to challenge for first place now and try and take that off Anon.
The Challenger Series is calling, isn't it?
Sarah Wakita. Calling.
She's got two massive results this year. And how good, how satisfying to get the biggest win of your career over probably the best surfer in the field, the most experienced, you know.
Yeah.
It's one thing to beat your friend. It's another thing to beat someone who has really tasted victory at the highest level.
Yeah, honestly, it was just, I think for both Sarah and Amuro in that heat, I think it was, you know, enjoying your time out there with your friends, but also pushing the limits. And I think Sarah, as you said before, Challenger Series is calling. And I think it's pretty insane for her to once again have another insane result and just kind of end the year on a really high note.
This is going to be an interesting chair up. I'm just looking at the rocks and the wind.
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations, Sarah Wakita, your 2023 Taiwan Open of Surfing champion. You can see Tenji Iwami, Raiha Onu, all down there. That's Minami Nonaka supporting
they're going to try it.
their girl. They're going to give
careful.
it a go.
Oh, precious cargo.
Yeah. Careful, please.
Oh my goodness,
Look at that. Wow, they are...
This is even more stressful than the heat.
It's way more stressful. I can't watch this.
Okay, couple steps, get the shot, and down she goes. Wow, Sarah.
Almost hit her head.
Amazing.
That was, a good call, boys. Yeah, that was quite a heat. She's stoked about it. It is a bit of a trickier place, but maybe get up the rocks and then throw it back on your shoulders one more time. Give her the double chair. But yeah, they're really cool. They're a really cool team. And they're a cool group of humans. But I think we are going to roll into a very exciting final. Joel Vaughan versus Dakota Walters right after this short break.
You too.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to the final of the men's side of the draw, Taiwan Open of Surfing. We've got Joel Vaughan and Dakota Walters in the water. Dakota Walters opened with a .67, just a minor throwaway score. And as we know, we sadly and tragically lost one of our competitors this week. It's with heavy hearts today that we remember and pay tribute to a beloved member of our surfing family. It's with great sadness that we mourn the loss of Indonesian surfer Febri, Ania, who tragically passed away on Friday following a traffic accident. Febri was an incredible young talent, adored by everyone who knew him. The outpouring of emotion and endless tributes over the past few days are testament to how closely he was held by his family, friends, teammates and the wider surfing community. Our hearts go out to them all during this incredibly difficult time. Yesterday we held a paddle out here at Jinzun Harbor to remember and celebrate Febri's life and legacy. Paddle outs are never easy, but they're always special, and yesterday was a beautiful tribute. The surfers remaining in the field made the call to finish the event, led by the Indonesian competitors who wanted to surf on finals day in Febri's honour. Accordingly, we dedicate this event to Febri Ania and will forever hold him in our memory. May he rest in peace. And with that, let's have a look at the tribute. Well, what a tribute. How good was that barrel at Legiana?
It's so cool. Yeah, it's been a really emotional week. A lot of heartache, but also, eventually some joy. The healing has begun. The ceremony yesterday, led by Rizal Tanjong, who was right in the centre of that circle that we saw on screen during the paddle out. Just what a leader, what a totem of, just support and strength for everyone here. The WSL, absolutely amazing in their support of the Indonesian team, but also everyone who was affected by the loss of Febri. And Binzi, as you said, it was with the consideration of the Indonesian team, how we wanted to proceed. This is what they wanted for Febri. They wanted to honour him by doing what he absolutely loved more than anything in the world. That was pulling on the rashi, surfing heats, and competing at the elite level. And that's what brings us to this moment now. Dakota Walters, Joel Vaughan, surfing for the championship here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. And yeah, mate, I mean, at the end of all of this, we will reflect, the pain will continue, but, right now we're about honouring, celebrating Febri's life, and there's no better way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the paddle out yesterday, they're always special, aren't they?
Oh,
it's
incredibly powerful.
You ride the roller coaster. I think everyone sheds a few tears in the water, but then that moment where we all kind of throw our hands in the air and scream and start splashing water again, no matter how miserable you feel, you can't sort of help but crack a smile, and it's something pretty special that we surfers, share and do in tribute, and then catching a wave in on the way in's always a bonus as well.
Yeah, the energy coming in from the paddle out, everyone sort of hit the line up. There was hundreds of waves because it was just a massive choppy wind swell, and people were just laughing and crying and hugging, and you could just feel that energy, the positivity starting to get into everyone's soul. So it was a magical moment. And another magical moment, mate, just playing out. We've crowned our first champion. Look at this. This is the two finalists. Oh, it's just been one of those weeks, man. These two are best friends. They travel together. It's been their dream to surf a final. They've done it at the elite level, as we see now action in the men's final. Loading up a monstro boat.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. Tweaky or what? Absolutely pokes it, and far out. This could be a next level showcase.
All right. Let's quickly go down to the sideline and catch up with our winner for 2023 on the women's side of the draw. It's Sarah Wakita.
おめでとうございます。率直に今の意見をもう日本語で、その後もしかしたら英語でお聞かせください。
そうですね、めちゃめちゃ嬉しい気持ちです。まあ、この5000っていう大会をこう目指して今までいろんなトレーニングだったりとか練習を積み重ねてきたので、ここで優勝できる、しかもアムちゃんとのファイナルっていうのはもう本当嬉しくて、本当楽しい試合でした。
ベストフレンドというか、すごい仲のいい友達であるアムロ選手とのファイナルは他のファイナルとかヒートとはやっぱ違うものがありましたか？
やっぱそうですね、全然違いますね。あとやっぱアムちゃんは本当にワンターンですごいビッグスコアを出す選手なので、本当最後までドキドキが止まらず、あとはもう入る前からも2人してニコニコして楽しい試合しようねっていう話もしてたので、やっぱり普段の試合とは全然違います。
今この優勝を誰に一番届けたいですか？
そうですね、やっぱりいつも一緒にこうやって回ってくれるお母さんと、あとはハワイとかで見てくれるお父さん、お兄ちゃん、そしていつも一緒に台湾に来れたのもスポンサー様のおかげなので、その人たちにちょっとでも成長した姿を見せれたかなって思うので、一番に届けたいですね。
本当におめでとうございました。ちょっと最後のメッセージの前に英語でもたくさんの英語のオーディエンスの方を見てくれてると思うので、メッセージの方英語でまずはお願いします。
Thanks for watching. I'm really stoked to take back the win. Thanks to my dad, my brother, and Uncle Liam for watching back in Hawaii. And yeah, I'm really stoked. I'm kind of lost for words, but yeah, the waves were really fun, and I had a really good final with Amuro. So yeah, I'm really stoked. Thank you so much.
では最後に日本語で、メッセージの方お願いいたします。
今大会応援ありがとうございました。本当にいろんな方にサポートしてもらってここに自分は立ててるなって思うので、これからもいろんなサポートしてくれる方々に人一倍成長した姿を見せれるようにこれからも努力して頑張っていきたいと思います。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
本当におめでとうございました。
Oh, what a feeling. That is epic. That is the Japanese contingent. They could not be more stoked. There's Amuro too in the thick of it.
How good is that?
Look at that. There it is. That is... it looks like you were saying true. Like, you come in from these heats again, your best friends, and as long as you've both surfed your best,
hang on. While we're doing it, let's go have a quick chat to Amuro as well. Take it away, Dai.
アムロ選手、お疲れ様でした。いかがでしたか？大親友のサラちゃんとのファイナル。
サラちゃんとのファイナルすごいいい試合できてすごい嬉しくて、でもう本当おばあちゃんになっても忘れられない試合になったなと思います。
最後上がってきてすごい目に涙を浮かべながらハグしてお互いを称え合ってたと思うんですが、そこにはどんな思いがあったんですか？
お互い10年以上選手一緒にやってて、今まで辛いことと嬉しいことずっと一緒に乗り越えてきて、そういう仲間で自分の悔しい気持ちもあったし、サラちゃんが勝って嬉しい気持ちもすごいあって、いろんな感情で涙がはい。
とても素晴らしいファイナルでした。準優勝おめでとうございます。Back to you guys.
Holy dooly, what is going on here right now?
Few fireworks.
We've had the Japanese absolutely making Aussie swine of themselves, throwing beer around the place and carrying on like yahoos. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the water, we've got Dakota Walters throwing fins to the sky all over the place. Tell you what, that big man-child Japanese kid, Tenchi Iwami, I reckon he's a troublemaker. He
Absolutely.
Not only did he get a big win in India alongside Sarah Wakita, but he loves the good times, that guy.
I know who I'll be seeking out after the final hooter then, Binsey. Wow, so Dakota Walters is off to a little flyer here. Didn't see 7.67, so that's going to be fun to try and pick apart, but here's a high line racing. Look at the speed. Far out. He has just the most. Oh, wow. So that must have been his opening ride in this final. Big double grab.
Yeah, that was a 7.67 for sure, because that last one was definitely different. Oh, my goodness. That was next level.
Little Larry, yeah. So probably could have gone higher if he didn't do the layback. And then this looks like a little backup score, perhaps. See how he stays so high? He never, ever goes near the bottom of the wave, and that allows him to just do stuff like this. And a couple of nice manoeuvres here. Gets a bonus on the inside, and he'll get out of there. So far out, Dakota Walters. Oh, wow. Look at this two-heat total already, an 8.17 and a 7.67. And that's flipped the script a little bit. Jolie Vaughan has been opening his heats. First 5 minutes, dropping excellent scores and really running away with them. Hasn't had to get into the arm wrestle too much, as we say. Farewell to True Starling. What a wonderful commentator, competitor. Great insights throughout the women's final and the start of the men's. Thanks so much to both Jess and True. Wonderful stuff. And we welcome Daiwako back, mate. How good did it feel to be in that explosion of celebration when Sarah Wakita finished that interview?
Well, I didn't see that coming, though. I didn't see that explosions coming. I was kind of all over the place. And yeah, it was great vibes, and everyone's just, cheering up for both of the girls. And they are really close friends. And
mate, have a look at yourself.
I'm just...
You smell like a brewery.
Yeah.
Us and Vaughan, two respectable human beings. We just come in here to work,
mate,
throwing booze around the place.
I have never in my life walked into a commentary box soaked in beer. Not
Soaked
once.
in beer. Well, that was great vibes down there. Everyone's cheering up.
Uh-oh.
Here goes Jolie Vaughan once again.
He throws it. Oh, he goes to stale
Goes to Staley. He's not done yet either. A little bonus section down the line. Just gets that little rock and roll vertical hit in. He's out of there.
I don't know if he got the smooth click on that, as smooth as he would have liked, but throwing in the variation of the grab is, I think it's a statement. It's like saying to Dakota, all right, well, you've got a couple of scores on the board. If you want to take this up a notch, let's go.
And the judges they've got their eye in today. We saw the reward earlier for that perfectly executed slob air reverse.
Yeah, that got scored well.
And
I actually thought
will
that
definitely be tuned into the fact that he went the stalefish grab, one of the more technical and hard to master grabs of them all. Just a little tap right behind the back foot. Are you saying he missed it?
He missed it. Yeah, it's still a cool move. It's still super tech. I love that he's out there doing that stuff because, like I say, it's almost like a flex on Dakota. Dakota can do anything. The best thing about this final and the best thing about these two guys is their X factor is off the charts. Like, they can come off the bottom and you have no clue what's coming. A lot of crew can project the big air rev, but you never saw that Staley coming. And if he gets the right little section and clicks it perfect, we could really see stuff we haven't seen before. The semi-final, I think it was last year. I'm going to say it was last year. There was a semi-final at Maroubra between Dakota Walters and Joel Vaughan.
Wow, so it's a rematch.
It's a rematch. It was into little wind-blown rights. They went so crazy. I think they both had, if they didn't both have 10s, they went close to having both excellent heat scores. And Dakota won in the dying seconds with a flip. And broke his ankle on the landing and couldn't surf the final. So,
wow.
These two know what to expect from each other. And Joel dives off that one, didn't like the feel. But we've only got 13 minutes to go.
And we're still waiting for the second wave of the Joel. So what's the 8-point ride from Dakota?
Wow.
What was it like?
Yeah, so Dakota getting that 8-point ride for the the big throw.
So we can see the
Hat on
judges
inside.
taking their time with this second wave of Joel Vaughan's. Do you think maybe they're having a good look at the replay just to see how close he got to that grab?
I think so.
Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go tech, you may as well really analyse it. Because,
You've got to get it right.
Yeah. I feel like he missed the grab just slightly, despite the fact it was cool.
I think he might have got close. Here goes Dakota Walters. You know what? Neither of these guys are going to hang around and play tactical surfing. They're just going to take off on every lump that dares to rear its head in their vicinity.
Well, scores starts coming in.
Yeah, well, the judges, they liked it. A 7.87 for Joel Vaughan, and he is well and truly back in the hunt. Now needing another 7, a high one, a 7.98 to get up into the lead.
I'm back at it. Back to progression. Back
in the game. Just under 12 minutes to go. Still. Plenty of times.
The Staleys, you could probably count on one hand how many we've seen in, QS elite competition. So the judges are sending a message to both these guys. They're going, if you want to go there, if you want to take it to that level, that next level, we'll be ready to throw out the rewards.
Right.
I mean, I thought he might have missed the grab, but they're clearly looking at it a lot closer than I am.
Yeah, they have their own replay official who, plays it back again and again and again. If you watch the, Premier League football or the cricket with the VAR, and, they rock and roll it back and forth, they do all that bizzo in the booth here as well. Okay, this is Dakota Walters. He was hunting a section.
Wow.
That's amazing.
8.
So this was his 8.17.
Wow.
I love the lift that Coda gets. He just aquaplanes so beautifully.
Let's have a good look at this. It's got to be right up there with one of the most difficult turns you can do. Yeah, maybe the fingers did clutch the rail just a touch there. So the judges onto it. And that's some really stylish, progressive surfing from Joel Vaughan. It's not the biggest air he's done, but as far as degree of difficulty, technicality, it's right up there.
Wow.
And there's the Aussies. See the big crew. Oh, what's going on there? Save Huxtable.
Getting all the Coronas from the fridge at the reception.
So there's big scores locking in, and Joel Vaughan is right in the thick of it. Not letting Dakota have his own way at all. An 8.17, a 7.67 for the Angari, Woolawaya, Angari, Yamba. It's all that little scrunched up bunch of towns where Dakota bred his surfing. And now he's up at Byron Bay, so shout out to all the Byron crew who are no doubt watching and cheering on Codes as well. Cars and Walt, Sis, Harth, Pop, everyone. This is huge. Wonder if Foxy and Laurie Towner and Rossi and all the crew, mate, there's so many good surfers come out of that joint. The Webbers. Oh, I could go on and on and on, but I won't because I'm just making a roll full of my mates as well, so...
Probably they are
Hope you're
watching.
enjoying the action, guys. And
Yeah.
on the Sunny Coast, of course, Joel Vaughan, he's given them so much to cheer for. And the North Shelley board riders tuning in, no doubt, along with Vaughan's family. Big shout out to all of you. You're no doubt enjoying this. And these two guys are just so good at bringing out the best of each other.
Here comes the set.
Di, what do you think? He's on the tail.
Waiting for the ramp. Ah.
Oh, no, it's such a disappointment.
Yeah, I was like...
Yeah, boo! Who do these guys think they are?
Oh.
We just didn't offer too much. But still, there's 8 minutes and a half seconds to go. Plenty of time for both of surfers.
Yeah, the presentation will be on after this, which will be a lot of fun. And the Taiwan Open of Surfing for 2023. It's had some incredible performances. A lot of Japanese, standout moments in this event. What were your favourite performances from the Japanese competitors, mate? I mean, aside from the obvious with Sarah and Amuro in the final.
Yeah, I would say the final between Amuro and Sarah. There's not only the finals in QS 5000. There's like a friendship, so I really love the final.
Staying busy, Charlie Vaughan. Raya surfed extremely well. Nishi surfed extremely well. I think that, you know, these guys are going to come down to Australia having gone deep into the draw at this QS 5000 to, you know, finish off their campaigns on the Asian QS rankings. But they'll be backing themselves to get wins down there for sure.
I really loved how Shohei Kato surfed in this whole event. He just showed the world that he could do air games and power games as well. So yeah, really loved and enjoy watching his surfing.
Can't wait to see the Japanese competitors down there for the Aussie QS dual sanctioned events. Surfest being the last one of the season. So yeah, we're kind of like wrapping things up really. We go to South Korea for an event on
Next
the weekend.
week.
Yeah, which will be a lot of fun. In the wave pool, just saw Micro Hall and I think Ace Buchan and a few of the crew go over and testing it out.
Right.
And that was a lot of fun. 6.5 minutes remaining.
Already 6.5. Like, it's been quick. So still Joe needing 798 and waiting for the waves to come.
Both these guys, you know, have done time at the High Performance Centre. They're part of that system, the pathway that creates the Australian surfing champions. Starts off with little tiny Grom comps, and then, you know, you work your way up into the junior series. The whole time you're getting elite level coaching, you're getting access to world champions, the best, you know, training facilities, and of course, you know, the top line elite pro surfers, Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore, all that sort of crew. So, you know, it's a really solid pathway. Shout out to all the crew and teams down there who are watching on for sure. And yeah, it's a wonderful system, mate. So many fantastic surfers, so many like simmering down under at the moment. There are so many names, and I know you were saying the same thing about the Asia region. It's an exciting time for pro surfing right now. That next gen.
Like what we can see from here, like Japanese people kind of like dominating this event, and see that result, and hopefully next generation kids will just try to do the same, and, you know, just push themselves to the next level.
It's the way it works, man, for sure.
That would be so great. So we are down to just under 5 minutes to go.
Oh, I just wish there was a few more waves. These two guys, you know that they're going to have this entire place screaming. You know, both semi-finals had me. I was doing a little bit of beach commentary. I couldn't sit down. I had to just walk around and pace myself because, yeah, just froth, overload, too much.
Right.
So big scores here, and it's really Joel Vaughan who is chasing a number of 7.98.
Well, here he goes. He's found his opportunity. You know what he's looking to do. He's got speed to burn. The backflip. He just didn't have the landing. That was straight out to the flats, unfortunately. The ramp was there, but the landing was not.
Fired out of the cannon, Binsey.
Crazy. We thought we'd have flying cars by now. That hasn't quite landed, but we've got flying surfers who throw backflips in finals when they're chasing scores. That was crazy. Remembering, he's broken his ankle doing that before. Like, where is the fear? The guy's a lunatic.
All right, so the loft and the speed of that flip is, if you land that, like, you've got to be almost lock it in a 10, don't you? Like,
probably.
I don't know.
I think Gabriel Medina might have done one for a 10.
Yep.
That'd be about it.
Yep. Where was that? Do you remember? Was that at I can't even remember where that was.
I can't really imagine
Maybe
where it
Brazil.
would be apart from Rio. France, maybe? Portugal? That's why we have the internet. Leave it with me.
3 minutes. Joel Vaughan is staying extremely busy. He's just looking for any chance he can to fire off one of those moves on a section that will allow him to ride out. Coda,
Rio
holding
Pro.
priority. It was Rio, yeah.
2014.
Bang.
Perfect 10. And if you're getting a 10 at a CT,
Jeez, that was a buttery flip, wasn't it?
All right, 2.5 minutes to go. Dakota Walters, well, he's got 2 scores, but he still won't be sitting comfortably. Joel Vaughan has only got the 1 score. He will not be happy with that. He needs a 7.98. He's been dropping 9s at will throughout this event. He's only got 2 minutes 20 and second priority to try and impose his will on that section. We know that he's going to be looking for a ramp. We can see him trying to get away from Dakota. The good thing is he needs an 8. There's 8-point rides to be gained going left as well. So, you know, we haven't seen these guys engage in any form of tactics, but that might have been Joel Vaughan trying to sell Dakota into this. However, what can Dakota do with this huge ramp? Alley-oop, not exactly what he wanted. Door open for Joel Vaughan with 1:45 to run.
Wide open.
Wide open for him. Wow.
This is huge. This is the moment. Will
Here's
code's
having a
been
look.
made to pay for this last wave. Here goes Vaughnie. Oh, off the back he goes.
Well, he's still got a minute 30 to go. How was that? That was like, you know, the suspense chase in a movie, and then the music builds to a crescendo, and then it stops, and then bang, it gets you the second time.
Man.
So what has Joel Vaughan got for us? Minute 15, he'll still pick up priority.
Oh, send in a wave. Come on. Just
Come
give
on.
us, as fans of pro surfing, give us the big finish. Oh,
Yeah,
1 minute.
please.
Joel Vaughan chasing a score. And
1 minute
he
to
has
go.
not been in this situation
Wow.
really throughout this event. He's been so dominant.
Now is not the time for the ocean to go flat. Dakota Walters, this will be the longest 45 seconds of his life, and it'll probably be the quickest 3/4 of a minute for Joel Vaughan. He's got priority. He just needs an opportunity. Even then, just paddling into a wave, you just could not look away from the screen. Because both of these guys are just excitement machines. You don't know what they're going to deliver.
25 seconds.
25
Vinzy.
seconds, and
He's
having
on
a
the
look.
move.
Well,
Wow.
Dakota is...
All right, Joel Vaughan has priority. 15 seconds to go. This is 100% last roll of the dice time. He needs to go excellent. He's got the ramp, the air reverse. He'll want to add a little bit more. He's going down.
And out the back,
And
look at this, 5 seconds.
Is a victory lap for Dakota Walters. He'll spin his way into the beach. And
That's
Dakota
sick.
Walters is your Taiwan Open of Surfing champion for 2023. What an incredible final. Hard to believe Joel Vaughan didn't have a second score. He gave himself every opportunity. The section was there. A 6.43. Oh, you think if he could have got another turn or two. Oh, sorry, Dakota's was a 6.43. Joel Vaughan's doesn't go into his top 2. And
Wow.
Dakota Walters is our champion, and there it is, the pride of Lismore. He's already said that board's going to be hung up in the post office at Lismore, and he said it as a joke, but it might have to happen right about now. He's making his way up the cobblestones. He surfed here in 2019 when it was World Juniors, and now he is back. And, we've been sitting in front of the trophy all week. It's got to make its way down to the presentation.
Well,
Wow.
a huge
That
win in
was-
Code's career, and congratulations. I know everyone will be cheering all up and down the far north coast.
I need to get down there too.
Off you go, Binzy. You're doing the prezzo.
It's been a pleasure, Vaughan.
On your mate.
been a pleasure,
Congratulations.
Jason.
Great event.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
so much for your words of comfort during the week. It was very much appreciated, mate. As we see the champ in there, he wins on his feet. You know, to be on your feet when the hooter goes, that's a good feeling. And he's really put together such an amazing event. It's been a great run. He's pretty cool, isn't he?
He must be feeling great,
Oh, yeah, he
doing what he
feels so
loves and what he's good at, doing airs and throwing tails.
Micah Margo there,
Wow.
giving him a big hug. And, you know, that injury, it really put a bit of a halt on his run for the Challenger Series last year. So this is a great result here for young Dakota Walters. Cheered on by the Australians and by everyone else down in the zone there. Jolie Vaughan comes in, shakes his hand. He's a champion as well. And both these guys, you know, giving us so much to enjoy throughout the week. Geordie Lawler Thomas Carvillo there in the shot. Saxon Reber as well. So big moments here, and Coda will just wander off, let it sink in. Magic moment. I know that he's had a lot of support. He's part of that elite Billabong team as well. So shout out to all the crew who'll be absolutely frothing on that result. There's the O&E sticker as well. Core Aussie brand that been backing him the entire time. The sharp eyes worked a treat. And wow, he's just looking so sharp. A fantastic result, a huge result.
Yeah, and surprised how he's so calm after winning QS 5000.
I know,
scrolling
mate.
the phone.
Yeah, well, don't
That's
worry.
so funny. Yeah.
Hopefully he fires up, but also, you know, it's been a big week, and you know, we've all had a lot to think about. We've all been able to appreciate, you know, just how precious life is. And Code's straight on the phone. He'll have a whole bunch of texts from the family, no doubt.
Probably
friends
messaging him.
going ballistic. But what a sensational surfer, mate. Like, I mean, his talent is so natural, so freakish.
There was no heat that he couldn't get any scores. He was ripping the whole event to, to first round to the final.
Well, it looks like we might be going to a break, but we'll have the presentation coming up soon. Stay with us from the Taiwan Open of Surfing, where we'll crown our champions just after the break.
Chicas, que nunca se les olvide, las mujeres lo hacen mejor. They say there's something in the water that got them all acting so crazy. Don't know why they even bother showing up, calling me mommy. Can't get that summertime body for free. Why you be calling, we don't wanna speak. Yeah, if you want it better, listen carefully. We don't go running if you wanna know what we need. Locos cuando vienen, somos lo que quieren, no se lo merecen, como no entienden. We know that we can do it better. Lo sabemos. We'll have them throwing the dinero. Velos. We always do it right. No, we don't waste no time. Show 'em that we got it, then we leave 'em with an appetite. We know that we can do it better. Lo sabemos. Throwing it down, loving the crowd. We know we're up in the million crowns. Getting them loud, taking their clout, so one day I can buy a house. Sabe que nadie nos puede parar. Somos la reina y se enamora. Ven a mi cama, te vas a botar de lo que te va a hacer. They say there's something in the stuff we're drinking. You crawling on your hands and knees, I'm sipping. I bet you never had your head so spinning.
Amazing highlights from another incredible surf contest here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Our champions, Dakota Walters, Sarah Wakita. And I think we're going to throw it down to Chris Binns right now, who is about to fire off the presentation for 2023. Oh, no, he's going to have a chat with Dakota. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I love doing airs, so whenever the wind's up, I get really excited. And then to have a bit more swell today, it's sick because then you can go a bit faster and try and go bigger. And I don't know, just lucky to get a few.
You and Joel Vaughan, you've obviously surfed plenty of heats against each other over the years. In the final, you kind of just left each other alone and just went section hunting. Did you get a little bit nervous when you saw him paddle into that last wave with about 90 seconds to go?
Yeah, always get nervous when you surf against Joel. I feel like he's so good at like doing most things, so you just never know what he could do. But yeah, I don't know. I just like if surfing heats and surfing instead of sitting on each other. But I guess if you're doing it, you got to play the game as well at certain times. But yeah, I don't know. So much fun just hanging with Joel and doing that, and yeah, both get an opportunity, I guess.
You've played it pretty cool this week. You've had the no plan going, but obviously this must mean quite a lot to you.
Yeah, for sure. Bloody stoked. I yeah, obviously want to be on the Challenger Series at the end of this, and I don't know, good step to get there.
You surfed here as a junior, I think 2019 for World Juniors. Conditions were a bit similar to this, so did you feel a little bit of familiarity this morning?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely felt more comfortable than when I was here for World Juniors. I think I was even smaller than I am now, so I felt like I was going backwards then. But I don't know, since then I've always wanted to come back because I just know how good that air wind is into these rights all the time, and I don't know, stoked to get back.
So you grew up in Yamba, you surf for Byron Bay Board Riders, and you've got Lismore on the bottom of your craft. You've really got a big catchment area in the Northern Rivers. Plenty of support coming in from all over the region for you this week?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I just have everyone at home that always cheers me on, and I don't know, I was just stoked to represent home. And then, yeah, the board sprays, they're just a bit of fun. So, yeah, stoked.
Name some names. Who are these people at home who've given you so much over the years?
Oh, just my family, mum and dad, and then my girlfriend as well. Just like literally everyone at home. Everyone's so supportive. All my mates back in Byron, the guys at Byron Board Riders, and then all the boys in Yamba that I grew up surfing with. And yeah, I don't know. It's just such a sick spot to have those two as home. And yeah, just so lucky to grow up surfing with like Laurie Towner and Dan Ross and Bowdy Trelaw and stuff like that. I guess so. Stoked.
Biggest win of your career?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, just stoked that we could, stoked to get a few waves, and I don't know, just want to say thank you to everyone for running the event, and yeah, I guess in memory of Febri.
Yeah, well, beautifully said. Remember everything you've said because we're going to go do it again on stage. Maybe just a little bit of deodorant before we do because you reek a beer. But congratulations, and let's go give you a trophy on stage.
Thanks, heaps.
All right, back to you guys in the box. Oh, now.
Oh, there it is again. Yep, the celebrations are about to fire up, and it'll be a big let-off of steam. It's been a big week, and now we begin to celebrate our champions, Dakota Walters. Incredibly talented surfer. I've been, when I was editing Surfing World years and years ago, we did a little series called the Grombash. Took Coda, Caleb Tancred, Kihu Butler, and Reef Hazelwood away on a surf trip. All four of those guys, world-class surfers on the brink of, hitting that Challenger Series and getting onto the CT.
Yeah, they... all four of those names are huge. I mean, Caleb Tancred is coming back into competing and he's just looking really solid. But yeah, Dakota's definitely been one to watch for sure. And this whole event, and in particular, this whole day has been the reason why an 817 and a 767 is huge. He should be really, really happy with his performance.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan, what a run through this event. Really never had any issue, I don't think there was ever a time where he was really looking down the barrel of being eliminated. This final, a little bit wave-starved for what we would have really liked to see. We know what both these guys are capable of when they're on fire. So a little bit unfortunate there for Joel, but he got that 7.87. Sarah Wakita and Amuro Suzuki, a memorable final from those two as well. And right now, let's kick off our prezzo for the Taiwan Open of Surfing with the MC, Chris Binns.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presentation of the finalists at the 2023 Taiwan Open of Surfing. Huge reception. On behalf of the WSL, we'd like to thank the Taitung County Government for their continued partnership in bringing the Taiwan Open of Surfing to Taitung year after year. We'd also like to make special mention of the incredible work of the event organisers who bring this event to life, both from the WSL and the Taiwan Open. Competitions like this would not be possible without the support of the sponsors, so big thanks to Haysong, Finn, Quicksilver and Roxy, Billabong, Red Bull and Corona. The Taiwan Open is a highly anticipated event on the WSL calendar, and we all love coming back here every year to enjoy the wonderful waves, fantastic weather, and this year even the wind. We're also forever grateful to the local community who welcome us to share their waves with us. And we thank all of you, the fans, for getting right behind the surfers and making everyone involved in the event feel so welcome. Sadly, this year was marked by tragedy, and we dedicate the running of the 2023 Taiwan Open of Surfing to Febri Ania, a 24-year-old Indonesian competitor who was tragically taken from us far too soon. We held a very special paddle out yesterday in Febri's honour, and we only finished the event today once the surfers, led by the contingent of Indonesian competitors, made the tough decision to push on and finish. Although Team Indonesia couldn't get the result they would have liked in the end, today was an incredible demonstration of their resilience and beautiful spirit. We love you guys, and we're thinking of you in this incredibly tough time. We had a huge day of finals today with plenty of standout performances despite, or maybe because of, the crazy conditions. So without any further ado, let's hand out some prizes. Joining me on stage to present our award is WSL Tour Manager Tai Surati. And also joining us on stage, please welcome April Yao, Taitung County Governor. And we'll just get a quick little translation.
好的，然后那代表这个主持人克里斯宾斯来翻译，跟简单大家讲一下哈。那我欢迎来到我们2023台湾冲浪公开赛哈。那也代表这个 WSL 感谢台东县政府的持续合作，年复一年，我们不断来到这个美丽的地方，将台湾这个冲浪公开赛带进台东哈。那这样的活动也不会，就是要需要更好、更多的这个赞助商哈。 才有办法办得如此成功，所以非常感谢黑松 Fin， 然后我们的 Quicksilver Roxy、Billabong、Red Bull， 还有我们的 Corona。 那台湾公开赛是 WSL 赛程上一直是备受期待的一个大战，然后11月回到这里，然后享受这样的美妙的天气、美妙的海岸。那也感谢我们在地朋友与我们分享这些波浪哈。那比较遗憾的是，今年我们24岁的印尼选手 Febri Ania 提早离开我们，但是我们也举办了一个 Pedoa 的仪式，将这个公开赛献给这位印尼的选手。那也感谢我们印尼的教练呢，做出了这些决定哈，带领我们继续前往这个比赛，把它完成。那我们在最后一天度过了精彩的比赛，那也感谢所有的选手，所有来现场观赛的朋友，谢谢大家。那还有我们赛事总监台 Sorati 以及我们台东的大家长饶庆林饶县长，谢谢啊，来莅临。
Couldn't have said it better myself. All right, on to the women's finalists. This young lady won a world junior title right here in 2019. She's since become an Olympic medalist. And in 2023, your runner-up at the Taiwan Open of Surfing is Amuro Suzuki.
好，我们2019年也是我们台东女子青少年的冠军哈，都足有梦路选手，同时也是2020东京奥运的女子冠军，是我们这次的第2名。
And your winner for the 2023 Taiwan Open of Surfing, Sarah Wakita.
好，谢田沙良，我们这次女子组的冠军哈，也是来自我们日本的选手。好，拿下我们的奖金牌哈。
All right, Sarah, a couple of quick words. This is your second big QS win in the last couple of months. You're on a roll. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm feeling really great to have a final with my best friend Amuro. And yeah, I've been having a really good week with all my friends out here. So yeah, it's been a good time.
You've always been one of the best young Japanese surfers. What do you attribute this incredible run of form to this year?
I'm not too sure, but yeah, it's been a really great year. I'm having a really good time, and yeah, I'm just focusing on having a lot of fun in each heat. So I think that's all. I think that's working out.
You're both very powerful surfers. You spent a lot of time in Hawaii, and Amuro's won here in conditions similar to this. This morning when you saw what the waves were like, did you get a little bit excited and think, I might be a chance here?
I was kind of nervous, to be honest. You know, when the waves get big, everyone has a chance. So, yeah. But so to catch a couple good waves, and it was fun. So.
Any words in Japanese to your friends and family?
今大会応援ありがとうございます。優勝できて本当に嬉しいです。台湾に来て優勝できたのもいつもサポートしてくれてるスポンサーのおかげだと思うので、これからも成長していく姿を見せれるといいと思います。いつも応援ありがとうございます。
Well done. And finally, even if you make the Challenger Series next year, will we see you back here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing?
Yeah, for sure.
There you go. Sarah Wakita, everyone.
沙田协良非常精彩的表现哈，也感谢他与他的好朋友游梦露哈一起来这边参赛啊哈，那也向他的粉丝以及日本的朋友表达这个万分的感谢哈。好，谢谢。
All right, and rolling on into the men's finalists. In second place, the human highlight reel, guy who dropped one of the craziest 10s seen on the Challenger Series this year. And he went close a couple of times this week at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Your runner-up for 2023, Joel Vaughan.
好，我们在挑战者系列赛拿下10分，表现非常精彩、抢眼的 Joel Vaughan 这次是我们的第2名。这位来自澳洲的20岁的小将，非常的亮眼的演出啊。
All right, mate, let's talk about the final. You and Dakota went blow for blow. It was a pretty exciting one. Didn't quite get the result, but you were in it right till the end.
Yeah, I was stoked to still be in it right in the end. The waves slowed up a fair bit. and we're expecting a fair bit more waves. But yeah, I'm stoked to come away with a second, and yeah, this first time to Taiwan, and I really enjoyed it.
Talk to us about your surfing, because you have this incredible ability to just dig excellent scores out at any occasion. Where does that come from?
I don't know. I guess I surf waves like this all the time, so I feel very comfortable. And this wind's just like so good for airs, and yeah, I've practiced that a lot, so I guess that's pretty much it.
Growing up in a family of brothers, do you guys just fight for this stuff all the time?
Yeah, we're a super competitive family. I grew up surfing with my brothers, and they pushed me to be the surfer I am, and I'm stoked with that. And yeah, my little brother's really good, and he's coming up, and I got to try to keep getting better than him. So it's a good relationship.
Awesome. Well, we've really enjoyed your performances this week. Any last words to friends and family back home?
Yeah, big thanks everyone for the messages, and yeah, stoked with the second.
Congratulations, Joel Vaughan, everyone.
好，来自澳洲的 Joel Vaughan 第一次来台湾，但是在比赛中尝试了不少的动作，但是相当的可惜。不过他第一次来就获得这样成绩，他也相当的高兴。
All right, and the winner of the 2023 Taiwan Open of Surfing, give it up for Dakota Walters!
我们这位来自澳洲，好，22岁的年轻小将哈，摘下了我们台东2023年国际冲浪公开赛的第一名。
All right, let's have a quick chat, Coda. Mate, congratulations.
Thanks so much. First thing I want to say, I guess, is that I just want to dedicate a little to Febri. Hope that everyone here made you proud today, and I don't know, just really happy that we could all surf and do it for him.
Yeah, beautifully said. I think our hearts are definitely with all of the Indonesian surfers, but they'd love the way you surfed today, mate. We all did. Talk us through your performances, because much like Joel, you're very unpredictable but always exciting.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this wave's just so sick. It's wind blowing into the rights all the time, so heaps of airs. That's what I like doing, and yeah, I don't know, just got a few runners and ended up getting a few scores, and stoked.
You came here in 2019 for World Juniors. You weighed even less than you do now, but this second time around you really look comfortable and at home here.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, it's such a sick wave. So much fun being over here, and yeah, definitely felt better than when I was here in 2019.
A lot of camaraderie amongst the Aussies. You guys all travelling together, eating dumplings together, having a great time?
Yeah, for sure. Staying with a few of the boys, Micah, Tommy Cavallo and Geordie Lawler, and then I guess all the other boys are just, I don't know, we're all mates, so it's so sick to be all together and cheering each other on and having a hell time.
This obviously means a lot to you. Any significant thanks you'd like to send to friends and family at home?
Yeah, just everyone that was watching, my girlfriend, mum and dad, everyone at home. Super stoked. Thanks heaps.
All right, everyone, give it up for Dakota Walters.
好 ，Dakota Walters 非常厉害、亮眼的表现哈，对这里不陌生。好 ，Let's take a picture together. So all the surfers in the middle. 那 Dakota Walters 以前青少年来过这个台东，但是这次一举摘下。
All right, while these guys are having their photos taken, we want to thank you all for attending the 2023 Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is a QS 5000 event, and it gets better every year. For some of us, the next event is at a wave pool in Korea. Some of our surfers will be heading off to Hawaii, looking forward to surfing over summer in the Southern Hemisphere. But the one thing we do know for certain is that we'll be back here again in 2024, and we can't do it all again with you next year. 谢谢。
好，谢谢所有参赛的朋友哈。那我们明年好来这边相见。现场广告，我保护你。